I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? A summer day, your sweet embrace is all that I want. The way it feels is something real and heading for us. I mean it from the heart. I wanna be your light when it gets dark. Right from the moonlight until the sunrise. Can't get you out my mind. Can't get you out my mind. I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? No time to think, 'cause we're all in, yeah, we're in a rush. Too late to change, making mistakes, just give me a touch. I mean it from the heart. I wanna be your light when it gets dark. Right from the moonlight until the sunrise. Can't get you out my mind. Can't get you out my mind. I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me?
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, 'cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤소미 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 다가서면 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 댄서니 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난 이 노래는 것들일 거야 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못
느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들은 한 곳으로 모여 Shall we ride 머리 위로 투 그래서 이건 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 곳 올려놔 bus 하늘 위로 떨어지는 너를 느낄 like demons 자식 날고 기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거름 꽤나 좁아져도 눈의 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 안돼 소리 망설임 없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지 like we to go
Told myself I'm so bossy, I'm so bad. I told myself I'm so bossy, I'm so bad. I told myself I'm so bossy, I'm so bad. I told myself.
I don't know where you've been sold, but I'd be insane not to play my role. Yeah, I know I can break a fall, the stakes are low. If I can say one thing, just know that I got a hand that I can lend you. And it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. Those who rated in one will five is bad. Just know that I got a hand that I can lend you. And it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. Those who rated in one will five is bad. Oh, you think you tough? I think that's unlikely. You can keep on looking, but can't find nobody like me. Eldorado pushing, why I'm pressing in a white tee. You know I love you, I need someone who can guide me. I can't do no little bag, I need 3 mil. Facts coming in both directions and like a be real. I've been eating good, to be lucky to get 3 mil. First place, run it up, care about what you feel. I have you, give you everything, anything. 'Cause I have you, you're my everything and anything. Just know that I got a hand that I can lend you. And it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. Those who rated in one will five is bad. Just know that I got a hand that I can lend you. And it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. Those who rated in one will five is bad.
butterfly. I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me.
Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me.
Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me.
Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. a flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That winner's degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in the tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Bad with a vengeance, killing the ops and leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time that you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm nashed up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in the tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey. Dope pump and bring it back like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey. Oh, don't write, back again. Don't know me, go and ask a friend. Hitting these shows, gotta pack 'em in. I spin it, I'll make it back again. Shawty go and bring your baddest friend. We can take it to the back of Benz. Do it like you would for TV. Camera on you like a bag of lens. Shaking it for me, I'm loving the move. Play say you bad and yeah, I'm cool. Walking up to it, not thinking it through. Like shawty, tell me what's good with you. Coming with me and she got, ayy, 24 on a watch. You don't know that's a lot. What she want is what I bought, yeah. If I want it, I'ma get it, yeah. I just talk the way I live it, yeah. I got many, plenty women, they all wanna ride, even in the set, yeah. But now I pull up in the Aston. For money, I'm made off the back end. High end with the fashion, now broke, so me in the past tense, yeah. Throwing money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey. Dope pump and bring it back, like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Yeah, throwing money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey.
Wallet in the bank, I'ma check. Whoa, VVS all on my neck. Whoa, we Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get that
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
I need to keep you around with my feet tied, tied to the ground. The end's nowhere to be found. I don't know why you don't leave me to drown. Oh, don't know where to go unless you say. Don't know what to do unless you stay. Thinking that today will be our day, again. Let's get it. Winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. Let's run, I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'm asking why we run for our lives, not a second to waste. They're ticking away. They're ticking I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I wanted more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'm asking
It's another wonderful day here in Berlin where we get to continue all of the action that is VCT EMEA. So much Valorant on the cards for us this week. What has been and what is to come both today and tomorrow is definitely going to fill out your evenings, because not only are we going to be having the fun of Valorant, we're also going to be having the fun of the disastrous duo of Billy and Minnie here.
Disastrous.
Did you like it? I feel like there might be some emotional damage to maybe some Fnatic or Vitality fans out there today with the way you guys are throwing punches.
Usually we get height jokes immediately at the gate, so I appreciate you didn't go for that one.
I went for something fresh.
Low-hanging fruit, so to speak.
No, I'm going to go for something new here.
Okay.
You know?
I'm just intrigued to find out throughout the day what disastrous actually really means for this kind of duo. Like, what kind of dynamic is that? So yeah, I like it.
Well, it could be right for some of the teams, because we saw the standings very briefly there of where everyone is putting themselves with what they're able to achieve, showing up. Eternal Fire was the big one. Billy, we're going to like quickly gloss over it, because yesterday them winning against BBL, would you have ever put them as a dark horse to potentially go all the way to London at the end of stage 1?
I mean, whose power ranking are we looking at here?
Well, I wanted to see
all,
if people in chat were going to roast it first, and then I was going to say...
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, and then I was going to say who it was.
Okay, I think moving Eternal Fire up into Dark Horse after yesterday, I feel like is fair. I think doing it before that point, I would have like maybe raised a couple of eyebrows at that, like, oh, okay. Even though they did put up a good fight against Fnatic in the first week. So yeah, I think them moving up into Dark Horse is interesting. I think Foot being in the #1 spot is the thing that I'm instantly looking at on this power ranking.
This is a Foot fan.
This is a Foot fan. This is a Foot fan.
I feel like maybe people at home might be catching on, but it is Mitchman. If you guys have any complaints about the power rankings, be sure to @ him on Twitter personally, because this is what he believes stage 1 is going to look like. And you're saying Foot, that's the question mark, even though last week we saw an amazing performance.
I think immediately me and Billy are going to say drop Foot to Dark Horse.
Yep.
I think we keep Vitality and Fnatic into that London-bound road.
Yeah.
Who do you think is the third one, Billy?
I think we have to move Team Liquid up, just because, like, I think that's very low for Team Liquid. No?
To Dark Horse or London-bound?
Knowing our region, London-bound.
Really?
They made every single global event last year, and I think that they could continue that path again this year.
I'm tending to agree, unfortunately.
There's no way you wouldn't potentially put one of those dark horses up there. You're like, Eternal Fire looked good yesterday, but not enough.
No, not enough for me to believe,
well,
yeah. And then I guess we move, I mean, would you keep Foot in a Dark Horse, Eternal Fire in a Dark Horse, and move Navi back down to play?
Oh yeah, you're going to move one of them down, I guess.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Which one of the three? Yeah, let's go Navi. Let's go Turkish Valorant.
Yeah, let's have a like complete overreaction to week 1.
Yeah, General makes it last. Like, we're mostly focusing on London bound, but also Mitch Man with the General makes it last.
Yeah.
It's ludicrous there.
I'm telling, maybe I should have called them the disastrous duo, the way that they're throwing punches there. But yeah, look, it was a lot of fun. It feels like then for everyone, they're putting Vitality, Fnatic up there. That was the one thing neither of you guys wavered on, and well, that's lucky, because we're going to be seeing them play up against each other today. Later on, it's going to be Liquid up against Heretics, and that's going to be a good measurement for what you're saying, Billy. Are Liquid really going to fall into that third slot? Where exactly are they going to put themselves? Because realistically, they should be beating Heretics.
Yeah, and I think like when we look at these teams, these are kind of historically been the kind of top 4 teams of EMEA. I think that first game that we're going to get into as well, the Fnatic Vitality game, it's so nice that they get to play this early on in the group stage. It's going to be a real test for them, and I think as well we'll see a lot of growth from both of these teams, because inevitably they are probably going to end up facing off against one another when it gets to that playoffs point for London and for Masters London as well.
Yeah, the theme of today is these are all the orgs and teams that have aspirations of going to London. And for some of them, that's looking quite good. For others, maybe there's some stuff to work on. But I think Fnatic and Vitality, that is the 2 teams that if at the start of the year we talked about them, those would be the 2 teams that would be #1 and 2. We don't know which order it would have been, but this is a huge game.
So is there more gravity on it than what people might be expecting? It's like they're going to come out swinging when it comes to playoffs, but for now, in a group stage, you want to put yourself in a good position, but are you going to be bringing 100%? Is there ever that doubt in your mind that it's still early days and you have a lot more people to come up against in groups?
I think it's early days in the sense that both teams still have things to improve on. Vitality did look quite good last week, but it was against Giant X, so it's quite hard to see exactly where they stand. Fnatic had a very close game to Eternal Fire, and I think there was quite a lot that they can go back and look at. In particular, one thing that I really wanted to highlight was their team fighting looked quite poor in that opening game. A fundamental that I've kind of been highlighting all this stage that is really important in this meta. Like so many times here we see like Kayak just being isolated by himself. We just don't see any trades coming through from Fnatic in quite a lot of these situations in this map.
Yeah, I think when you're looking at Fnatic, one thing that they definitely showed us last week was what we were asking for, right? We were asking for them to kind of up that pace in their game plan, kind of move away from this slow defaulty style that we've known Fnatic for years. And I think if they can find a balance of being able to alternate two of those kind of pace, then that will look good for them. But I have to agree with Minnie, the Breeze and the Bind in particular, there was just moments where if you're going to have that fast pace, you need to be able to win out those team fights in those trades.
Yeah, well, Fnatic, while they're always here to play VALORANT, we also want to make sure that we get some words from their players too, and I did just that before we started our day. I have the lovely Alpha here standing next to me, and I want to ask, last week, you guys did get the win, but it went to all 3 maps. What sort of issues prevailed in that one? What did you notice for Team Fnatic?
I think we always have a slow start. We are the team that will start slow. I think on Breeze we were up like down 3-9. So, and also on Bind, I think we couldn't finish the map because we were ahead 12-10 or something, and we couldn't try to get match point. I think we just need to get better at closing the matches.
And you say slow start, is that like a slow start to stage 1, a slow day to the series, or certain maps? Like, when does the slow start stop?
I mean, we don't have, like, it doesn't stop.
Okay.
Whenever we start the game, we just always start slow. If we start good, then it's GG, but it's usually we start slow, so.
And look, it's, you know, no news to anyone. You're coming up against some ex-teammates on the side of Vitality. Is there still this need for you to prove that Fnatic's the better team, that they never should have left you?
I mean, I don't feel like I have to prove something, but if you have to prove something, you're gonna prove it today for sure, but I mean, they're my friends. I enjoy playing games, so like I don't have any like thing to say, you know.
Of course, I get that as well. But last week you had a little bit to say when you were coining yourself the best Killjoy. That was it the region in the world? Where did that stop?
I think it's in the world.
Okay. Is there anything else we're going to add to the list today that you're the best in the world of?
Maybe player.
Player, duelist, maybe.
Let's see, I don't even know what am I gonna play, so.
I like it. I feel like that's a good way to end it. They're not sure exactly what he's gonna play, but they're definitely gonna show up today. Thank you so much for joining me, Alpha.
Thank you.
Well, he wasn't sure on what he wanted to give me in terms of what he's gonna be playing today. Maybe he genuinely didn't know either, Minnie, but he did know that he was gonna be putting himself up there, best Killjoy in the world, best player in the world now.
Yeah, I mean, I think Alpha was holding back even despite saying that. Like, I could tell he was like, no, I'm the best. Like, I can read him, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that he, going into this game as well, having that kind of mentality, I think is going to be great for them.
Well, they're going to need it because they're coming up against Vitality. Actually, I should say it the inverse way, right? They don't really need it because they're coming up against Vitality. Maybe people aren't really aware, but the fact that right now, over the last 5 years, it's been 8-0 for them, so Vitality need to step it up to another level.
And one of those people who was consistently beating Vitality was actually Durka, who now finds himself on Vitality, and last week had a criminally good game against Giant X on that Neon. Neon, historically not an agent that I associate with Durka, but it looks like he's been grinding those ranked games, sliding in with the judge, maybe inspired by some of that Danby nonsense at Santiago.
Yeah.
But my question today is that can he do that against a team like Fnatic? In kickoff, we saw him not quite there in the matchup, and it's a lot easier against a team like Giant X. And so I wanted him to continue that performance.
Yeah, the pressure really is on Darka today, because if he can perform like how he did in that game, then that should put Vitality in a good position throughout this match. And I think as well, when we look at Darka, it is picking up weapons like the Judge, like you mentioned, Minnie, like the Operator. He was finding so much value, but if you're Fnatic, you do your prep. You know what you're going into when it comes to Darka.
Well, it's not just Durka that he had that good showing last week. One of his teammates, Chronicle, didn't really have the best showing, and I wanted to get to the bottom of it, so I chatted with him before our series started. Standing next to me is Chronicle. Normally, I feel like we're saying you're the star player, but last week, it wasn't your best performance. What sort of happened last week for you there?
Honestly, still don't know.
Yeah, you're watching the VODs, not sure.
It's hard to explain. We watched the VOD. I looked at it as well individually. honestly, not really much to point out. It was maybe a little bit of unlucky game as well from me, and also maybe I was less energetic than usual, but we'll fix that in this game.
Okay, so it's fully changed. You're full energy. You're going to bring it to Fnatic.
Nah. Nah, but it should be good. It should be good.
Okay, all right, I like that because that is the worry that we had, you know, what Chronicle was going to show up today because there is this head-to-head record that I'm sure you're aware of. Fnatic always having the number of vitality. Does it change today? Do you feel like you're going to be the one that changes it?
Of course, yes. I mean, I wish so, but honestly, let's see what happens because we are still not confident of what they will bring to us. Like, if I will compare it, it was like literally our previous match as well against them. We felt like we were confident enough to beat them, and after that, obviously, we got smashed. Maybe this time will happen in absolutely reverse way. So, who knows?
Okay, I like it. There's a little bit of mystery still there for it. Now, I was just speaking to Alpha, and he was saying last week that he's the best Killjoy in the world. Do you agree with that statement, that he might actually be the best Killjoy in the world?
I mean, if he's happy to be just the best Killjoy of the world, then it's okay. But I think his ambitions are way higher than this.
What would you have him being the best in?
Of course, yes.
Of course, okay. Chronicle, thank you so much for joining me. I look forward to the matchup today.
Chronicle getting a bit cheeky there, but what I really liked in that interview was him just brushing off last week completely. I think that's like really expected from him. Like he is essentially the GOAT of Valorant at this point, and I think one of those reasons is just because he's so stoic. Like I think he's by far the most stoic player I've ever coached. Like he's not gonna let 1 week get him down. Like he'll be back to his normal self this week, I believe.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think as well, if you can be able to push past that, I mean, we did look at last week and we're like, oh my gosh, that's one of the worst performances probably in his career history. And I think that's the right approach, right? To just kind of brush it off and go to the next one.
Well, you're always going to face hurdles when it comes to playing professionally, whether that's having bad showings personally, or maybe it's your team doesn't win the skirmish. Let's see exactly what our results were for our first skirmish here.
Ah, damn. Hold on, my muscles are getting in the way. Ah! I start off hard, baby!
I need flowers. Fast. He needs flowers.
Yes!
The muscles. He's camping. Yes, come on, the bees are coming. No, the ball's buff. Okay. Aim at his head, bruh. The sting, he has no protection in his head right now. One sting, and it's a man down. The ball buff is incredible, bruh. He reminds me of Derken. Who's the biggest muscle man? Even the strongest man.
Sorry.
No?
Yeah, he's having a joke around with his players because winning the skirmish, how good does it feel?
Absolutely amazing. Like my confidence have never been higher than this. Look, he's already late because he's scared.
Apparently you're scared, Boaster. Were you cowering in the corner, not wanting to do the...
Just peeing out the demons, you know?
What happened? What happened in the skirmish? Did you just feel like you wanted to give them a charity win, considering they haven't won in the last 5 years?
I felt like he was shift walking a lot more than he told me before the game, that's for sure. But maybe it was the sound system, because I didn't hear him once.
Yeah. Mental edge already taken.
Okay, but genuine question. Do you feel like the skirmish, that's just the start to many more wins and many more maps you'll take off of Fnatic today?
Yeah. Momentum keeps going, you know. Never stops.
Okay. And about Boaster, do you think you'll just absolutely hunt him down when you get into the server?
Yeah, I think if it's 1v1, you know, I'm not gonna be peeking, so just like in the skirmish.
I'm gonna bend you over, little boy. No,
All right, I feel like that one, we just need to see exactly how it'll play out. We've got Vitality coming up against Fnatic for you right now.
Smoke on my vision so hazy. Shots in the dark, you made me fall. Decisions in the past, what made me? All these eyes on me, can't breathe. Gotta keep from falling. Keep calling. Take a risk, even though just keeps running. I'ma put it right aside. But it won't be falling.
choice words that both Boaster and Yampy had for each other there. Do you feel like that mental damage was done? Do you think that could have been a little bit more, Minnie, when you're seeing that? When you were a coach,
Well,
you wanted your players to have more?
Mental damage was done to me with Boaster's last quit, to be honest.
I mean, Boaster is wearing a bald cap. Like, if that's not enough mental damage, I don't know what is. But coming into this one, we obviously see the map veto come through. I think Fnatic banning out Pearl, that's kind of a giving. Vitality still continuing to ban out that Fracture, so we're not going to get to see it in this series. Fnatic picking up Split here, though, Minnie.
Yeah, honestly, nothing really strikes me as like super outside the box here. Both the bans make sense. I think the picks overall make sense. Fnatic historically a very good split team. I expect them to be running the double duelist with Alpha on Raze. On the flip side, it'd be really interesting if Sayonara is going to fill into that second duelist position. Hasn't been playing it yet with Vitality, but this is the map for it.
I think as well, something that's interesting for me is Vitality choosing to select that Breeze over the Haven here. I think maybe potentially saw a couple of gaps in Fnatic's there, and I think Fnatic deciding to start on the defense when it gets to Breeze is really pivotal for this series.
Look at our keys for victory, right? Because you guys have talked about it. You kind of picked Fnatic apart a little bit. We get to be critical of a team that has the legacy that they do. Better team fighting and foundations for themselves. The trading needs to be there, but for Vitality, it seems way more simple and easy to hit the victory.
Yeah, I mean, there is a few more things here, but Durka being the spear here for Vitality is really big. When he's on it and got momentum into a game, if he starts off hot, then Vitality are in a very good position to win this series.
I think what we meant by the Durka key to victory is the fact that he was in such great form last week. We want to continue to see Vitality activating him in this series, and you know, we kind of already highlighted that in the pre-show.
Yeah, we did, and we're seeing now our players taken to the stage. They've warmed themselves up mentally, emotionally, however you wanted to say it, when they're doing their team huddles, and they've sat themselves down in their Razor chairs. They're ready to have a lot of comfortable fun here, and seeing, as we now know, the map veto, some things that could potentially come out here. Billy, where exactly do you think the highlights are going to be for the side of Fnatic when it comes to players?
Well, I think it's actually really interesting to touch back on the keys to victory, because last week we had said that Fnatic, we want to see them get back to setting the meta. We want to see them actually being able to find their identity. And now we're in a position where we're like, okay guys, just clean up the fundamentals. Like, just get back to basics almost, because they were being innovative last week. And I think that was really nice to see from them. I think in terms of individuals, players that we're looking out for is that Kayak and Alpha double duelist. It was such a highlight last week, and I'm looking for that to continue on this week as well.
Yeah, I think Split is a very simple map in terms of, I know they're going to be playing double duelist. They're not going to be doing anything too wacky, and that lets them focus on those fundamentals. I think, again, Alpha on the Raze is a huge win condition, but the man on our screen here, Kayak, he's not had the greatest start of the year so far. Last year, arguably the greatest player in the world. This year, it's not looking like that at all.
But I think it's fair to say Kayak did take a little bit to warm up last year as well before he did end up finding himself becoming one of those best players in the year. And like you said, Minnie, we are going to see Alpha on that Raze, and it looks as though we're going to see Kayak on the Neon. Kind of similar approach to what we've been seeing from Fnatic throughout this stage so far.
Yeah, it's typical Split, double duelist. We see very similar competition probably coming through from both teams. It's about explosivity. My eyes are on both Alpha here and Sayonara if he ends up locking in this Raze. The Raze here on Split, I think, is one of its strongest maps, and I think in the meta now with the duelist nerfs, I think Raze is becoming an underrated option. And Sayonara's first time duelist on Vitality.
Yeah, that's definitely exciting to see. I think as well that something that will really be a key here for Vitality is how quickly have Yampy and Sayonara been able to build up that synergy. We know that Fade and Raze are great agents that work together so well, specifically on this map, when we think about the choke points and trap plays that they can set up in mid-space, in the mains as well. And I think that that's the key difference between Fnatic and Vitality's composition here, is looking at those initiators and how much value they can get out of the Sky versus the Fade.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think the Astra versus Omen is also interesting. I think this is very much an Astra map. It's just that Prophet is more comfortable in that Omen. I think Bosa's got a bit of a duty here to stop those fast hits coming in on Vitality's attack side. Get those grab wells down, try and support your teammates across that map.
All right, well, now we have it all locked in there. Do you guys want to put it out there of exactly where you think this one's going to be going for map number one? Because it feels like you're liking exactly what both teams are bringing. The fact that they are doing something that's comfortable for each of them.
I think this is a must-win map for Fnatic because I didn't really like what I saw from Breeze last week, and Vitality clearly saw the weaknesses that I saw from Fnatic's Breeze. So I see this being Fnatic favored.
Fnatic favored there, Bill. You'll have to wait to have your words here because we'll see exactly if the momentum continues, like Yampi said, from that skirmish, or if Boaster's final words are going to ring true here for map 1.
Well, time moves on, but this matchup seems to have stayed just the same across all of Valorant's history. Players might change, but the result always swinging to Fnatic. But might change here today. Vitality stepping on the stage with that missing piece, and we've already seen Sayonara look fantastic last week.
Yeah, he looked very good. I think Durka looked even better, and I think he's going to be more so the focus for me. Because I think Durka, when it has come to those sort of weaker teams, he farms. Like, he goes around, he runs around like it's nothing, destroys people. When he came up against Fnatic, it definitely wasn't the case, and I think that might just be the barrier I want to see this roster try and get through is, do you have enough to beat Fnatic? Because there's been many fantastic rosters within our region, but Fnatic is the one that always sits at the top.
That's it. No more true in this matchup than anywhere else. For Vitality, from the very get-go, they're on Fnatic's map, on split, and starting out on the attack side. A chance to set the pace, set the tone of this series. Right from the very first barrier up already, pressure towards B. The spike was being taken in that direction, but it's not even the utility that slows them down. This was never intended to be a hit, but merely to open space, and it has done just that. Look at where Sayonara has managed to slither his way into. That's going to be a really big payoff coming in the late round if they can make the most of it.
Yeah, it's if they go back in that direction. I wonder if his goal is to almost just try and catch any rotations. If they were to go that way, it seems like they're still fixated on this B side of the map, where Fnatic do have the right read. 4 players ready and waiting for this take to come in. Sayonara on the first fight has already lost it. Now the rest of them make their move, and into the blender they go. Everybody on the Fnatic side just waiting for them to make a push. And with a spike down and 2 players already tagged low, it's already looking like a pistol in Fnatic's favor.
A really good awareness of the space that they gave up. I think hinging a lot of responsibility for that round on Crashies. If an A hit did come through, especially a mid-split through vents, he would have been in a lot of trouble. His position was up on the rafters right here. And it's a risky spot to be in if you get split. You're not really going to get out of there, especially as the Sky. You're popping those flashes, but stacking up the strength on this side of the map. This round seems already done. Very much uphill battle, no time for him to even get close, to be honest. Chronicle will end up dropping a few here. Some orbs to be farmed, but the time gone, the round secured, and for Fnatic, the playbook's already working out in their favor.
Yeah, good read from them off the rip. I think that's always going to be the case in these sort of matchups.
1 enemy remaining.
We talk about the coaching half.
No problems, baby.
The coaching staff there. Of course, he's talking about the fact that there's no extra bonus of credits because Chronicle actually stays alive. So you can see he's invested a little bit here, but now has quite a bit less than everybody else. So we'll see if those loss of credits will make him suffer into the next. Or if he can do some damage. No, immediately down.
A.
Well, they've still got another weapon, but not going to be too good on range. Up against a Vandal, up against an Outlaw as well. Although I can see Crashies potentially offering an opportunity. It is, of course, the bookie in the hands of Durka that now very quickly fell to the floor. A pistol for Prophet, perhaps, could be the next bastion of hope for Vitality. But really in this round, with decent investments, damage is all they're looking for. It's actually the weaker weapon of the lot, the lowest of HP on Sayonara, and he's the one to take a kill. But how much more can they get? How much more damage can they apply to Fnatic? Alfier's making sure it's next to none. Beautiful double, and a closer from Kayak. Just a shot away. There it is, a 2-0 start for Fnatic. Convincingly at that, the game plan on the pistol, rotations, no panic, and now they dominate in the fights. Although Vitality are about to have their big guns.
Yeah, I think Alfier is a massive talking point in this series. If you go back to their first matchup, and even in the map that they lost, he was dropping 33 kills. So the guy has been on, coming back for stage 1, and was on when they were playing back at kickoff as well. Definitely trying to pick up the mantle of where Chronicle left off, and so far he's been doing that. Still though, a long way to go in this series, and a few vulnerabilities as Vitality come in with their first fire round.
Well, the pressure being applied, blood in the water, that's what Vitality think they're sensing, and it certainly seems to be the case. Crashies and Kayak overrun, and let's see how Vitality handle this post plan.
Spike planted.
Guys.
I'm taking flash down.
Nice.
Just leave. Rat, heaven picking. City right now. Nothing. Yeah, race City.
Can we double pick heaven?
Yeah,
Just
yes.
one, two.
I carry main now. I have your main. Can you jiggle main right now, Yampi?
Stefan has it.
I have main.
I'm throwing off heaven.
I'm with you.
City, both city.
Enemy remaining.
Nice! Come on,
bro. Oh, and it's so flawless. Not a bad round to listen in. You can hear those sort of moments where they're just clearing out additional angles, making sure they peak at the same time, making those switch-ups. But these are the sort of things we were seeing from Durka in that early match. Those super aggressive takes, fast pace from Vitality in towards that A site. And then the fact that Durka is able to close out the round at the end, a 4-piece for him. A turn of tides, a first on the board, but of course for Fnatic, this is where they can just buy right back in and have their rifles.
Right there.
Yeah, no worries for that side. You could see, even at the start of the round, you said there were weaknesses there for Fnatic, and I think that's why we saw a much more direct approach from Vitality. Pressure those weaknesses, watch them buckle, and fill in the space left behind. But that's not going to be the approach this round. A default, spread across the map, holding for contact on the extremities, and pressuring that mid control. Such a big part of this map. Good sees as the orb goes down, and they'll get a pick off of it. Really nice utility and great timing from that attacking side. Now they can look to pressure the weaknesses because they've got the numbers advantage.
Yeah, big name to take down early. We're just talking about the impact we've seen. Durka has taken a bit of a tag though. And no Sky on their side in order to get the health back. You can see Kayak trying to be a little bit cheeky around some of those aggressive angles on A, and they have pushed up in B main as well. So starting to piece together where Vitality are going, but a lot of it will still be on Kayak.
Yeah, I mean, he is surrounded, and it looks like dropping in to help was Vakash, but he'll get nothing done. The leader of Vitality, certainly leading in the kill department in this one. He's taken every single player that's on the floor out of the round, as Fnatic only have Brashies left. The B-side duo were holding it down, and when push came to shove, a retake became a save. For them, carrying these weapons forward, the only port of call, and well, that's Vitality right back in the game early on. A 2-0 start for Fnatic, looking pretty convincing, but when the rifles come out, so far Vitality looking like the better squad. Early days, though.
Yeah, haven't had the time to sort of adapt, and I like the fact that Vitality is still having those sort of like early pressure in mid, falling back into one of those site hits. It didn't leave a whole lot of information for their opponents. And they're going to keep things nice and clean. Now, for the Fnatic side, they're still going to have a few credits in their back pocket. It'll be interesting to see if they're able to get that buy perfectly back onto the table. Of course, Crashies and Boaster holding on to a gun might force their hands, but it's also possible that they opt to light buy here just to make sure that they're not taking too many risks early on, because, of course, we know that
has arrived on the server.
I do want to see more of sort of him versus LaRock. I feel like it is just two guys who are like, they're going to be talking smack the entire time. Maybe Sayonara doing it in a slightly calmer manner, but I almost think that's going to be such an entertaining game to see later on.
Well, we talked about this earlier on in the intro to the game, the fact that Fnatic, they tend to win this battle. You wouldn't normally say more often than not, but indeed it is just a flawless streak. And if you go outside of VCT, it extends further into Valorant history, but the result never changes. Fnatic win this matchup every time, but it's almost like the ship of Theseus. Like, at what point do Vitality become Fnatic? They've taken so many of the parts. This definitely seems to be, looking back at history, thinking of so many of those matchups that we were there for, and I can't remember feeling as worried about Fnatic as in this matchup, because last week's performance from them, although I think that's been gratified a bit by recent results, but Vitality looks sharp. This looks like a well-forged blade, and it's already tasted blood.
For me, this game actually just defines where both these teams are at. Like, I think that Fnatic beat a team that clearly in Eternal Fire are a terrifying force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, that game yesterday was
wild.
wild.
And then Vitality beat GX, who yesterday looked pretty poor.
Suboptimal.
So I think that
everything.
we're still yet to really find where both teams sit. We expect them both to be up there in the contention for qualification, so I don't think there's any doubt about that. It's just who comes out on top this time around. Hot flash ready, stun ready, and it's worked out wonderfully, but a stunned up Crashies can only get one with a rifle. Bear in mind, they didn't invest here, and smart from Durka just to make sure that, okay, they didn't have too many guns to play with, let's not give them any more.
He might not be singing, but I've seen that play before, that's for sure. Nasty stuff, just a contact flash up close. There is genuinely nothing you can do about it. A Boaster down, there's a return for Vitality to the lead, a 4 versus 3, the pressure off, but Vakash, he's gonna take the timing. He dodges the judge shots as well, the danger averted, but it looks like he'll back off, not wanting to continue the press on and what would likely be him throwing his life away. But Alpha's all alone, the rifle recovered, they're searching for it, and Chronicle, well, he knows Alpha's tricks. Certainly played with him enough to figure out his playbook. Now Vakash finds one, loses a lot of health, but recovers a rifle. This is still a dangerous round. I'm imagining that rifle's gonna go to Kayak. And I've seen stranger things than him clearing up 3 kills like this.
Yeah, all to the back of the site. Vitality players going exploring. It's going to be the bait, trying to give an opportunity to Kayak. Sometimes an opportunity is all he needs. 2 quick kills, leaving it down to him versus Durka. Bear in mind, Durka doesn't have a rifle to play with. He's got a stick on those closer angles. He was seen throwing guns out of the map, but a judge from that range will finish the job. A low buy from Fnatic that comes dangerously close, but Vitality do still take the round.
Yeah, you can fill his spots, but you can't fill his boots. Well played there by Durka. Manu could have met his end if Crashies was looking the other way. You see that Sky play again, it's just disgusting. And you're gonna see so much more of it now that Sky is back to the old reliable, with although longer timings, the refreshing flashes.
Nice, Durka. Come on!
We'll see her in this rotation much more often. A confidence builder for Vitality, now 3 in a row.
Face your fear.
And here's the rifles for Fnatic. The full buy and full aggression from Durka. He's ran it down, and he's not stopping anytime soon. Already in their spawn when the ult comes out, the up close in danger. And although the Sky Flash hits, Durka hits harder. The 3-piece, and the round in tatters with only Boaster left. A 1v3, but the first found.
Paranoia misses. Yeah, the rest of the utility won't, and it seems like it's been thrown across that he might just be low. Sat on an angle with a shorty. A close range battle, and Boaster's trying to give himself a little bit of space. Might not even realize that anybody was playing this close by. It's almost just a contact play, and the contact is enough. But the story of this round, yeah, it revolves around one man. They're throwing in a Nightfall just to give him more of an opportunity to get kills with the judge. This is terrifying. This man has definitely been watching those Danby demos.
The difference as well between last time when Fnatic went from a mix buy and Vitality came out aggressive. Then Fnatic get the rifles up and Vitality are respectful. They sit back, they wait, they look for aggression. And in this round, they say, oh, Fnatic have the rifles out again. Should we go back to respecting them, giving them the space, fighting them, brawling them for control? No, no, no. It's an execution. Barriers up and players down within seconds, and the advantage carries through to this round. Fnatic have pistols, a light buy across the board with only 1 player having shields, and even, or 2, sorry, and even then they're light shields, so that Outlaw gonna be a big danger. Durka, well, he keeps on going. There's the opening. They might not expect Boaster to be this close, and the Boombot's gone by. However, they're not silly enough to just go blitzing through that smoke.
Yeah, I think when you see a smoke that close.
Uh-oh.
Nice shot, though, from Kayak.
It's a spike.
I was going to say the main danger of this round is gone with the showstopper of Alpha, yeah, but there's always danger with the 10 individuals down on that stage. A decent amount of space picked up, but still a lot of unknowns for Vitality. And with that time slowly ticking away, 45 seconds, they do have to start to worry just a little bit. Constant use of those toxins, smokes, different piece of utility being activated, and surprise factor being caught. That was Yumpy trying to push towards the spawn. Again, that time is now down to 25 seconds, and they finally managed to clear Kayak. But as you mentioned, there was one unknown in this site.
Fnatic's leader, the leader of a lot of these players in the past, but Durka, well, he puts his old boss to bed. A plant found by Vitality, and the way back in now looking a lot more difficult for, well, impossible. Not for Fnatic, but for Vekaj, the last man standing, an ace on the cards for Durka. He's looking for it, but Prophet gets ahead of the action. 5 on the board, 5 in a row for Vitality on the attack side. They have taken full control of this game.
I'll be honest, it looked like Durka has spent the entirety of his break doing like the one-punch man training regime, where he's just got to a point where he's now unstoppable. He is running around like this is a death match versus his ex-teammates. Okay then, moving swiftly on.
Okay.
Hey, you know, Prophet's having a good time. He hasn't really had to do too much so far. He's 3-3, while Durka is 13-4 after just 7 rounds.
On the attack as well. It's a hell of a showing from him so far.
He's been going in first.
He's been going in alone at times with a judge. And again, alone, he rides into that sunset. Oh my goodness, he got so close to Alpha. Dropped him down to 30, Showstoppers traded out, but it's all Fnatic in the kill feed. Finding a double, stopping the push. Not even slowing it, but sending them back to main. And that's about as well as that could have went, especially with a Showstopper fired back in the other direction. He went for the heal. Instead, he's met the steal of the Outlaw, but only one. That's all Vitality have to work with. Even as Prophet TP's to side. No, Spike! What a shot! But he's got a player wrapping around his side, and Crashies holds tight on the angle. Fnatic finally back on the board with 5-3.
It seems like those B hits have definitely been a bit more of a struggle for Vitality. Like when they've defaulted back to A, the openers seem to come a little bit easier, but this really was just, can Durka go in alone, dodge a Showstopper, and get the openers? Well, the answer this time was no, and then the Showstopper the other way just doesn't quite land. And once they're stacked up in a crossfire, incredibly hard to break down. Prophet does give it a damn good try.
I'll show them.
Even still, though, I'm looking at that judge. Back in the hands of Durka. Now, this is not a financial decision. They have the credits to buy something better. This is just his weapon of choice. And kayaks.
Can definitely work out in breaking through that pit, get up close before the decay hits. He's already through to the other side, but hit by the snake bite. He's taking a lot of damage here. That's not decay. Just standing inside the snake bite's a bold move, and he'll get some of that health back from the way back out, but well, that judge player going to be much easier to take down. Normally, you've got to hit the headshot as they slide, but 2 to the body more than enough at this stage.
Yeah, he's got rid of the pit, though.
Yeah,
like,
it is a decent trade out.
That should have been far more difficult, but just the fear of what he has been able to do and not wanting to go back into a pit with Durka sat in a corner and a judge. That's why he waits there so long.
Yeah,
because he's expecting
guaranteed drops.
Vekaj to go back into position.
It's the nade as well from Sayonara that gets him into that spot in the first place. Like, you can see that this was the game plan from the get-go. They're likely to use their pit around that area. If they do, we know how to get it down.
Time is ticking, though. 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
They're starting to make way towards the B side, but the majority of players from Vitality are much closer to A. Still, 2 players going to be here. Alfia making his way back. Crashies has done well at a start, but there's still Kayak on this close entry. But they've gone a different way. They've gone past him, and Chronicle is expecting somebody to be within this. Currently, though, nobody defending, protecting the man on the spike. But they'll get the work done. Chronicle eventually, that backstab works out. Now Alfia needs to find a way back in. He hasn't done. Boaster, however, has.
I think as soon as Prophet gets the kill, you regret putting the pit up, but now you're going to be pretty thankful. Down to a 2v2. Boaster and Vekaj already quite low. And it looks like they're going to opt to play through the pit. They have a chance to drop out of heaven. But they don't want to re-clear that. A risky move, taking your low HP to virtually none. And, well, Boaster, an easy target. And so too will Vekaj be. They walk into the pit, but they will not be walking out. 6-3 for Vitality. And again, perhaps that round loss was just a blip on the radar. They've dealt with everything masterfully.
Yeah, even getting down to the last few seconds, I was very nervous when I think you see Kayak running through all of that utility.
If he runs in and drops the spike,
yeah,
the round's over. You've got 4 players
done.
on site, round's over.
I do think, though, we are getting to a point where we're going to see the most judge kills in a match of EMEA. Like, it's already getting out of hand.
It's a little wild. This is what we warned about in this meta. The neon is insane. Again, though, props to Chronicle, just looking back at that last round, for having the perfect read. He knew there could be a player in that corner, didn't overplay his hand, which could have led to the round loss. Instead, he's the one to interrupt what could have been the round-winning play from Fnatic. The Prophet can get out of here, no problem. With the A side already under their control, this is where you have a difficult decision. How much space do you want to push into, knowing that your opponents are on pistols? They're likely grouped up. And them taking you down as a free weapon back in their hands, swapping positions. Though Vitality using this deep space towards screens, but they need to launch into heaven. They can't stop the defuse from there. An extra control would be nice.
Okay, well, that's already half. Swing out from Dirk will deny it. Alfia and Vakash, though, are holding the line. Prophet now from above. They could just take him out. Vakash is going to land it. They had the idea to reclaim control, but instead, they're caught by the fact they gave too much up on the site and had to re-aggress back through the screens.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Like, you see so many players in screens. That's great if you can keep pushing, if you can get into heaven. But, I mean, again, we see the problem here. You're getting picked off on the side is one thing, but when that diffuse is tapped, you're forced into this fight. Breaking through screens like that with numbers, when the site's already been retaken, that's not a favorable fight for anyone to take. And now, Fnatic get another round on the board, chipping away at that lead from Vitality. 2 in it, and a tie still possible at halftime. Credits put into this by both sides, but it's Vitality who are starting to run a little bit low on a few players. Even still, they've gone for the op on Durka.
Yeah.
A bit of a different play style. I hope this isn't going to be used as a shotgun.
It's a completely different look. With Util being set up, I think that was just the counter to Vakash. Like, we've seen that a few times where he's just waiting to fire that snake button, basically to deny the judge. And now an operator face him, he's just not ready for it. Again, though, Fnatic don't just sit back. Immediate pressure on B main, immediate pressure on A main. They're trying to reclaim ground of positions that, well, basically to counter the fact they've completely lost mid.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a key piece of the map. It's why you see Vitality gearing up so quickly to take down the Viper's Pit earlier on from Fnatic there. You control mid, you control the map, and for Vitality, they have gained it and a man advantage. Utility thrown out by Yumpy. Those steps will be heard, though, as he moves back and runs down through water. Does Kayak think it's a fake? No. The call already made. Crashies on the rotate. And the B site will be reinforced if they wait a little bit longer, but Vitality getting ahead of it, already diving onto the site, dealing with Boaster. Alpha to be found on the back, but he lands one and a second. Holding his ground as backup arrives, swinging in for more. Alpha's hungry, and he was eating good for a moment. Kayak, oh, what a correction! He's found him. The Planto from Prophet pressured up close, and he'll be dealt with too. Wonderful round from Fnatic.
Oh, wonderful round from Alpha, yeah. Sure, he had some supportive utility to help him out along the way, but these are the moments that he has been bringing throughout kickoff, throughout the first game of Stage 1. And it seems like someone they're desperately going to need in this series, because the read, again, it was pretty decent at the start, like just getting rid of that player. And even managing to get a second opener, but it's just Alfia, a turret at the back of the site that seems to be using some sort of auto-aim because just doesn't miss from those moments.
And we heard it on the desk earlier. Mini said, and rightfully so, Alpha last year, towards the end especially, he looked like possibly the best player in the world. Damn, if he wasn't in the conversation for it, then you haven't watched a lot of Valorant. But this year he hasn't been able to hit that same stride. The kickoff curse wearing off. That was certainly a glimpse into the ceiling we've seen him reach many, many times in the past. Now aggression towards this B site, slow to follow up on the Nightfall, and Profek has no boots on the ground. He's isolated. Now when they burst through, there's a showstopper. There's Boaster stalling and stopping the show. Our Fnatic with 6-6 on the scoreboard, looking much better at the end of the half.
Yeah, for sure. A decent turnaround, leveling things up, and we've seen them have strong sides on either of this map. The question will be going forward is who is going to be the one to be able to take it? We'll find out after the break.
enemy remaining. Charlie, I face one. I kill.
Well, it's already looking like a more competitive matchup than what we saw over in kickoff, where Fnatic won dominantly. But Durka, the man who used to be under that banner, he has come in with a vengeance today. What a start from him, running riot with the judge, finding that op pick as well, mixing it up towards the end. I feel like this matchup's a bit personal for him.
Yeah, but to be honest, it felt like the one last week was personal to him as well. I think he's just thriving on the Neon. It's something we talked about was, does he have that sort of depth of agent? Is he going to be coming in on this Neon frying as hard as, well, everybody would like to see him? And the answer is yes. The fact is, though, even with him going 17-9 in this half, they've ended equal. Like, Fnatic managed to grind those rounds back and win a couple of close ones. I mean, now look to see going into that second half. Well, if this Vitality split is going to be a little different, because well, Minnie was talking about on the desk again the idea that he feels like Fnatic needs to win this one.
For both sides, I think that holds true. Deep play from Kayak and a double in the pistol, asserting his dominance with his wall up and a play in towards heaven. They have to back out on that defensive side. Vitality conceding the space, but they look to quickly get back in, and they're sent right out of the round by Alphair as Profex stands alone against a sea of red. It looks like the lead back into the hands of Fnatic.
Go, go, go.
Profex now been spotted.
Spike planted.
Like there's any chance here, and he's going to end up being closed out. An in-zone flawless for Fnatic, taking themselves that second pistol round at that.
Stuff has malfunctioned yet.
Getting themselves back into the lead. It was the buy rounds where we saw those comebacks, but these are the sort of moments I like to see from this squad, because we've been wanting for a while, even though we know Alphair as a Sentinel player is incredible. I think his Vice at kickoff was also something to really enjoy.
Yeah.
You put them two running at people together, and it is terrifying. And on the other side of things, it's like, sure, Sayonara, we're yet to really see much of his duelist. It was definitely highly anticipated. I think especially if we get a Phoenix at some point, I'm really excited. So far, his Raze has been a little bit lackluster.
Toxin screen down.
Come the pistols. The right click, well, they're getting a lot more opportunities than I think it should. That was a lackluster fight from the Raze indeed. Oh my goodness. Sayonara right onto Kayak, damage done already. It was the low HP player, the one caught up by the spam, but now with the Bucky close, this could become a costly round if much more is found. One we can accept, but now clearing that Bucky on 1 HP, he still had a chance. Yumpy spotted up top. Needs to get a bit closer for that one-shot headshot. Now within the 10 meters, the bandit can be so dangerous, but not a shot fired before he's put in the ground. 8-6, and Fnatic, well, another strong start in the early half.
Yeah, lead extended. Probably a little bit more expensive than they may have liked. I believe they managed to retrieve the third rifle, so shouldn't be anything too bad. But these are the moments now where we get to see if Vitality are going to climb back into things again. My worry is setting up Durka on that attack side, putting your utility in and sending him first. I can see that working. On defense, they kind of can just avoid him if he's the only one popping off.
Well, that's where you got to keep changing the playbook, keep them guessing. For Vitality, moving towards the B side, 4 players there early, leaving Chronicle passive, but now he's surrounded. Fnatic, they have a chance to pounce on him, but they don't quite know it. The site wide open, and let's see what they make of this situation.
I have ulti, chill out. Give me some now, I have my ulti, okay? If they try to retake, I'm gonna scare them with my ulti.
I have bet now.
I will just ulti and don't do anything.
I have a smoke for heaven in a sec, boys.
Is this elbow?
I'm just gonna ult now to make them scared.
Spawn, two spawn off.
It's fine.
I'm gonna smoke heaven, Austin. We might have to
So you
spawn
got it
together.
I'm
Spawn together.
Just planted default, boys, so...
You're coming out now.
Nothing,
I have a single.
nothing ramp. I'm gonna flash out spawn.
Out, elbow.
I got spam.
One after.
Now the old bottom time is ticking away, and the numbers on Vitality falling. Well handled here from the attack side. Good calls from Alpha. And the pumping of the brakes has somehow gotten them to the finish line. Well done. 9-6 now. And after Vitality clawing back into the game, getting into the lead, now they're starting to stall out.
Yeah, you can always, it's always nice to see the sort of theory of when that showstopper is used just for time. Like, you can normally guess when he's doing it, he doesn't push forward, but it is the plan the entire time from Alpha. It's like, okay, I'm going to use this, I'm not going to go in, I'm not going to risk my life, I'm not going to risk the time or anything, giving them a way back in. I just want them to sit there for a bit, because they can't risk doing anything while I have this ultimate online. And then they have to rush things. They have to move that a little bit quicker. And at a bonus round like that, such a huge ultimate to have online, and now a chance to really extend that lead to a point of maybe even no return.
Yeah, it's always nice to see those pieces of utility that you have your lower level opinion of it, of how good was it? Well, that comes down to how many people did you kill? And then
that won't
the higher
show up
level
on
of
your ACS.
Exactly. It won't show up in any stat. It probably looks bad on the stats because you'll just see ults fired versus kills. But in the end, the value found here is much higher indeed. Fnatic come into this round with a huge advantage, leveraged here by Vekash to get an easy double opener against the Pistols. As they looked for information, they found it, but at a heavy cost. Vitality locked out of the A site now as the plant is soon to come in. The man who is dogging is the one going for the plant, but he'll grab himself an orb along the way. And while they delay, that guy's just lighting up targets downrange.
Enemy remaining.
All right, he's going to try and get as close to that Viper's Pit, but still a fair few orbs away.
One from Seekers, though, for the next round. That could be very useful.
Sayonara. Dying to the spike might not necessarily be a bad thing. Picked up a Sheriff. Gonna get any kills from it? No, he can't. And as you said, looking for those Seekers online, and an in-zone flawless to boot. Fnatic looking very good on this attack side start.
Yeah, props to Kayak there. Just a good teammate, diving in, putting his life on the line. Once he gets his buddy an orb, by death or death dealing, it doesn't matter. A timeout called by Vitality this game. It was in close contention at the half. Kind of started to slip away on the defense. There is always time for them to come back into it, and we saw that from Fnatic as well. Keep in mind, they were 5-2 down at one stage and ended up neck and neck. But Vitality have to come up with answers, so it's time to touch base with Coach Powell.
Yeah, I think it's definitely necessary. The fact that you're seeing Durka 20 and 13 and the next highest kills on the board are 7. We talked about this being a star-studded roster of players who are meant to be stepping up, and on the other side of things, that is what's happening. Everybody performing, everybody on the line, no less than, of course, Alpha. And I think one of the most exciting talking points going into this sort of meta is that, okay, we saw a lot of teams switch early at kickoff and make those moves. They're the ones that made it to the international events. You talk about your BBL, your mates. We didn't really see Fnatic do it so much. They still lent into having that Senti. But Alpha now, he is leaning into those duelists. We saw him on the Waylay, Mitch, and he was absolutely cracked.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. I mean, he is hunting for that form that he found towards the end of last year. And right now, it's been a good few rounds shown from him, from Fnatic overall. A well-rounded showing in map number 1. But it's not over yet. 3 rounds away from locking in that 1-0 and taking another step in the, well, following the footsteps of history. This organization, always helmed by Boaster. They always find the victory. But the defense, a big test. Timeout just called. Op in for Sayonara, but it's on the B side. players with the rifles, the ones to hold the line, already vent control for Chronicle. If Alpha drops down there, he's a dead man walking, but if he's patient enough, he might just catch Chronicle on the way back through. They've got them surrounded on the defense. But it depends on who makes a move. Paranoia is being lined up as we speak. It's going to be fired in by Prophet with a dive from Durka. Nicely done. And they don't keep pushing either. They don't give Fnatic the chance to snatch back those kills.
I was a little worried for a second that if Chronicle gets pinched, it could be a quick bait back. And actually, he may still get caught, but it's the jump up from Vekaj. That's enough for him to lose his life. Now there really isn't a way back. Boaster trying to make space, and it is being watched for. They have started to telegraph the play in, and even a correction from Chronicle. There's the guy we know and love. An in-zone flawless right back at you from Vitality.
Yeah, keep in mind, it was last week, right? Kron had his tied lowest performance
a bit of a stink
ever, which was a real surprise, considering they won. But
dominantly.
Dominantly indeed, which I think does point towards why that would happen. He wasn't needed as much in that sense. But there were a lot of duels that we wanted to see him hit this for.
Nice, Timo!
That was a nice little spray as well. Like you said, going from the dog straight into the headshot. They thought they had him with that. But
yeah.
He's quick on the trigger. No notes on Fnatic's side, but yeah, when he hits those shots, there's not much you can do.
Sayonara into the operator, not something we've seen from him just yet.
Okay.
Has worked out wonderfully. I mean, we mentioned Alfia in his form, and taking him out early has always been helpful. The thing is, though, there's been so many players performing on this Fnatic side. Kayak not going to overstay his welcome as they do look to put that pressure down mid. Flash through will be heard. And Chronicle's just committed himself to the vents, not wanting to overface in middle.
I like what Vitality did, delaying the reveal until the Viper wall's down on the other side, guaranteeing them the information. Right now, they know there was one outside A main, but they're keen to take control over mid rather than force that issue, and it's the right play. We'll get them here early to back up the site where Sayonara finds one, but that sells the ruse that there's no one else here. And now they find out the hard way that Prophet was hiding in the shadows. The spike recovered at least. It had dropped down as the player fell.
30 seconds
But getting to the site, finding the plant, you're up against 5 and a showstopper. The op, you know, not even the least of your worries at this point. The hope here is that Kayak can hold the line, that they can bait out a fight. There's the first at least, but they all come swinging right after. Vekaj, for one of the biggest clutches we've seen from him. He'll do well with the first, but that's all she wrote.
Yeah, solid stuff. The complete change of dynamic once Sayonara got that operator in hand, like just able to take those contact positions. But as you sort of said, there always seemed to be a second layer. Like just having Prophet in this position, having Yumpy swing out with the rest of the players just behind him. It made it impossible once that advantage had already been gained. So 2 rounds now, the difference. Again, both pistols going the way of Fnatic. You might look at this and go, okay, they've got a decent lead still. They're not too far behind, but they only really came back into this map late in the last half. It wasn't like it's been a dominant showing from start to finish. And if we start to see some of those other players other than just Durka, as we have now with Chronicle, Sayonara, this map could still go back the other way.
As we said, the last half, make no mistakes, it was a strong start from Vitality, 5-2 up, and Fnatic got their way back into it in the end. It took a minute to find their legs, but once they did, they stood tall. Oh, the leg's not even found there by Alfie. Oh, I almost feel like he's been hard done by that. Shot not landed. And they're going back in. It will be off. Hello? I thought it would be off utility. Instead, they've just tried peeked in. Attempt to jump peek to get the shot, to get Sayonara on the line, and he did get on the line. He even found a pick for it, which I think they're fortunate to have at this point. For Fnatic, not accelerating on the back of it. 45 seconds. No stranger to the slow rounds, but it is strange seeing Vekaj on the other side of the map. They're going to need to piece this one together quickly, and as he comes up, there is a big mid push from Vitality filling in this space. It's all down to if they're looking in the right direction, and of course Kron was holding it.
Well, the worry as well, a faster execution, they're going to go straight into that operator, but also a potential showstopper. I don't think they're going to need it. And a fadeaway shot from Sayonara. leaves one man standing. Alfia, well, he's dealt with the boombot, but there's so much more to come. Again, the paranoia is held into the late round. Again, the stuns are coming his way, and again, the trade is immediate. 3 for Chronicle, 9 now for Vitality, and that lead has diminished to 1.
I'm very eager to see the replay here. If we've got the perspective, yeah, that's so unlucky. If we've got the perspective of Sayonara, that shot was fine, but when he's up in heaven, he's full smoke. The smoke blooms. He's lost sight completely.
It's just timing.
Yeah, that's ridiculous now. He's counted in his head. Okay, pop.
Looking for a new career as a beatboxer.
I'll tell you, he's looking so happy. In the interview earlier as well, he was smiling ear to ear. I've not seen him that happy in a long time. And well, the performance is matching up 9-10. 1 round behind. Momentum there for Vitality. Challenge though for Profak. In they come. Paranoia's good. And so is the judge. He's got backup too. And there's no chance for Kayak. He thought he could pressure Profak, but no. Oh. With all his friends close by, Boaster. And double. He's got more on the cards. Vekaj to finish off the dinner. And now a 3v2. The advantage to the attackers that were falling like flies moments ago.
Darker. Not the weapon of choice, but then you look at what they've got. The Viper's Pit might not even help Fnatic here. That's why they're just pausing, waiting patiently. Cosmic Divide to cover off Heaven, but both players from a lower position. The Gravwell being used to try and move Durka and where he stands. Teammate trying to cover him off, but there goes the judge, there goes Young People. Now it is left all onto Durka. Gonna try and just get back potentially to a rifle or even just sell the Seeds of Doubt.
30 seconds left.
Boaster's been on form in this round, but he's got to try and figure out where his previous duelist, where a man who helped him win a couple of trophies is sitting, and he's slowly piecing it together, slowly looking around those different positions, and now knows exactly where he is, but I believe that is a rifle potentially picked up. No, now he's got a gun in his hand. Timing is going to be everything. He will get the planted, but is trapped in the corner. The shot needs to be landed by Boaster. Durka just spamming away, and eventually he gets the job done. It's close for Boaster, but now that scoreline comes all the way back to level.
Yeah, that's it, the strength there for Durka. Yeah,
by the way, he's just standing spamming the body. Like,
several magazines into the tree.
Oh, he's gone and got another gun and is now spamming the body with a different gun. There we lifted, there you go.
Back in. The round's still going, man. Ticking away.
He's been doing that the entire time. This is, by the way, this is not the gun that he got the last kill with.
Second gun. Well, this is Boaster's gun, right? There it is. And fire a few more in for good measure. Well, that's a hell of a round. And I think for Durka, yeah, the strength there not coming just from his individual ability, but the fact that he plays the clock to his advantage, running that time down, knowing that, yes, he's trapped in a corner right now, but Boaster's not going to push him.
Fnatic have taken the timeout after that, so they had to watch him for 20 seconds spam the body and then go into a timeout.
Yeah. But he ends up swapping positions, right? Durka was trapped in the corner, then Boaster ends up in the same position. The shoe on the other foot, just thanks to patience and a little bit of jiggle peeking. And indeed, as you said, a timeout now from Fnatic. Vitality have caught up with them. This is the last timeout that Fnatic have available to them to get them all the way through this home stretch. But we are looking at 4 rounds in a row. And that one coming very close, but off of a phenomenal round from Boaster. You can't rely on the individuals to put all those pieces together. And this is where they go back to the drawing board one last time.
Yeah. All I'm going to say to Fnatic, I give you full permission to do that to him once. Can we not do that every round? I don't want to be here for an extra half an hour just watching people spam bodies. we could be here all day, especially with the back and forth that we've had. 4 rounds in a row for Fnatic, 4 rounds in a row for Vitality. But it is the last 4 in regulation that will matter most. A lot of ultimates as well for Vitality to play, but that's kind of the terrifying prospect. That showstopper has been online for a while. Viper's Pit available as well. It is still there for Vekaj. I'm looking at Alfia potentially having his showstopper for this round. Some early presence towards A for Vitality though. That's where the success has been from Fnatic, so I kind of understand the logic of them potentially going this way, but at least for now, it's again another slow default.
The op, the danger, lurking in the shadows, and now set to strike, but, well, he's revealed his hand. They've taken Chronicle in a spam through the orb. And Fnatic, no bruises, no scars to show for that early fight. They've got mid control exceptionally well, and Alpha's patience pays off as the extremities are pushed. This whole round was Fnatic 3 on mid and 1 holding each extremity. Towards B main was Alpha, and Vekaj still holding the line on A, gives them that space that they'll now look to fill into. The A site, as we can see, a little bit less defended. So they've played this one perfectly, although Dirk is here quite quickly. I would normally say with the judge, I don't know how much he can get done, but I've seen how much he can get done. This is still a dangerous round.
Oh, he's managed to deny the showstopper. Nightfall utilized by Yumpy. And Sayonara is used the showstopper as well. They're trying to pad the gap with the ults, but the gap can't be padded. It is around still the way of Fnatic. It got dicey for a second, but they hold on.
I stand corrected. You can rely on Boaster to keep putting 3Ks up for individuals to carry you forward. Fantastic round from him. And yeah, sure, Durka gets a lot done, cancels out, again, the initial plan for that entry. This wasn't a buy-in time showstopper. That's one that should be finding you a kill when you're blitzing into the site, but rarely do you expect them to dive at you as you're diving at them. 11 for Fnatic, thanks to Boaster stepping up to the plate and hitting nothing but home runs. Round 22, and a chance to put them onto map point.
Oh, it's risky from Sayonara. Wants to reposition. Now, has given up a lot of space in mid. Now, if he's on the other side of the vents, you've still got the Viper's Pit on A, but then no real route to get there. But because he's moved, they could now split towards the A side with no cover. Now, you can see on the map, he's rotating back around once again. And Althea is just being posted up as an aggressor to try and deny B main control, but he's not going to risk facing off against multiple players.
Well, that's the advantage, obviously, of them not being able to see their opponents on the map. Vitality left the gap. There was a good timing there for Fnatic to exploit it, especially with the Neon. They don't know that. They're going to go blitzing in towards Heaven willy-nilly and potentially run into a stack, or at least a player waiting for them. Said they work the map. They try to pull rotations, but that has only led to Sayonara now being in the perfect position at just the right time, but the shot doesn't land. His teammate inside of a pit. This op mostly isolated in this battle. The wraparound, though, comes in from Durka. The TP from Profek. Deep Viper's Pit. This is cutting the rotations. They're going to B. They know that A site's more heavily stacked now. Fnatic have played them. And it's only going to be Yumpy who stands in their way. The slide from Kayak deals with him. And Vekaj out of the pit, just looking for the decay. Okay, they actually managed to deal with him. And in a 4v3, this is far from a certain conclusion for the defense, but time is an issue. And with Alpha where he is, he could end the round all by himself.
Player standing.
Running through the Cosmic Divide will be enough for the round to go the way of Kayak. He's a man that I think should have been dead. The fact that Yumpy's just unable to do anything, gets his wrists broken. This is it. It just makes no sense. And then they heal him back up. He's ready to go and gets 2 more kills in the round. But that's just, again, though, we talk about this squad, and the one sort of element that none of the players have been able to recreate without Boaster is those mid-rounds. The mid-rounds of this team have always been some of the best in the world. And to realize immediately that there's a stacked up site, even with your Viper's Pit down, and running back the other way, is brilliant.
Well, Vitality, it was a phenomenal start. Keep in mind, this is Fnatic's pick. They built strength quickly. But in the end, Fnatic, the old power, hard to dethrone, hard to deal with. In the last few rounds, Boaster's been the one that's hard to deal with. He's got the operator now, at least as a secondary. And we've seen him do a lot with it in the past, but... I misread that. I thought he was going to throw... I thought because he didn't have the early fight, he's going to throw it away, take the rifle, and go sight. He's keeping the op. Now, okay, I like this. I like betting on yourself. We move towards the A site. He's got a chance. He has got a real chance for a pick if Profek was to swing out. But the smoke goes up. He'll be denied back.
The weaponry advantage is massive. Sayonara. Gonna do a little bit of damage, but he gets domed! Alpha, yes, sits him down. Dirk has been able to respond back into the hands of his judge, still with overdrive available. 25 seconds on the clock. This time, the Vitality players are in the right place at the right time. None more so than Chronicle.
That flank is going to end the round. They just have to hold the line, and Dirk has done so much damage. Chronicle cleans up, and another round for Vitality. The game not over yet. This map, well, it's going to go the distance, and maybe then some. Vitality have looked good here on the defense, and it looked for a moment like Fnatic had all the answers, especially with that opener from Alpha. But the fact that Dirk steps in and just says, "Oh, nice op, man. I used to do that."
I was going to say, if Dirk doesn't win this map, he's going to be livid. Like, he has been playing out of his skin.
27
like, you were watching him swap to a rifle he picked up, headshot someone, swap back to the judge, get in position, and then delay them enough for Chronicle to get those kills. Like, even when he's not killing everyone, he's helping others kill everyone. It has been one hell of a map from him, but now we look at the other side of things, and that extra operator now looks like a bit of a costly expense. Boaster down to a stinger. In fact, the same for Crashies as well.
I'm out of here. Sock it.
Kayak accelerating towards the vents, and Kron for a second thought about giving him the fight, but he's thought better of it now, waiting for Sayonara. They can peek this together, though, up on the ropes. Snakebite's even sent in. Kayak almost goes down on the way out. Luckily, they won't press. Oh, Boaster's running in. He's taking that control very quickly. I was going to say, Vitality not pressing the issue, but then Fnatic very nearly do. With a judge waiting on one side and Chronicle in the vents on the other, there's no easy choice. But Sayonara's just come into heaven, backing up this squad. They've heard it, though. They know this man was previously towards vents. Now he's up in heaven. The weakness should be here, but Kron slips out just as they round the corner. But the healed Kayak ready for the fight. Draws first blood.
Might need to be healed again.
30 seconds left.
Time once more is ticking. And Dirk has gone down. It's going to be left on Yumpy. It's been a quiet game for him so far individually. They're going to need him to stand tall. First comes easy. The rest are going to be a bit more difficult. It's awkward, but he's done well. At least manages to take two. This gives time for Sayonara, but he gets done trying to get past it. To close it. It is a close first map of Split. But Fnatic in the end, they'll get the job done.
They've taken it at the finish line, but it's only map one. History always favors Fnatic, but up next, Breeze, the map of Vitality. A chance to bounce back, but for now, before the break, let's hear from Kayak.
Yeah, you're already telling me about it. Why don't you say into the mic exactly how that map went for you?
Oh, stressful map, you know. We were 10-6 up at some point, and they came back, and we finished it strong, but close map, close map.
Yeah, it felt like maybe a little bit of a neon diff happening there on map one.
It's just a judge diff. I cannot play judge. Like, it's not my gun. I'm a phantom guy. Like, what can I do?
Look, sometimes it happens, and you do have map 2 coming up. It's Breeze. What's going to be different compared to Breeze last week for Fnatic?
I think you're just gonna see.
Okay.
We're gonna see when we start playing, so.
All right, well, hopefully that's going to be soon. I'll let you go back, join the team. Make sure you guys are sticking around because you want to see exactly what Fnatic's going to bring to Breeze.
Maybe they think I put glasses because I'm gonna play Chamber.
I'm not sure about that, but...
You want to play? Let's play.
Oh, he kind of looked like Chamber a little bit. I see it. I was like, who is this guy?
Bonjour.
Say what you will. In the EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Durka's popped off on Neon. Is this agent a strategic focus for you guys during practice recently?
Yeah and no. I think it's obviously, like, you look at players like Danby, it was pretty well exhibited in Masters. You can see there's plenty of ways to abuse it. Durka's a very, very high variation duelist player if he wants to be as well, and enjoys playing lots of things. We've not really had to focus on it much during practice. It's just he found himself incredibly comfortable, especially playing with his judge, and he loves it, so he has a lot of fun with it in practice. So we let him run with it, and as you can see, he can absolutely pop off when it counts as well. So not much work that we need to do, not much focus we need to put on it when he's something he loves naturally.
Nice to hear that Vitality have been leaning into things that Durka seems to be enjoying naturally, and I feel like the Neon did have its moments throughout that map. It almost felt like Durka and friends at points, Minnie.
I remember a few months ago, actually, Durka in the DMs telling me how he was actually practicing Neon already. He was like locking it in every single ranked game. He said, Minnie, I'm just buying the judge only and just like sliding on these noobs every single game. I can't wait to play it, kind of thing. And that's like how Durka is, you know? But it wasn't enough. So we got to kind of focus on Fnatic here. And I think that Fnatic did Fnatic things in some respects. They were down quite early, they lost momentum, and they've made a big comeback here. And I think the story for me was just how comfortable they just looked on split. I didn't think there was like a singular thing here that I can highlight. I think it was just fundamentals and good calling from both on their attack side. I think that it's just a map where they just look extremely comfortable on.
Yeah, I think that that's something that we were asking for them when we think back to the keys to victory coming into the day, Minnie, was just get those fundamentals right. And I think that they were able to completely deliver on that throughout this first map. I think as well, like Vikash clearly having a lot of highlight moments as well. We can see this one come up from him there. And I think as well, it was really nice to see Boxer pick up the operator, especially in those last kind of rounds, just showing that confidence that's really coming through from Fnatic.
Yeah, the attack side was where they shined completely. I think on defense, they had to scrape by towards the end, which is becoming a bit of a theme with the lack of Euro in these double duelist comps, and something I'm going to be keeping my eye on throughout this split. But on the attack side, again, yeah, it was Boaster mixing up that pacing and just understanding the map. Here, wanted to highlight though, on the left side there, Derek with 27 frags. At one point, I think he had over 20, and the rest of his team had like
7.
Under 10.
The next one was 7.
Next one was
yeah,
7.
It was ridiculous. And I think as well, like, again, I'm relaying it back to our keys to victory for this team. We thought about Vitality, you know, Derka keep going Derkin time. That doesn't mean everyone else just kind of stops performing. And I think that we kind of saw that throughout that map.
I think the takeaway here is partly that, but also they did lose both pistols here. They made it 13-11 on their opponent's map pick, a map that historically Fnatic are really strong at. Getting trolled by Boas and Alpha. Hey, Alpha! Hey,
screaming at Alpha across the stage.
I think that Breeze, though, is for Vitality to win this. I think that Fnatic didn't look comfortable in that first week. I think that Vitality are going to be looking a lot stronger on this map. So, despite having that loss, I still think that Vitality will be looking strong going through the series.
I think so as well. And obviously we do have Breeze coming up next, like you mentioned, Minnie. So let's actually hear what the Fnatic coaches had to say about Breeze.
You had a weak defense on Breeze last week. Do you feel more prepared today?
Yeah, I mean, we watched the VOD back, we made some adjustments, and I think obviously the defense didn't look that great. I think in general we had a slow start, so I think that made it look a little bit worse than it was. But yeah, we made some adjustments and we feel comfortable going into Breeze today.
Yeah, I think part of that defense, what we highlighted earlier, some of the team fighting looked a bit weird. I think specifically one thing to look out for was Boaster on that Harbor on the A site. I think that he was getting abused a little bit there.
Left on an island
Left on an island
yeah.
completely. It looked like he was getting rushed down quite a lot and having to just throw out walls, and it didn't look very deliberate. When I think about Fnatic, I think about a team that's doing stuff deliberately, and I didn't see that on that defense side. So I hope that they've kind of bucked up their ideas. But it's something that Vitality might be able to exploit there. I want to ask you a question quickly.
Yeah, go for
it. Do you
it.
think that Sayo will continue to go on that second duelist? Or do you think that, like, what comp do you think they're going to run?
That's interesting. I think that we've seen him pick up some Vipers, so it's going to be intriguing if they go down that avenue. But obviously, at that point, what does Kron play? Do we see Kron jump onto that Chamber? Could this be a Chamber Viper kind of composition rather than leaning into that double duelist? I think that's where I'm thinking they might go down.
I think
Do they play a Harbor? Like, am I even thinking way too ahead?
No,
Do they play a Harbor?
Prophet's going to be Omen. Prophet's going to be Omen, I know that. I think Kron will be Viper. Derek and Neon.
Dark and Neon would make sense,
And Sayo and Yampi's where I'm a bit not sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think that obviously we're used to seeing Yampi on the Yoru in kickoff, right? But I think that Sayonara coming back into this team offers them flexibility. So I think in that sense, I'm expecting to see Yampi back onto the Sova.
Okay.
Right? And then at that point, it is just a consideration of where does Sayonara jump onto?
Well, that's the thing. I've been really enjoying his solo gameplay in general. I think that his raise on the last map, the second duelist, was okay. But it wasn't like quite that star level. He wasn't matching Durka, certainly.
Yeah, I wanted to touch on that, is that when we were watching Sayonara on that first map, it's like you said, like we expect big things, right? This is someone that's been praised by former teammates, by his current teammates as well. Someone that's coming into this roster, the man that you see on your screen right now, you know, we switched away so fast.
I mean, talking about him, I really liked listening into those comms and hearing him. There was a post plant where he had a raise ult. And hearing Alpha completely controlling that post plan, saying, boys, I've got this ult, I'm going to delay time, just wait, I got it. Like, he completely controlled all the rhythm there in a way that's like, felt like a very experienced player. Like, when he first joined Fnatic, he was not like that at all.
And you need those kind of comms coming in from your duelist as well, especially if he's jumping onto that secondary one.
Ooh, Durka Jet.
Yeah, we're actually going to see a Durka Jet. I like that. I think that, you know, he's been able to pick up the operator a lot more. We're going to see Profek on the Harbor. That's exciting.
Oh, yeah.
That's
I didn't
really
see that
exciting.
either. Yeah, we get to see Sayonara on the comfortable Sova. Durka on his Jet. This map's beautiful for it. He's been farming all the time on this agent. Profek Harbor is the one that I'm looking at here is, what have these teams cooked up? Because I wasn't super impressed with Fnatic's Harbor last week. I think there were some inefficiencies on that attack side where they just kept walling up the same place as a Viper wall. So hopefully they've figured that out too, and Vitality can show us why Harbor is strong on this map as well.
Yeah, I think as well. I really like the Yampi being on the KO here.
Oh wait, as well, Fnatic changed from the ISO to the KO.
Oh,
the
so
ISO,
they did, yeah.
The ISO was not looking hot for Alpha last week at all. Who is he running? I'm sorry, I can't see you. I'm now. I've caught this one late, and I can't see who's running what.
I mean, I presume it is, right? I mean, who knows? We'll just have to let Mitch and Tom take that one. We'll find out in the server.
Well, it's time to jump on into this game. Map number 2, but now Vitality on their home ground. They wanted to battle on Breeze, and they come in a map down. But you know what? That looked a lot better than anything they showed in kickoff against this squad. Sayonara, the missing piece, and the puzzle looking a lot better. But now, the reverse sweep is needed. As we said, comfort at least where they start the bounce back.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested to see if the changes that are made will work, though, because although I'm a very big fan of Profek, when he is swapped away from the more standardized controllers, sometimes it goes very badly wrong. And I want to see if Harbor fits in that bracket or doesn't, because the other he played was Clove. It's a little bit different. You're basically playing a duelist that happens to have some smokes. On the other side of things, it does look like a move to more comfortable picks. Vekaj going over to that KO, and then Althea, who struggled a little bit on the ISO.
Aggression towards the B site. Fnatic taking a lot of space there, not pressing into the spawn, and you can see that's what Vitality were hoping they would get out of them. Waiting in the spawn for some fights that are not offered up, not found, and so to the A side they go. Fnatic still filling in that mid space, hoping Alpha can delay long enough with the snake bite. He gets it out, but 2 players already bursting out of main. The rest will follow shortly. But his reinforcements are arriving, and they are thriving from the side. Vekaj and Kayak with 2, 1 each, and Vitality have halted the push. Stuck inside of main, no map control, and Fnatic are wasting no time. Already filling in the mid space and looking to cut them off on the rotation.
Yeah, when you have Althea available to delay, the rest can go walkabouts, and the expectation is to go back the other way. A firing squad waiting, but a firing squad that loses both fights. The advantage quickly dissipates. And now they're hightailing it all the way to the B site, an open one at that. The high tide thrown through to give them the space to plant. And what looked like a done deal for what would have been a 3 out of 3 pistol now is up for grabs.
Very much so. The HP off Kron and Profek puts them within the danger zone. And some of these fights, especially against that Sheriff, but, well, they've got some low HP players on the other side. That was a good shot by Sayonara, traded back right away, but the reveal gonna get so much information. Oh, in fact, only catches the one up close, but they'll find the second round the side, or the second will find them. Boaster's done wonderful work in getting inside that cove. It has to be done now! And it comes down to a split second. The Fnatic, the ones to find that defuse just a millisecond early.
I'll be honest, I had to look at the overlay. I had to look at the top. I was like, oh, 1-0
That was down to a pixel.
It was so unbelievably close, but this is the power of that upgraded cove. Oh. Yeah, that is insanely close. I think he probably had to realize after the round loss came up. But that will be the third pistol out of 3 for Fnatic. Another solid start into this one, but the difference is Vitality are a little bit less happy about it. They're going in with a buy.
Snakebite right away. Alpha swapping sides, and he'll be a menace no matter where he is. But the flash was fantastic. Trades are coming in for Vitality. A late play through mid now has so much more value. Oh! I'm thinking he can sneak up, get close to Boaster, catch him off guard, but spam him with the stinger. That was not on my list. Vekaj, 1v3 in a matter of seconds. This round has flipped hands into Vitality's favor. And the openings were great, but that late play through mid from Chronicle, icing on the cake.
People were telling me we're in the Judge Neon meta, not Stinger meta. that was last year. Like, that was a while ago. Like, why am I watching people run around with stingers and dome people from miles away?
Look at this.
Like, that's insanity. This one, that's fair. That's what I expect to see. Not from this range, just like wrecking people from afar. And well, a short-lived early start from Fnatic. They're not going to be able to invest much into this one at all.
Deploying drone.
And even after having both rounds where Viper was on the right side of the map.
Again, I think it was a great idea to just blitz Alpha. But now Fnatic are coming to blitz through the elbow. 4 players, and Kron on a safe distance. He's able to hold the line. Swing in to provide some help, and that help is needed. Dumpy's just being dropped. The numbers overwhelming, and now they're up very close indeed. They've even taken his vision away. Boaster landing a big hit there with Sayonara down below. He's going to be patient, but now his hand is forced into the battle. This is decaying every advantage that Vitality had. Fnatic gearing up now for the retake in a 2v2. They've got rifles to play with, arguably better armed than their opponents, but Durka standing on a podium and will accept nothing but first place in this round. They go in, look into the skies, and well, they're sent deep into the ground. 2-1, Vitality lose the pistol, but they answer back, albeit here in a costly round.
Yeah.
But they have plenty of credits to fall back on.
That's the thing, though. If this wasn't up against full classics, I'd be like, okay, but it was nothing invested. And
yeah.
The reason you're kind of sat there going like, oh, actually, that's not bad for them is because they just won round 2. Like, if this was any other round, we'd be sat here a little bit worried. Be like, okay, I give them wiggle room.
Yeah, if that was round 2 and they won the pistol, we're in big trouble.
Exactly. But it was isolated fights. Like, everybody ended up fighting on their own. And it's not the greatest of signs for Vitality early in this one. Obviously, you don't expect the full squad to run at you every single round. Fnatic are going to play more passively.
And I do think that also shows the strength of what Boaster talked about last week in terms of why they took, I think Nat asked in an interview why he took the Harbor instead of the Astra, and he said, look, with setting up the stars, it just doesn't flow as well. And this allows us to be more aggressive, it allows us to be more reactive and to react quicker. And you're seeing it there in that round, how much more aggressive, how quick they could pounce. That wouldn't be possible with Astra, with all the setup needed.
Oh, Viper's pit. They've thrown the spike over to Chronicle just to get him this ultimate. Allows him control of the backside. KO, of course, brought in order to try and deny some of that utility, but this is going to be difficult. Everything being thrown through to try and catch Chronicle. Hunter's Fury being expended by Sayonara for support, hoping to try and give him a little bit of help. He's done some tickle damage, but of course, the most of that is decay, and Chronicle still surviving a double kill with the shock dart instead. And now they're being caught by the remainder, even still. It feels like Crashies has a chance. Flash out, though, makes it impossible. Both peaking at the same time. Solid round from Sayonara. And that lead will be extended by Vitality.
So it's a great pit, first of all. The changes to the Viper's pit make it much more intentional in terms of where you're looking and how it's going to shape up. It has that gap for Chronicle to fall back into. He's firing out the right clicks, and that's the beauty of it. If you kill him, it does not matter, because you are automatically so low on HP that the shock darts, if not the spams, are going to take you down. A really nice and well played out round for Vitality. Sayonara with a double, putting him 7-1 off the shock darts. And as you said, 3-1. A real upset to what should have been the flow of this early half, with Fnatic finding the pistol, and they've yet to reach 2. Hunter's Fury fired very early, and it's failed to get even a tag. Prophet too far away to receive the damage there.
Folks are under pressure. We saw this in their last game as well. They sometimes call with util, but not this time.
Get on, Astra.
The util has worked wonderfully. The run through gives Perfect. Crashy's waiting on the other side, maybe looking for supportive utility, maybe even calling for a flash. But it wasn't there in time. Prophet trying to bait his opponent into a mistake, and Sayonara is just waiting on the other side. The screen falls in one regard, but there's another in the way.
Open the door, and now the drone goes out on A. Hopefully they think both are in main. That's what Vitality are thinking. That's what Profek is thinking, but they've got more than enough on Fnatic to just sit back and cover all their bases. Profek, he's looking the right way, but that's a deep angle to clear. He's gonna have to just walk through, and he won't even find the opening fight. Sayonara, 7-1. That KD about to take a hit. They found him in main. The knife revealing the position. Oh, doesn't even get the first shot off there as Alpha baits him back and forth in the fight, and a triple swing closes it. Fnatic finally finding their second.
Yeah, better round from them. I think this was one of the major issues that they had when facing off against Eternal Fire, was you did see those moments where Boaster would get overwhelmed. A lot of the time he was left as that solo anchor. I think it was Vakash mostly playing on the other side of the map, and then you didn't have either the KO utility, because it was an ISO in there. It was basically you had your duelist just going to fight, and he had to anchor. Now it seems like they've swapped up to have a lot more support alongside him. It's looking better, even in the rounds that they didn't necessarily win. And you also have to take into consideration, they only got 3 rounds on their defense last time, and they still won.
I have grown into a fan of Harbor's kit. I think obviously the old version was just mostly useless, but there's a lot that can be done with this, and we're about to see another example. Profek lining up the ultimate, a big old wave coming their way, and if you get caught by it, you ain't seeing a damn thing. Plunged into the depths, and while Boaster tries to respond, it's a bit of a misread on the pace of the round. Durka had already dashed in, taken deep control. Kayak behind the wall, wasn't seen. They think the space is clear, and now he'll step in and catch himself a double. The round's back on for Fnatic. It's a small gap from Vitality, but a gap on the other side exploited. Well handled. Chronicle manages to find himself one, and they keep these trades back and forth. The time ticking for Fnatic to get on that spike, and there's a snake in the grass. Their backlines being threatened as Kron wraps all the way around. They'll go to check it. Crashy's casting an eye in that direction, but Vekash falls in the meantime, and he is soon to follow. 4-2. Vitality right back to winning ways.
The older members, or the old members of Fnatic facing off against the new blood that replaced them. It's almost a little bit of poetic justice, but there's the old that manages to hold on in this scenario. And I do also think you can just see the value in those additional initiators. Like that double that comes through from Kayak is off the back of a reveal that stops one player, and then a flash that catches the player in front while he looks away. It's just lovely timing, but then you see the response from Vitality again. Durka on point, very aggressive. And while the trade's just about in favor of Vitality, Chronicle incredibly low, but he is still standing.
Good pacing for early round, especially against an ultimate like that from Neon. When they're on a low buy, very likely that they'll pull it out, and Vitality stay grouped. No individual fights offered, at least not in positions where they can't back off. If they do start to feel The heat dialing up, but now Fnatic have got all their players bunkered down on the back of this site. 2 fall, but still 1 standing, and Alpha brings this down to a 1v2. Chronicle on 15 HP, and with the pit in play, this could very easily become an awkward round. It's a wonderful shot from Alpha. Ready and waiting for that final swing. He's caught Yumpy in the open, but the shots, they do not land for Fnatic. 5-2 now. And Yumpy, you can see spirits being lifted by winning out that clutch.
Well, I'll say, if you were watching the last map or the way that this map has gone so far, you would have bet your house on Alfia to win that one.
Absolutely.
Those were the first 3 kills the Yumpy's had in this map. Impactful ones at that, though.
Best IGL, bro. Good shit, bro.
5-2. The early start now starting to take its toll. A second round victory that gave them a jump start. And even with a response, Fnatic started to fall behind once again. And as I said, this was the half that they really struggled on against Eternal Fire. Whereas we've seen sort of a mix from Vitality. Obviously, a lot of their maps have been incredibly close. I think versus GX and Liquid, they were scraping through the attack side. But going back to when they played Ulf much earlier in the year, they had 10 rounds on the defense. So I don't think you're going to be particularly comfortable, no matter what position or what side you're on right now, if you're a Fnatic fan. Even still, though, as I said, I think we've seen a lot of positives of how this comp can work to sort of favor players like Kayak in those aggressive defensive side, and especially if they can get like a few more rounds. Their attack looked fantastic, but they have obviously swapped out an ISO for a KO, so it might not necessarily be quite as good, but I think it should be going into that attack.
Well, round 8 about to kick off after timeout. We'll see what work has been done. I see an operator in the hands of Kayak, and he's looking to get aggressive on mid, but no one there from Vitality just yet. Holding the line, though, has its own value, and the drone, though, will spot him if he sticks around. They don't want to reveal the operator just yet. And so he simply hides from it and fills back in that gap later. But there is a real lack of information in play for Fnatic. They don't know what's going on. There's an orb even blocking any vision of mid. They have to be worried about the wrap up, and all the while it's a more direct play. Straight through B main. Crashies strikes from the side and gets absolutely blinded by that flash. There was nothing he could do about it, but Alpha, well, he's got some ideas of how to recover this round. Lands himself one with Boaster by his side. It's a 3v2.
Sayonara a little bit further back, hoping that maybe that gives him an angle, but both players towards the spawn. Boaster not giving them anything. They are waiting to see if they attempt to plant. Bear in mind, Sayonara getting a plant here would get his ultimate online, but they'd have to switch players, and they're not willing to do that at this stage. Wanting to make sure he can get back into position. No command utilized. He'll take that utility away, and Propic's trying to get ahead of them, but Kayak just too quick on the trigger. But Sayonara, he's going to need somewhat of a hero play. He's very wary that somebody's coming in from that flank position. With the Cove in the way, the second he starts spamming, they're going to be back on that defuse. There is not really anything he can do from this point. 3 bullets left. Boaster already pushing him. And the man that stood in for them for a moment has met that master once again.
A nice round to start off. I think just the constant trades from Fnatic after the start, which Crashies put them ahead in. You can see it, Boaster and Alpha filing in towards that back site, the utility going up. At the point as well, when that Cove is reinforced, like you said, the game's over. There's genuinely nothing you can do about that round to fight your way back through. But the problem so far for Fnatic is they found a round and not being able to connect anything afterwards. Yeah, I think mostly it's not even being close on the back of it, but that is the start they needed. Big player for the late round. Chronicle out of the round already. And Kayak's up, still sitting around causing issues.
Yeah, the second he's got it into play, we've seen the impact from it. Put in positions to thrive, and with the advantage, you sort of mentioned it in the last round, Fnatic have been very good at trading things back. Still potential to even put the pit into play if they need it, but with how slow these rounds have gone, a little bit more reliant on that contact play. Again, though, we're just going to see the slow cross towards this connector. That's where Kayak is watching.
Crashes has so much info on B. There's 4 players A because they know the hit cannot come in on the other side of the map. So as they march in hoping to catch a few players off guard, they run into the entirety of Fnatic except for that man who's waiting behind them and strikes the final blow. An in-zone flawless from Fnatic, and you know, often I'd say it's because they had the numbers, right players there at the right time, but that guy's did a lot of that work all by his lonely. Clean work. Sayo, a bit of an open angle to put that ult through on. And a timeout from Vitality as Fnatic start to close the gap. It's the first time we've seen more than a blip on the radar for Vitality here.
Yeah, back-to-back rounds that reset their economy, but also again we see them try and go through that A short connector, and it hasn't had a mass amount of success. Especially when they've lost those opening duels. Like the second the operators come in and Kayak's been able to get that pick, you sort of mentioned it. They spot the space, they take the space, and then because the rotations on this map are pretty massive, like there's a long way back around, the second they believe that they're committed, you have someone push up on the other side. Like be it Crashies this round, I think Alpha's done it in a couple of rounds as well. And they might not necessarily be involved in the action, and you'll be like, oh yeah, we got another highlight reel from this player. But ultimately it means you can have that 4-stack. You can have someone like Vekash be a bit more aggressive because you know you have 3 more players waiting on that site. And especially while they're using Hunter's Fury, Kayak needs to be dodging that. He was 45 HP. Vekash can go running in and look to take the fights while they think they're safe.
Well, that's it. You're really mining for fool's gold if you do take down Vekash, because you'll think, okay, now we can blitz through to the site. It's probably one more max. Flood that back side. 3 players waiting for you, and a world of hurt comes your way. For Fnatic, it all comes down to the very start of the round. The fact that Crashies walks up in B, takes this position super deep, and just has that line for the entire round until they eventually push when he wraps in the flank and just plays full containment. It was a perfect play from Crashies. And the result speaks for itself. Dodging the reveal. Kayak smartly played. He knows his distances. You know that Sayo's going to be a bit more cautious about where he drones from after last round. Now, a plant for Vitality, sure, but already a man behind, and they're going to pay with their HP bars as well. Oh no, the shock dart didn't land, and now they're up close. They're looking to force the issue. Fnatic are all here though. They've backed off, they've given them the space, and now they'll give them the steal. Very well done, Yumpy, with no chance up close. And that's a perfect counter to the aggression that Vitality were putting down.
Just like the last map, we see a lead extended in that first half. We see it look like Vitality are going to run away with it. Pause called, immediate turnaround. Like Fnatic back in the server once again. And I don't know, that might just be small corrections coming in from the coaching staff. I don't think it was major strategical things that were being left open, but whatever those small tidbits are, they are making a massive difference. 3 in a row. That defensive side looking far, far better than what we saw versus Eternal Fire, and while Vitality will be dreading the fact that this is the time they're looking better on this map, because it might just be another opportunity for history to repeat itself. And add another, I don't even know what would be at, 8? I think it was 7-0 when we looked earlier.
Yeah, yeah. Again, it depends how far back in history you go. Outside of VCT, it's even more so, 8 or 9. But the key thing is, kickoff, it was a 2-0, and Vitality got flattened. I think 13-8 was the best result, 13-5 the other. And then before that, they've been able to take maps off them, being in BO5s and BO3s. But never to convert the series. Okay, I thought that was going to be the elimination, but Chronicle manages to sidestep the second burst, at least for now. We stay in a 5v5, but that Viper's Pit is making the A site not a very friendly territory to take fights in, at least from main. Does look like they're thinking about crossing.
Yeah, the op is also holding in towards Con. It's now in Boaster's hands, so they've swapped up with 3 rifles towards the B side of the map. Still some supportive utility available. A bit of an off angle from Kayak, but they've let them through. They're now running past. They don't realize that there's still a man behind them, but they've dealt with one. He's got to be careful, though, that there isn't another player behind, which there is, but he's managed to get past him. So many targets for him to try and face off against. Spike dropped, but more needed and more delivered. Kayak going for extra, but it's now left all on to Boaster. The rest have been dealt with the patience of Chronicle. We talk about this man's operator. Can he do it again? Oh, chance.
One enemy
But he gets him on the rifle. And now we're down to a 1v1. Chronicle versus Boaster. We saw it with Durka earlier on, and needless to say, he was thrilled to win it. Snakebite lands, Boaster doesn't have an angle. He taps it though. As the Viper's pick goes down, Kron closing in the distance, but that doesn't cover the spike. He'll still have to step out to get towards it, and he can't spam, has to step into the bubble. Boaster showing him that he's got it to half, and he's gonna stick it right under his nose! Bravado from the big boss, Boaster! Sure, he will fall, but Fnatic find the lead as a result.
That second tap was just in his head. That's when you're Chronicle, there you go. He's got it to half. He's tapped it again to bait me.
He's telling me. Yeah.
That is Boaster inside his head. Filthy stuff from the IGL.
Why are you peeking at 2v1, bro?
Outplayed and a lead taken from Fnatic, 6-5. 4 rounds in a row, making the guy with the most trophies of all time look foolish on that stage.
Boaster's having a hell of a game so far. Fnatic bringing Vitality right to hell as the new residents. It's 6-5, but 7 could be on the board any moment now. Durka and Sayonara all that stand in their way. And now just down to Sayo, surrounded, outnumbered and dealt with. It's 7-5. Fnatic slow to start, but by God, they got there in the end.
Yeah, from 5-2 down to end up winning the half. It's impressive, and the manner in which they've done it. There's definitely going to be that little bit more of a good feeling. The fact is, though, there's still a second half to go. Vitality need to recover nonetheless. Let's head over to an interview with some of their fans.
Well, it's just fans of Valorant in total, right? I mean, Fnatic are firing up right now, so are our fans. There's a lot of people watching in the studio at the moment, but 2 that we've picked out right now. Do you want to introduce yourself to everyone watching at home?
Yeah, of course. My name is Ice, and just chatting is the best Discord server.
Okay. And what about yourself, sir?
Yeah, I'm Taurus, and I'm here for Fnatic.
Okay, who's your favorite player on the side of Fnatic?
It has to be Boaster, mostly because I can also shoot like him.
That's totally fair. How do you see the rest of the map playing out? The fact that they're 7-5 up at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I even trusted them when they were 11-1 down, so yeah, they're gonna close this up.
Okay, a true fan like that. And you're saying there's not really a favorite team for you? You're kind of just enjoyer of Valorant?
Yeah, it's my first game, like the first VCT game. I just play rank for fun with my friends, and that's all, no career sport.
Who's your favorite agent at the moment?
The moment Mix, the new agent. But before it's someone.
Okay, anyone else here played Mix? You guys Mix enjoyers? They seem a little less like that. But do we have any Fnatic fans in the house? Yeah, it feels like Fnatic gonna be taking it, whether it's with the audience or with our casters here. We're gonna see exactly what's in store for map number 2.
Certainly a few Fnatic fans in the house.
Just a couple.
At least 6 or 7. And 7 rounds on the board for Fnatic. 1 map to the good already. A chance to close it out here and give Vitality a taste of, well, a dish that they're all too familiar with, and I think getting bored of.
Yeah, they've had it many a time. Maybe not necessarily the players of this roster specifically, but I think also if you are Durka, you've been here. If you are Chronicle, you've now been here, and you are not going to enjoy the fact that Boaster is just clutch versus you in a manner that is, it's him reading you perfectly. Like, it's you basically following his script to the T, and then you have to look him in the eye afterwards. Not a good feeling. Even still, Vitality now come in looking for their first pistol. Sure, they won a second round in the last half, but the pistol rounds have just not been going their way. And if Fnatic get this one and do convert, again, they look to be running away with it.
Well, Vitality in history have made their way through many different super teams. Almost all of them, or all in fact, I think have faced Fnatic. All have lost to Fnatic. And for them, I suppose, it's always a good metric. Have we actually built the super team this time? Have we actually put the right pieces together? Well, this is as good a barometer as you can possibly find. Getting past Boaster as the final boss of a successful roster is an achievement that Vitality have never managed.
Alpha's nickname, isn't it? The final boss of EMEA.
Exactly.
It literally is in the name.
Flawless victory after flawless victory. A few maps lost along the way, but for Vitality, they've yet to find the golden fleece to their Jason.
So passive on this B site. They've been sitting back, waiting for someone to make a move, and that move has been made. Boaster has walked up mid. Giving him so much space. He's watching for that rotation. Wins the fight versus Dirk, and no support is coming. The cavalry was called for, and there is no cavalry to be found. They have tripped on their way to the site. And you might be looking at a Fnatic coming in with seconds to spare, but they managed to just take that space so effortlessly, just find the gaps in what Vitality put out. And okay, there's one gap back the other way. That's at least a pick, but there's so much more needed from Prophet. He needs to fight all of them at once, and it's just not going to happen.
I was going to say, you're counting out Yumpy so soon, but
yes,
it wasn't that soon. Seconds later, the round's over. 8-5 for Fnatic. The Pistols have been looking very good for them in this series. 4 for 4 indeed. In terms of good starts to a half, well, yet to see what happens here, but 2 out of 3.
Yeah.
Because the last one was a little shaky. Win the pistol, go 3-1 down. Couldn't agree more. Couldn't have said it better myself. Round 14, and this is what could be the biggest challenge for Fnatic. The last round 2 was awful. This one surely has to be much better. And it will very much hammer a nail into the coffin of Vitality. This is going to start to smother them out of the early, or out of the game. If 9-5's on the board, the next rifle has all of the pressure on it, all the stakes built up towards it.
Patience. It's been the name of the game. A lot of damage being done, though. Vitality have got 2 players low, 4 players in the right place at the right time. Alfie has now been dealt with as well. He was one of the healthier players, and Sayonara has come up with a quick double. The remainder are the ones with low HP. It is looking like history might repeat itself here, with Chronicle being one of the players standing still on full health, and he's brought Vekash even lower, as if it wasn't dangerous before. He's now a shot to any gun, but they are going to get the plant.
Not yet.
No weapons found, but it might not matter. They look to walk up, only connecting onto one player, so the other's still a relative unknown. That's one of them into Boaster again. The same battle as before, the same fight versus 2 players that have that history together. The swing out doesn't quite connect anything, and the time's starting to work in favor of Boaster. He's just playing games with his opponent, but this time Chronicle comes out on top. It is a second round victory in both halves from Vitality.
Kron on top and on his feet as well. This time it goes a different way, and I actually can't believe that they've done it twice in a row. Because we talk about this, the best way to start a half is to lose the pistol and win the second round. The problem is, doing that is usually very...
Swing me, good boy, swing me!
Oh no. And you know the best part is, Boaster, right before he pops in, I'm sorry, right before he goes in for that final fight, he baits steps towards the left side. He baits that he's wrapping around, then blinds his opponent, deafens him, and runs back around the other way. But Kron is just faster on the trigger, and really, Boaster's 9 HP.
I don't think that's the worst part. I think the worst part is Chronicle maybe not realizing that Boaster probably enjoys being called good boy. Of all the people on the stage, I think he's going to be okay with it. Did we see him earlier talking to Yumpy?
Yeah, that was threats. Let me put it this way, threats were made. And, well...
If anything, you've hyped him up.
I think we're all hoping to see that if he backs it up. 8-6 for Fnatic. A 9th round evades them in what should have been, and in almost any other game, except the ones yesterday, would have been a guarantee. There were no guarantees yesterday, I'll tell you that. They're left down to the Pistols themselves. Now, making this work would possibly cause another crash out on my behalf, but it is the rifle to lead the way. Durka on the high angle. The flash is going to blind him, and he is sent back around this site, naded out of position, back up, walled off as well. Pressure on for Durka to deliver, and he'll get nothing. Another rifle on the floor to be retrieved for Fnatic on pistols themselves. I don't believe what I'm witnessing, but they're trading it out, keeping the advantages in play for the attack side. Chronicle stepping forward. It's only a classic that meets him, but he catches him just before he falls, but left on 21 HP against 2 rifles, Alpha and Vekaj to face off against him. It will be another clutch for Chronicle, another big round, but it's not to be. Alpha here climbing back to his peak, and Fnatic 9-6 as a result. As a wise man once said, what is going on?
It is funny though, because you come into this round, I think Alpha is 7 and 11, he goes, nah, I'm gonna hero rifle, I'm gonna win it for us. And then they just bait for him all the way through. His players swinging to give him opportunities. But even then, he gets tagged down to 5 HP, and from that point onwards, he doesn't miss a single bullet. That is how good this man's peak is, but the fact is for Vitality, those excuses, maybe in the first map you can go, you lost both pistols. That's a bit of an excuse. Sure. In this one, you still lost both pistols, but you won both second rounds, and you still find yourself 9-6 down.
Yeah, first half it very much stands. In a 13-11, losing both pistols is literally the reason that you lost. But here, well,
should be winning.
You should be dominating. After losing pistol, winning second, and now here we are, 9-6 down. Okay, pistols in play for Vitality. You gotta take it seriously. That's a lesson that Fnatic have learned, and now applying their learnings. Chronicle, a sliver of health left. The man who abandoned this banner being put to bed by them surely in a 4 versus 1. He stands no chance, and he has to flee to the A site to have any chance of saving this weapon. Even then, they are hunting him down.
Yeah, they do not want to let him escape with this gun, but also, you do have to feel like maybe this is a little bit more than just taking the weapon away.
Yeah. Take the man away.
It's always been difficult to crush his spirit, but...
Shock dart. He knows where you are now. This is dangerous.
I know, that's the thing though, he's just waiting. This has been a lot of what we've seen from Fnatic. Is he going to trade him? Oh, it's very close. And martyrdom shocked up. Vekaj should get the kill in the end anyway. Makes no difference. Gun not kept. Chronicle at least has a Viper's Pit online, and they're both smiling, but one of them is 3 rounds away from victory, and one is 3 rounds away from still being around behind.
Very well put indeed. Yeah, Fnatic definitely the squad with less to worry about at this point, and with a solid response to, again, a major mess up in losing round 2 of this half and the last half. The fact that they've corrected and now steamed into the lead, 4 rounds ahead, double digits, and as you said, 3 away from not just closing the map, but the series in what would, again, on paper, 2-0, be dominant fashion. And this map's certainly the case. We look to Vitality. They need to find their second wind and fight back in to this map, but for now, the mid push denied. They're pressed back, and the A site's already fallen.
This is a tough retake. Hunter's Fury, which, okay, it might not be used all the way into the late round, but definitely going to be a disruptive force. Flash going through on both sides. And a little bit of tickle damage done. In fact, Vekaj has been eliminated, but the later the round gets, the more effective Youngki become. Sorry, Crashies becomes. He's sitting all the way back, making sure he can't be caught, but even still the spams are working, and now comes that Hunter's Fury. He has to try and do it all. 2 players were desperately low, but he didn't realize it. Instead, he's going to go swinging. He will have to check to see if they're defusing, and this time Sayonara holds the line. They'll get Youngki back on board, and they will have time for that defusal.
They came into last week a freshly forged blade, hot from the furnace, and with a sharpened edge with Sayonara on the roster. Coming now up against their historic rival. They need every piece to be online, firing at full force, and at least for now that seems to be the case. That was a big round, but because of how we got here, it's not going to be an easy follow-up. You've got to the green, but you don't have to tap it in just yet. They got to wrestle past another full buy.
I think the question as well, though, will be if this is another 2-0, can you call it a rivalry?
That's a fair point.
They've taken the players, but I don't know. There'll be arguments. Fnatic versus Liquid has always been a battle, but this one always goes one way. It is up to Vitality to prove there is something different. I like that we just watched Alfia walk down mid and then take both hands off mouse and keyboard to fix his monitor, but we'll ignore that.
Game sense, mate. He knew they weren't going to peek.
He was in a relatively safe space, but it still looks funny.
On the fly adjustments. And a battle brewing in mid, but it's on the A side. The Fnatic find success. Chronicle's already down. Hunter's Fury sent through. Good tag, and the follow-up doesn't seem to be there. They've lost Alpha. On that attack side, the mid presence gone. Now the Vitality can fully focus on the side. A big fight coming, but Turka goes down. Shock Dart's the one to trade it out, and Fnatic want to walk up, press deep towards that left side, but Sayonara wrapping around, only caught by Kayak after he draws blood, but Kayak keeps on going, cutting through this Vitality retake and leaving Yumpy in a tough spot. They're just confirming, that he's not on the spike, but the re-peek from Boaster is bold! But Kayak delivers the final blow. 11 rounds on the board. They gave him a chance there, but just as quick, they took it away.
Yeah, and it's immediate response. A singular round, same as we saw in the last half, but without the streak that we had from Fnatic. Not able to get these closer moments over the line. And they're going to try and, well, maybe recreate some of that magic that came from the Fnatic coaching staff. As they're going to take a tactical pause. I think one that's needed. Like, we've seen these flashes in the pan, but I don't know. I feel like Fnatic have never really felt too far out of control in this second half especially.
Oh yeah, they've had their hands on the wheel. That's for sure. And it's no surprise. As we said, you know, you talk about the rivalry, and yeah, in terms of substance, in terms of the series that we've seen play out, that is a valid point. It's not a rivalry for Fnatic. No, there's not much to be invested in there other than the man we just saw on screen and the men that we've seen on screen the entire game. The fact that Vitality came in and looted their legacy, took two huge players for this roster, namesakes, indeed, the most titled and awarded player in Valorant history. That's, I think, what drives that rivalry. That's what makes these battles personal.
Yeah.
But so far for Vitality, they haven't lived up to the rivalry they've created. I agree. This is their chance to show that, and already a better showing, indeed, than what we saw at kickoff. But if it ends 2-0, it's much the same, just a different skin.
Well, Turka without a gun, but he does have the blades. That's not a bad start to the round. Only down to a singular knife, and they managed to deal with both. Sayonara will keep the advantage in Vitality's favor for now. But with a Viper's Pit and the site under their control, the only thing I will say, it might not be worth it in this scenario, especially now that we've seen that shot connected by Chronicle, but also with the other utility available. A quick round, a round that goes in Vitality's favor, looking like Fnatic tried to just run it down to close.
3 rounds in the gap, and
this is nasty.
I mean, they've had success in terms of going deep on mid, and we talked about how the Harbor enables them to do that, so it's no surprise they want to go aggro like that. Worked very well towards those fights in elbow. And this man shows up in the end. 19 and 13 now for Chronicle. But a 3-round gap still sustaining for Fnatic. A low buy, and, well, these rounds have been very difficult to count out from what we've seen so far. There are still dangers, but I like Vitality's approach. They're not trying to scrap on A main. They don't even want the information. They are sitting, they're not even sitting on site, so far back behind yellow. So they can still spot, they can still destroy some utility, deny information, but they don't want to get overwhelmed here. That's the key to success on the defense.
They almost don't want to post plant, because I was going to say, they've got a couple of Buckies and they have a Viper's Pit. Like, a post plant here would actually be quite scary.
Very good point.
But with Kayak going down, the overdrive disappears. I'll be curious to see if they still go for it. They do. They want to force them into an awkward battle. Now, the Reckoning from Prophet is a huge piece. It can leave them all blinded and in an awkward position, but they step out and then step back in. Now, the HP deficit's going to be in the other direction. The spams from Boaster, but he takes the majority of damage. It's an awkward battle within this pit, but the Bucky's going to become more threatening by the second. Can they do enough? And Alfia's still here. He's still hiding. He still has a snake bite. That will buy even more time off the clock. Another one comes up and it's left all onto Crashies. And although you'll see a couple of 1 HPs, it's close, but it's not close enough.
Yeah, I think really close. We missed it, but Alpha jumping out of the pit, Bucky in hand. And if he finds that shot, he drops the pit on the other side, because I think it was Chronicle he'd face. And then has a chance to obviously keep pit online, keep that decay rolling, but instead, he loses the fight, and with it, the round slips away. And really, it was because he was forced to send through the snake bite to stop the defuse. His position's given up, and then he has to flee. Otherwise, you are just waiting for death to come knocking. 11-9. A damn good try at what was a low buy, a low investment, and sure, one ult put towards it, but it gave them an opportunity. Here's where the real chances are for Fnatic to end this series, or at least to take one more step and be right at the door of a victory of their own. It's going to be wall up towards A as well. They have blocked out all of the players from Vitality, and with Reckoning, I assume to be sent through, but not for now.
Oh, decent spam, but unfortunately it's onto a player that can be brought back, trying to bait them in to go for the fight, and they have done. Chronicle down, Bekash back. Hunter's Fury also going through. Fnatic are using everything in this round just to try and disrupt. They've only managed to find a singular pick. Operator still at the back line, but they've kept that Reckoning and Overdrive available.
Yeah, Hunter's Fury got from the plant, but again, we're running out of ultimates. Luckily, Boaster still has his to work with. Another great shock dart in from Sayonara, and a trade out up close. Durka's Operator shotgun pays dividends. Good flash, and Prophet capitalizes with a pick. Shock dart sent through again. This time it's on Fnatic's side. They find a pick, and Crashies connects the shots right after. One after another. 12-9 we go. 3 chances for Fnatic to dish up that same old meal for Vitality. A series lost against the final bosses of EMEA.
It's such solid work. I think they used a lot of their ultimates in that round, knowing how important it was to sort of get it over the line. 3 put into play, and one of them right at the very end as well. Like Boaster, I think if it had been slightly earlier, it would have been perfect, but it still made things very, very awkward for those Vitality players looking to try and swing with almost everything expended. But you also have to bear in mind the damage that has done to Vitality's economy. No more Operator for Durka, Yumpy down to a Guardian as well. I'm sure they're definitely slightly better off in terms of ults, but they're the ones looking in the face of another 2-0 defeat. They're the ones under pressure, with Prophet having to try and just retreat away from the site. But if you look at the position of the spike, there's no guarantee this is an A site hit at all.
Oh, Boaster's the one opening it. That's Durka down as well. What a head-to-head to kick off what could be the last round. Vitality in trouble with this A-site hold. If they lose Prophet on the peak, and Crashies will strike from that corner. Now backup is arriving, and although Crashies falls, the numbers, they don't fall unless Chronicle goes huge! A 3-piece, Boaster tagged as well, and Sayo the one to drop him. It is not over yet, not unless Alpha's got another big play, but he meets Kron. The Battle of the Vipers swings to the defenders, and again, he's on his feet.
We spoke about that last week. He didn't have a great performance, but he wasn't really needed. The rest of the team was there. The fact is, Chronicle has always done his best work in moments where his team need him the most. This was the moment they needed him the most. Facing up against map point, 2 men down already, and he takes 4 while defending the site, almost completely alone. Sure, Sayonara's there at the end, but he had to do the majority of the work. 12-10. A lifeline, and again a weaker buy, but Fnatic looking to maybe be that little bit more pacey, in fact very pacey.
Oh yeah, they are blitzing this down. Prophet can't even put any utility down to slow them. A wonderful KO knife, but instead Durka, he tries to slip through, but again, Boaster wins that head-to-head. And now the snake bite from Alpha with a little tickle up from Crashies puts us in the advantage for Fnatic. Map and series point on the line, and Sayonara stepping in early into the den of Fnatic, and he'll find one. The stun good, the shock better, and Sayo stands deep into the round. When he falls, he's given them a chance, a spark of hope, but they need to fan that into a flame, and Alpha is putting them out, snuffing out the light from Vitality's hope. And Yampi, the leader.
My ult's ready.
And he's got Alpha and He's only got Crashies now to deal with. Hold on. There is still a chance. Needs to get this to half or at least win that fight on the jump. It's all down to Crashies buying time, running the clock lower and landing the final blow. History repeats itself for Fnatic. Never to lose a series against Vitality. And Vitality, they took the pieces. They took symbols of greatness, but Fnatic, they've got the substance.
It seems like there's been a wish made, but a curse that's been given with it. We'd love to take some of the best players in the world from Fnatic. We'd love to take some of their coaching staff. We'd love to take the guy with the most trophies of all time. And the curse that was given is that you'll never beat Fnatic. Every single time these teams make the stage, there is only the squad in orange and black that gets a victory on their end of the scale. It puts them 2-0. We had some questions as of last week in their game versus Eternal Fire, but the fact is, those questions have been answered today. Fnatic are right back in that stage 1-4.
And they came up against one hell of a beast, one that knows their inner workings. Chronicle showing his strength down on that stage, but it was not enough to beat his former club. The Fnatic banner flies high today as they claim another historic victory over Vitality. On the road to London, so far paved with success.
It really does feel like a hometown for them. The fans definitely behind them on the stage, and honestly, like the way they performed today was just fantastic. The closer map in the first, where they were just able to sort of take things over the line in the end, and this one, in a similar fashion, coming back up against them, but those clutch players, Boaster able to read Chronicle like a book. We see it towards the end with Crashies in the last moment, and this man, the man who was given the job to replace one, is now there. Nonetheless, we're going to toss down to the desk. Who's stand by with a man I think you'll know, called Boaster.
We do have Boaster joining us here. He's already, look, we get you down here to have a yap session, but you can't start it before the mics are live. But you're obviously reunited a little bit there with Mini, so I feel like the space is just you guys, you know, like after winning, does it feel just as good to get to come onto a couch and talk to Mini?
Yeah, I mean, whenever I see Mini, my default is to just talk about strats and the game. So it's like,
what were you going to go into then? You came over. What about KO?
Oh, I was just going to say, like, it's quite noob friendly, you know? You can just throw a knife and you have to be really conscious of like where the enemy KO is and stuff. And luckily we had a scrim against the KO recently, and that kind of made me think, because like until you play against it, you don't know. But I was like going, let's go 5A main. 5 of us on the knife. I was like, yep, we're not doing that this game. And then it was like, chill.
Do you think that was the big thing this week on Breeze specifically, is that change away from that ISO?
Yeah, I think the ISO, it wasn't really, it was okay, but it just wasn't consistent. And I think the KO knife is like pretty handy if you play it a specific way that we like to play right now. And I just think, yeah, it just felt a lot easier.
The fans seem to agree about the KO.
Yeah, exactly. I needed an A anchor as well, because last time it was ISO, I didn't want to be A anchor anymore.
I don't know if we have the clip, but there was a clip of you on the A side struggling against an exec, and then after that, so he, is this the clip? No, this is a 2v1. So we're at the 2v1 first.
You know what I said here?
What?
When I heard it was Kron, I saw the split, I was like, And then I was doing all this shenanigans, trying to get a quick kill. I was like, Chronicle knows my tap theory. So I'm like, watch this, boys. I said, watch this, boys. And we get half, and I just tapped it and stuck it. And I was like, yeah,
So
boy.
explain to the people at home what your tap theory
The
is.
Bose's #1 rule of control is you smoke the bomb, get half, and tap the next, and they always run in. But I was a bit conscious about Chronicle maybe running in, so this time I actually stuck it. And it actually ended up working out. Yeah, boy! Look at him. Oh, yeah.
How much would you say plays into that of having ex-teammates on the other side of like you knowing them, but them also knowing you and having seen the inner workings of Fnatic?
I think it honestly plays to our advantage a little bit because obviously I know their tendencies a little bit, but that doesn't change too much. But I know that when the going gets tough, what their tendencies are, and that's what I can really somewhat abuse. Admittedly, I got really lucky against Durka a lot of the fights. I was winning a lot of random 1v1s against him when he was doing like his aggro plays and stuff. And for some reason, I just seemed to switch on against Vitality. I'll be sleeping for the other games, but like for Vitality, I was actually shooting well today. I was very calm, which normally I'm pretty stressed and like, yeah.
Could you feel Durka's presence on that first map in particular?
Yeah, that neon judge is dirty, isn't it? Like he was just neon judging us on the first round and stuff. And sometimes it was like we almost won rounds and it was just like it did 100 damage or something from so far, and I was like, fair enough, boys, not a lot we can do there. But he was definitely being a bit of a nuisance on that split for sure. Like I think if he didn't have that game, we would have actually probably taken it considerably easier. And then the Breeze was interesting one. I don't think they were respecting the A enough. They wanted to keep playing retake, it felt like, and I was just like, well, if they want to play that, I'll take the 50-50. And then Alfie had a really nice idea to like lurk mid-round, but Durka peeked B main on him, and then he stopped his lurk. But I think, yeah, it's like little things like that.
Interesting you mentioned Alpha. Like we had a little listen and we could hear Alpha in a post plant, organizing the post plant in a way where he had the Raze ult and was basically directing how he wanted that post plant to go. I feel like when I was around, he was a bit more quiet. Like, is that something that he's progressing as a player?
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, sometimes I have to shut him up. Like, he's talking a bit too much, taking over. But I think in those situations, we've talked about A split post plants so much, like reactions to what enemies are doing, what positions we like to play. It's like been one that's been quite a nuisance for us in scrims, and so it's had a lot of detail to it. So I think him taking over on that round when he had the Raze ult, he was on the bonus as well, right? And it was like a big conversion. So yeah, I mean,
yeah, I think you were saying I got a machine gun.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, we love that.
Love that.
We love that.
I spoke to Hayak just after your map 1, and he was saying it was so stressful for you. And you're saying when it gets to those stressful moments, you know a bit of like Vitality's tendencies, like that's that advantage you guys have. But when you guys start seeing a map slip away from you, like how are you sort of organizing the team as leader? Like how are you having your comms not be hindered by any way of seeing that gap close?
I think the biggest thing is like we know we can lose a map, we know we can win a map, but I think the biggest thing is panicking about losing rounds. Like it was starting to get a bit squeaky bum time towards the end, and we were just like, we just need one. Like we're gonna win this. Austin even said it. He was like, guys, I promise you, we got this game. We got this in the bag. And I was like, yeah, I actually agree. Like I think we're just throwing a bit on these post plants, peeking and stuff. Even that 1v3 at the end, we almost threw. Like embarrassingly, and I think that would have maybe pushed them back into an overtime there. But I just think it's just, I'd say like experience is a thing. I never feel like my experiences are making me less stressed or anything, but I do think it does. The more reps you get about like closing out games, the more comfortable you know that, oh, it's squeaky bum time. All right, well, we've been here before. Let's just focus in and lock it in, and that's kind of what we did, I think.
It's a bit
as long
of like,
as I'm not stressing, the boys are always quite good as well.
Yeah, and it's a bit of like, it is a map at the end of the day. Like there will be more maps, there'll be more times to prove yourselves. But look, you guys proved yourself today. Boasted fantastic from everything of the side of Fnatic. Thank you so much for joining us. And of course, we're gonna go to a break. When we come back, guys, and make sure you're still here because there's gonna be so much more action as we still have another second series for us.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Because I wanted this so bad, and it makes me mad that you're not the one tonight. Like bubbles in the skies above, somewhere in the clouds is my shining light. Wanna feel the freedom of choosing, 'cause I'm in this ship for life. Minding you. I let you fly. Please let me fly. I've come a long, long way without you by my side. I've done this all my life without you. Because I wanted this so bad, and it makes me mad that you're not the one tonight. Like bubbles in the skies above, somewhere in the clouds is my shining light. Try to feel the seasons are changing, and I might just let you down. Leaving you. We'll let you fly. We'll leave you now. I've come a long, long way without you by my side. I've done this all my life without you. I've come a long, long way without you by my side. I've done this all my life. Wait for your stop.
We're back and we're looking towards our second series. We've got Heretics coming up against Liquid. And whilst Mini got his Yap session in with Boaster, now you're going to be rejoined by Billy, and you guys can have your Yap session about what is going to be surely a good, close fight between Liquid and Heretics. Same power level, right, guys?
I mean, I think the elephant in the room for this game is like Team Heretics obviously losing their winning streak that they had in groups. They'd always won groups so dominantly, and so now that win streak is just completely gone after last week.
Yeah, losing something else this week is comeback.
Yeah.
I gotta, because this feels like it never happens. How often would a coaching staff make a choice like this, Mini, in the history of VALORANT?
This is the panic button nuclear option. Something has seriously gone wrong. Their results haven't been great, but there must be more to this than meets the eye.
I think as well, when we think about Team Heretics, it almost feels like they're fighting to get out of groups now, starting from today, whereas Team Liquids, they're probably fighting to be able to get that top spot in groups. So there's a nice clash between these two today.
There definitely is, and you're right, there is more to be said about why you're making this change at the start of week number 2, and I did exactly that. I tried to get to the bottom of why Heretics ended up making the choice that they did. The coaching duo here on the side of Heretics, and there's obviously so much talk around what you guys have under your belts right now with the fact that you've made this roster change. And the first question is, why did you guys make it? What is the answer as to why you felt you couldn't have come back on the team anymore?
It's been a long, kind of ongoing process since we got him in. We picked him up knowing he couldn't speak very good English, but we put a lot of faith in the fact that we could, you know, try to teach him English, and he had a lot of support from the org. That was one of the main reasons, but we just weren't seeing enough progress. And the second and most important one was just we weren't intending on replacing him this quickly. After we lost the Navi game, we kind of went through some VOD review. There was no arguments or anything, it was just a civilized discussion, and we yeah, basically just came to the conclusion that we weren't compatible in terms of how he sees the game.
Our views were just different, so
yeah,
that was basically it.
Views were different, and a lot of people have asked us why now, why have you removed him halfway through the stage, and the reason for that is he messaged us and just said, you know, Neil, I'm not comfortable in the team with the way you guys want to play. It doesn't suit my playstyle. I'd like to leave after stage 1. So the way we saw it was better to act now instead of, you know, keeping someone in the team who didn't want to be there and didn't see the way we played. So that's why it's so fast, basically.
Yeah, and I mean, very amicable, right? The fact that you're allowing this player to explore what he needs to as well. And with it being so fast, there is now that second question of how you guys came across Kosh. Like, where did he kind of come from? Was he always sitting in the wings for you? Or was this, we needed a solution fast and he presented himself?
I mean, for us, we kind of just discussed between the team, like, do we have any options? It was very quick turnaround in terms of like who we were to get. We threw names into the wind basically, and one of them that came back was Koshmaris, and thankfully Boo had played with him previously at local LAN, and he'd obviously been playing well in tier 2 and tier 3. So, I mean, we brought him in, and he showed how smart he was, how divisive he could be, and yeah, we just thought he'd be a good fit for us and what our system is.
And do you think your expectations change at all within Heretics? I mean, you make a roster change. Some people might be thinking, oh, we just want to survive stage 1, but are the goals still very much up there for you?
For us, yeah, like it doesn't really, I mean, obviously it changes it doesn't really change expectations for us. We just want to play good VALORANT, like we have been doing for the last 2 years. We just want to be consistent, and that's the most important thing for me. I'm not thinking about qualifying to London. I'm not thinking about winning London, any of that was maybe expected of us before. It never really is one of our things. We just focus on it game by game, and that's the most important thing for me. Like, help out Riki fit into the team. It's something that we've built this team around, so we're really confident in doing it. And the most important thing is fitting Kosh in and getting our team to where it should be.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it for us. I mean, yeah.
All right, I like it there. It's nice and simple. It's just that straightforward. Nothing else to really know about it, but thank you both so much for joining me and giving me that insight.
No problem.
Do you feel like you've gotten your questions answered, or do you have more questions to your answers now?
I think there's always going to be a weird, uncomfortable feeling. Like, that interview was very good. Nice interview, Nat. But, like, the idea that Comeback asked to leave after stage 1 and they immediately drop him, it just feels like there was some very strange thing going on that team. Where, like, Comeback last week, I was liking the direction of the team. I was enjoying Comeback on Chamber. He was looking good. And then...
I'm really upset. Like, can I be totally honest?
Of course,
like,
yeah.
when we saw the agents like last week, I was like, oh my gosh, this is insane. Like, I love the direction that they've gone down with the kind of composition that we're going in with. Now, bringing in Koshmaris, this is someone that's kind of known as more of a neon player in Challengers. I swear he only signed to a tier 2 Challengers team Dynasty like 3 days ago, and now all of a sudden he's on Team Heretics. Quite literally one of the quickest turnaround times ever for a player, I think, coming up into VCT. So yeah, I think it almost feels as though they're trying to replicate that mini Boo that they had last year when I think about how good he's looked on the Neon in Challengers.
Yeah, potentially. I'll be honest, like, I usually think I know quite a lot of the tier 2 scene. I've not heard of this guy before. I know that some of the coaches have scouted him and got good things to say. It seems like he is, yeah, a Neon kind of player. He claims that he's going to be playing second duelist though, which would imply he's not playing Neon. But I would presume he's playing Neon. And that puts a question on Wu and what he's going to be playing. Because we've had question marks about this guy consistently, about what can he play, what's he on. he's not been looking comfortable in that Neon, in my opinion.
It seemed as though Weber and Neil had said that in their interview that they posted on socials was that, like, yeah, Koshmaras will be beyond this flex in secondary duelist. And also, like, I want to commend, like, how transparent they've been with this as well, because sometimes it feels like we're, like, trying to get more out of just, oh, we're playing our game out of the Team Heretics side, but I feel like with this one, they've kind of, you know, taken the time to speak with us about it.
I feel like when you kick a player like this, you have to.
It's true.
I was gonna say, I was looking at it and there was like a lot across many platforms. Like they've taken a lot of time to try and talk with everyone regarding like what has played out. But this was just like in that short form, these are the answers there. What are they gonna be able to do when they do finally get into their series? Because they're coming up against Liquid now. And that's the team that we're gonna focus on and some of the questions we also have surrounding it. But before we get into the talk of Liquid, we're gonna hear from Miniboo himself. I have a Liquid's Miniboo joining me here.
Hello.
He's having a lot of fun, especially the fact you're going to be going up against Heretics here. Where would you put the confidence levels at? You're like, we're going to come in 2-0 them.
I mean, I think recently in general, I've been have a little like downside regarding my mechanical like you know, aim and stuff like that. But I think like past few days I've been back honestly, and I've been feeling good. Today I 3-0'd my teammate in ping pong, so I'm feeling really confident. And obviously like it's always a banger playing against Heretics, so you know, like it's also the best games are happening against best teams, so I'm like really excited to play against them.
Yeah, and everyone knows ping pong is the measurement for good Valorant, obviously, you know. And there's been a lot going on over the side of Heretics. It feels like they've trying to been filling in the gap ever since you left them. Is that the way you see it as well, now that you're coming up against a new Heretics?
I mean, I guess they needed another Lithuanian in the team, you know, to feel confident. I guess they had to fill out the gap with the Lithuanian one. But I mean, it's gonna be interesting, honestly. Like, I'm really excited to see how Koshmaras is gonna perform, because he's a friend of mine as well. So, you know, like, it's gonna be interesting, juicy, you know? Maybe we're gonna go for dinner with Lithuanians afterwards.
I like it. No matter the result, we're gonna have some dinner after. Well, Miniboo, thank you so much for joining me. Good luck today.
Thank you so much. See ya.
So there was a bit of a gap to fill. It was just more specific than other people might have thought it was. But Miniboo being a good sport about it all there, and is also saying that Koshmaras is a friend of his, so he wants him to do well. Not well enough to beat them, but at least to put up a performance and maybe answer those questions people have about who he is and why he's coming into this scene the way he did.
Yeah, I think so. I think, like, obviously, Miniboo wants to see his brother's team do well, and like I think when a new player is coming in, especially someone that's also from Lithuania, like they are going to have that kind of mutual respect for one another.
And the head-to-head potentially on Neon here is going to be really big, and it's a big step up from Koshmaras to come into VCT, play against someone like Miniboo, who says he's on fire right now on that Neon head-to-head, potentially.
Potentially, right? We don't know if there's going to be that Neon diff, but we do know that there is going to be a diff when it comes to skirmish. Both teams wanting to get the win for themselves have that advantage in the map Vito, but we'll see exactly just how it's going to play out between them. Because Liquid's sending that coach.
Coach,
yeah,
no.
Man.
What did he say?
Why are you?
I don't know if we
Oh, it wasn't good.
Come
He's
on,
not.
bro.
It's not arable. Did Woot lose to Lohan?
Okay, I got my 1 point. One. That's enough for me.
I think Woot's gonna lose to Lohan.
I think that's actually tilting, no? Like I kind of understand why teams say. You see, it's for the content.
I'm not swinging anymore.
It's for the content.
He's getting more and more riled up as it is.
He's content farming them. He's aura farming. I mean, respect. Actually, respect to Lohan.
Not good start for Woot.
We saw them win it there. Okay, they win the skirmish for themselves, but I'm also more important how the skirmish carries over for them. If they're going to be wondering about this is impactful for us, we really messed up on the, hey man, I'm so sorry, I almost backed into you, Wayne. But you're joining me here. You guys sent in your coach. What was the reasoning behind that one?
He's just better than all of us in skirmish.
So you didn't feel that you wanted to get in, do a skirmish, have a bit of a warm-up there?
Nope.
No? Okay, and we talked about it before, the momentum of a skirmish. Does it carry over? Will you channel the winnings of your coach and win this series?
Of course, everything for our coach.
Everything for their coach, everything on the line for Liquid, but even more on the line for Heretics in the second series here for VCT EMEA.
Smoke on my vision so hazy. Stress in the dark, you made me fall. Decisions in the past were made. All these eyes on me, can't breathe. Gotta keep from falling. Keep falling. Took a risk even though my
at here now, and it feels like all this theory crafting we've been doing over their energy, how they're going to be taking to the stage is right in front of us, because we're seeing Kosh Mars there. His first time walking out. I didn't see anything extra nervous about him by any means. It felt like the same as every other player that we've seen walk out so far.
I think if I was him, I'd be feeling nervous. Like having your tier 1 debut, having to replace a player so quickly as well, we have to consider the turnaround time. But looking at the map view, we're going to see Team Heretics pick into this Pearl, Mini.
Yeah, both the bans here look normal to me. Pearl coming out, EMEA Classic at this point, it seems like. Yeah, I'd Fracture too. Kukuka would be happy.
Yeah, Kukuka would be happy. That's if we get that. Yeah, because we had Fracture as a decider, was it yesterday as well? And we didn't quite get to that point. So yeah, fingers crossed we're able to get to there. I think Team Heretics starting on that Pearl is really exciting for me. I think we saw some really intriguing things come up with their composition when we think about Benji on the Harbor specifically. The way that they were able to utilize the Harbor utility, I think was really interesting to me.
Interesting to me that they're picking into it, considering Team Liquid also won it last week, so they must feel really confident in some kind of game plan going into this. I think from Team Liquid side, I've not talked to them too much today, but it's like they feel very just consistent in this meta right now. They've got that Phoenix answer for the Yoru nerf with camo popping off on the Phoenix, and then they got Neon, Mini Boo, and able to play some Sky on Purpo, so I think it's a tough challenge for Heretics today in terms of like bringing in someone fresh.
Oh yeah, because you have someone new coming into the roster, but then you're going up against a team that, like you mentioned, have a very clear identity, right? Yes, there was Yoru changes, which meant they had to pivot, but like you mentioned, Minnie, it seems as though the answer to that pivoting seems to be on this Phoenix. We're seeing Camo having a great performance on it last week, and it looks as though that's something that's going to continue to go on and progress for Team Liquid.
Yeah, in terms of expectations, I like the way you set it up earlier, whereas like Team Liquid right now are fighting for first seed. They look like in this group is wide open, but I think Team Liquid are the ones that we would probably expect to take that first seed. And Heretics in a very different position, considering their expectations. I know Neil was saying that they take it game by game, but realistically, this is a roster with a lot of history for trying to win trophies, and that is the level that I'm going to keep them
I
at.
think you're stuck in 2024 with that one.
Well, at least qualified to, like, okay,
yeah,
like
they got
used to be win trophies,
first.
now it's qualified to them.
Yeah,
actually called out, straight up just called out.
No, but like it's true, like this was a team that they've not quite been able to hit the heights that they hit in 2024. Last year it was, like you mentioned, like they got to be able to make these global events, and we know that London is obviously the one that everyone has their eye on, and now it is just a question of, can you even make it to playoffs before you consider London? That's what we're looking at here realistically with this Team Heretics roster.
Consistency seems to be what they strive for, and we've already spoken about it. Their group stage record, their streak, that's gone now for them. You bring in a new player, you get to start all over again, but it doesn't mean the pressure isn't there for them.
I do have a Heretics theory that is when I doubt when I think we as a community doubt them the most is when they just suddenly turn up, and then when we expect great things from them, they kind of bottle it a little bit.
Bro, it literally happened in kickoff. We were like, Benji needs to put up numbers. He's dropped off. And then all of a sudden he was insane for that whole week. And I was like, yeah, okay, maybe we should call people out more often.
He took that personally. He heard you and he said, absolutely not am I letting you get away with that one. There's a bit of like on-stage meditation coming out for the side of Heretics. Is that what I'm seeing there? To lock it in?
Meditation, yeah, that's a big thing for some of the players, like to lock in before the game. Like, performance coaches are quite a big thing in Valorant. I think Heretics have one, Team Liquid have one, and they'll be guiding stuff through. I'm interested to see what Heretics specifically going to be picking here. It seems like they are going to be continuing with this chamber idea, which I loved last week, just slotting in Koshmaras as that chamber instead of comeback. I was expecting him to go to the Neon, but it looks like they're putting a lot of faith in Woot's Neon, despite some early shaky matches last week.
Yeah, I mean, Neil and Weber openly had said that they want to support Woot in being able to continue playing this duelist, which was why they had mentioned that Koshmaras was on that chamber. I wonder if this is a time limitation thing more than anything, with Koshmaras not having that many reps on the chamber throughout his career history. I think it's only been like 4%. He is primarily a Neon player, so I'm intrigued to see if they're going to continue with this Woot on Neon across majority of maps and having Koshmaras, you know, fit in where needed to. Team Liquids with their composition, I mean, no changes looks like with what they're going for here. Something that we need to keep an eye on, especially starting on this attack, is those Nats lurks. The way that he was able to get away with that against Carmine Court last week was absolutely incredible, and again, things that we expect from a performance such as Nats.
I think on the Liquid side, I'm looking at Camo once again. He last last week looked phenomenal on that Phoenix, and I think that this week it's about just hitting that again. Overall, though, the thing that I loved the most, like actually inspired me last week, was the Harbor usage from Heretics despite the loss. There's some really interesting coves, especially when they get to that attack side, to look out for. Like on that A main fight, they like to use the cove to protect them going through, sometimes to allow them to plant that spike on attack
Sometimes
side.
even deny the operator as well, right? Because they don't really have utility usage to actually, like initiation, to actually figure out where an operator is. I'm thinking the B long space, right? The really only thing that they have is Rien's on that sky. So yeah, I think being able to use that cove to smoke that off helps there too.
And we'll see exactly what is going to play out there. You guys have given highs and maybe potentially some lows with what agents have been picked up here. A lot of moving parts from both teams there. And while we're talking about it, let's move on up to our casters. We've got Pansy and Hypoc.
Thank you, Nat, for the first official throw, I guess, for me, at the very least.
Yeah.
You've already experienced it.
Of course, yes.
You've already been there. Speaking of moving parts, I am back. Pushed aside my sickness to see Heretics making curious choices.
Yeah. Continue.
No, I don't think I will actually continue on my thought pattern towards Heretics because it won't be positive. I find this choice really weird. I find it really weird.
I am with you. I mean, the proof's in the pudding, but again, we're in a similar situation to how we kind of view KC, right? It's how much more lenience do we keep giving this roster, right? And that's kind of being quite soft around the discussion.
Yeah, we're being quite nice.
Yeah, it's bizarre. It's bizarre. That's again, we can only go on what's kind of been said publicly, and understanding the team dynamic is something completely different. But
very true.
We've got to see him come out the gates swinging, which is what we said coming into kickoff for Heretics.
And I think I would have been a little bit more on board with the potential of this new addition coming in if he was fulfilling a similar role that we've seen him excel in. This adjustment feels like he's having to slot into someone else's position.
I think he's got like less than 10% of playtime on Chamber that he does Neon. So again, internals, we just don't know. We just don't know.
But from the outside looking in, we are left with questions. On the other side, though, a couple of positives when you're looking at Liquid. Kind of seeing Camo's further progress on that. Phoenix is something we'll be very much looking forward to. And also Miniboo as well. Another factor. It's bizarre that that's not one of our main narratives.
For me, again, just to come back into this series, Purpo's the one to watch for me. He's just continued to impress me in terms of being self-sufficient, in terms of complementing both Camo and Miniboo. And I think probably in terms of expectations, way over-delivering here this year.
I think so as well. I think that's a really good summary of his kind of capabilities. So starting out, be Team Liquid on the attacking side, of course, then meaning Heretics on the defense and a proactive beginning. We're going to set the tempo. I think Wayne's noted this.
We carry on walking through here, but ready to take contact here from Wayne. I think there's going to be a second swing alongside this, but Woot handles that very comfortably here, but Purpo going to shut down Koshmaris on the other side.
Yeah, this is great from Woot, though, just kind of trailblazing that path straight through the back lines. But they have succeeded to allow to maybe let this plant go in.
Was he heard? Not sure if he did hear anything there.
I'm not sure, but certainly going to know about it now. Purpo delving deeper for security on CT. Now going to understand where the rest of them are coming through. Woot's been absolutely wild so far. Just down to Camo, though, with that frenzy in a 1v2. Not impossible, but Heretics with a proactive beginning.
Very proactive here. Taking so much space away, forcing Liquid into making a decision here, and initially finding a couple of key kills, but retake still stands strong for Heretics. Again, handling Wayne so comfortably. I think it's well there. I think I just noticed Miniboo actually had the spike.
Yeah.
And the one to kind of offset that hold towards mid, or at least catching that aggression. Again, you don't want to take too many risks there with a couple of other players scaling down B-long already. I mean, Woot can be there so quickly on the Neon. If you do lose the spike in that situation, could have been a little awkward.
Well,
and
speaking of the man,
yeah, Purpo.
Hyping him up.
Congrats, 4,000 lifetime kills in VCT EMEA. Milestone earned already here. Flash will catch. Confirm Liquid's presence here. And just retrieval of the orb. For Camo, already halfway towards it.
Yeah, Koshmaris is going to be a really interesting case study of just kind of watching how he's looking, especially on this agent. Benji getting very nearby here. Rien's going to put life on the line. Nats! Wayne's even got one as well. This is suddenly getting a little bit dangerous. Recovered weaponry now in hand. You're going to see Heretics desperate to try and course correct. He's down a boo here, 1v2. Not what
Light
we thought
shield
was
as
happening.
well. Yeah, Camo's got the scope now.
He's playing it patient, committed towards Pit. letting Wayne take probably the lion's share of the responsibilities on the spike. But for now, Boo's trying to at least get some certainty, but there's not much to be had here. So many corners to clear. And you can see it, Camo already getting curious. And it's stunning from Team Liquid. A lovely outcome, never quite out of the round. And Heretics looking like they took their kind of eyes off the prize there.
Yeah. Blindsided here by this aggression towards A. Nats finding 2 with a classic on the way in. Rien's just caught off guard here initially. Handles the first very well, but the second kill from Nats is what swings things firmly in favor of Liquid here towards A.
Good job, nice eco.
Big swing round for Liquid to get on the board here. Reap the reward. Couple of pistols invested here on the side of Heretics, but nothing in the form of weaponry.
Yeah, this is when you kind of put your eyes towards Koshmaras to maybe find a little bit of something, but it's not really coming his way anyway. Over towards that A side of the map. Still kind of highly focused towards B. And for Liquid, it's just kind of trying to avoid any stacks or pitfalls or traps that could be in place. And Liquid going to take their time, go on a little bit of a walkabout. This is where Koshmaras is the one to watch here. How much can he achieve? Can he probably cleared on this? Yeah, forced further back, but needs to be careful. Can't overdo this, and Woot's actually got Nats caught on that lurk. That's a lovely bit of heads-up play coming out from Heretics.
Well, great timing on it as well. To be able to catch that here. That's across Maris delivers. Miniboo will fall. It's a big upgrade for him.
That's a huge punish. Now Camo looking to try, oh, this is really, really risky. But I guess they got to get something back. But that dog, you've heard it already, going in, right time. Gonna note Woot on the corner though. And Liquid staying postured up, right? They want to try and keep space, stay somewhat in the fight here. Purpo does very well to bail out Camo. But these pistols are still in play. The rifle gets removed just down to Woot. And he's been caught. Purpo gonna pop the ult there, maybe a little panicked in the end.
Yeah.
But you can see the amount of, I guess, respect that's commanded.
Absolutely. Things can definitely spiral out of control, but the cleanup comes through in the end here for Liquid. Great catch from Woot, but I guess the timing here that it really puts Koshmaras in an awkward position. Caught by the Prowler here, the near side goes forward with the shorty, but just can't put that rifle to work, unfortunately. Camo with 2 beautiful kills.
It's all right.
Did you say I missed you?
Wasted.
Oh, wasted.
Okay. I think.
All good, not the end of the world. I still do want to keep a little touch on Miniboo here, just to see how he's kind of faring, right? I think that's something that often comes back to mind. I'm not sure if we're in a timeout here. Curious.
There's music.
It's very early.
There's music.
Yeah. Very early, though.
As we do
turning to the stage.
As we do get a confirmation, we'll let you know as soon as we do, but...
It is a tech pause. We're just not flying it yet. I'm sure it'll change at some point, depending. Let's see how we get on here. I'm not seeing anyone looking too guilty, so I think we should be back underway nice.
And to come back to Miniboo briefly, Santiago's still kind of present in my mind.
Yeah.
Obviously, I mean, struggled in terms of the comparison back to kickoff, where Liquid kind of hit the ground running. Looked absolutely fantastic in terms of this new identity they were trying to establish. But certainly want to see him get back on the same page we saw at kickoff. In terms of numbers alone, that's, again, low-hanging fruit. But
sure.
You can see the confidence on stage for Miniboo, and that was the big difference for me personally.
No, I'm
when
with you
Liquid
in that.
kind of, I guess, saw the light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, don't go towards the light. But at 0-3, we are just, again, it's just one of those checks of like, okay, I think that he's really fitting in the team. I think you've got Purpo and Camo, kind of that 1-2 punch. I just want to see Miniboo hit that form, right? You imagine you have all of those three kind of activating at the same time. I can't wait to see it, but it does still feel like it's a little hot and cold, right? A little bit streaky. I do think everything has been resolved for now, so hopefully we can get back underway. So thank you for your patience if you're playing along at home. However, Operator is in hand for Koshmaras, so that's something to certainly note as we move forward in this match, is how well he can kind of assimilate to this role. And having to handle Team Liquid, who are pretty proficient at this, and obviously with Camo now with that ult in, ready to go if necessary, this does get a little bit tougher.
As if it's maybe considering going forwards here. This will post up towards Pillar. Got plenty of bodies on the other side of this, so we'll be tested. Forced to TP out. Can't find a catch blind there. Camo does have the ultimate, so we'll be able to pop it here in the corner. Maybe make some space.
Yeah, Faris has got room to play though, but he's gonna identify one. Take down Miniboo, down on 20, so trying to stick around on this, which is pretty risky, but I guess with an operator, why not? Great shot there on the floor! 3 kills in the round! Welcome to the VCT. Wayne and Purpo, you don't have much here to play with.
They need a kill.
And if Heretics are smart, they're not going to give them much. They still have the dog, they still have util to play with. I guess the only factor is that Koshmarish can't really back from this.
Happy to stay committed with the setup here from the rest of Heretics, and the smoke gonna cover some vision, but Rians has still got an angle, and yeah, he will catch Wayne.
This is so well done. Really impressed with the new gun. Purpo, I've seen a pixel there, or at least gets maybe called out to him. Desperate for someone to overpeak, but hopefully the discipline's in place. You got to be a bit cautious here. There's still 25 seconds. You don't want to give Purpo too much room. Yeah, it's one of those. You want to kind of keep it tidy as you can, build up those funds. But also for Koshmarish, you kind of want to keep him confident, right? Taking his choices. One more jump spot and I'm losing my mind! 10 seconds! Take it easy here, man! That got a little too close.
Purpo.
Safe, but whoa.
Purpo doing mad work here to do some damage in what feels like a close account on the side of Heretics. Koshmarish does so well on this initial hold here. Obviously can't really retreat. You saw the hot hands go over from Camo. There's a nano swarm as well laid in front of that. Down to just 20 HP. Rians didn't even actually catch a glimpse on the underside of that smoke.
Nice, Kosh. Let's go.
Benji desperately trying to rally everyone behind that round victory, but like I said, costly, and the byproduct being Guardian and the Bulldog here in the buy. Koshmarish actually stuck here. Miniboo just punishes. See the assist here on the C's. He's totally caught out here.
Yeah, that sort of
Was
thing.
he just outside the TP?
I need to see it back, because I think he might be looking at where the death marker is. He might be just in front of it. And again, this is that comfort on agents, right? That's where you do start putting that question mark towards it. It's just maybe not quite in the wheelhouse so like readily in his mind. You can already see mechanically how good he is. That's never been a doubt. You'd look at that last round, but something that certainly no. But a great punish for Liquid, able to pick that up very, very early and leave Heretics with 4. And that does allow them to kind of play the map a bit more. You can see this over rotation. And that curiosity from Heretics. Are they going to flash? Yeah.
He's going to be ahead of this, though.
Yeah, he's fine. Comes back around in time. Woot's dead, and now Liquid have access. They can pick up that spike. They can start building Boo's here, but he's yet to get off the starting blocks. First kill found, but a big trade is Purpo. He's normally good for it, and now Benji, he was the sole Guardian, gatekeeper of the B site, so how much can one man achieve here? A 1v3 required. No one giving him play just yet. There's sight, safe corner, lovely from Camo, good positioning, and just off that early catch, it opened up so many opportunities.
I do want to see, because again, the C's is what keeps him in place, right? Koshmarish at the start of this round, you see, yeah, he's not actually in range of the TP. You can see even the confusion there on the player react on the camera. Just outside the boundary. Beautiful catch there from Purpo with util to open that round up.
Nice, guys. Good job.
Camo already building back towards an ultimate. Just 2 more points. We'll have that to invest here. No catch this time around, but the TP certainly a lot safer this time around, and that's elsewhere.
There we go.
Woot and Benji.
Putting a little flair on it. Koshmarish and Boo. I don't really envy their position currently. 2v5. Camo starting to farm.
Ult here off the plant.
Yeah, I didn't even... I forgot about the plant. Oh dear. And look who's waiting.
Spike planted.
That's not nice. That's
It's a
your
brotherly
brother.
love.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course it is.
Oh, that stings a little. That stings a little. And yeah, Nat showing him how it's done, man. That's an in-zone flawless. 4 rounds for Liquid. And it looked very easy. Smiles all around.
That is foul work.
Yeah. Family dinner tonight is going to be awkward.
Terminated. My ultimate ready.
Liquid get themselves into a brilliant position in terms of this first ult cycle. Probably why we're going to see a Heretics timeout here.
Player standing.
Boom, just a little shrug.
Wait, I didn't.
So yeah, timeout hitting for Heretics, and probably rightly so. If you look at how these rounds have gone, it was a great start in the pistol, but since that point, I think it was off the back of Woot really having some impact there as well. It's predominantly fallen in Liquid's favor, and we're starting to see them lack that ability to take control of the map, kind of keep that space in their hands.
And obviously here, taking a look at Koshmaus, obviously on the side of Heretics, already showing some prowess. Obviously we've seen in terms of mechanical skill, but already an example here of maybe playtime. And again, it's very easy to be critical here when there's a mistake made in a round. But I mean, I for one, am still excited to see another player come into the Heretics roster. If they can fix, again, it's on paper, just why doesn't it work?
I know.
Why hasn't it worked? And that's the frustration. And I know the coach is going to be feeling that as well. Again, we can be very critical of decisions from the outside, but certainly this is the one that's like, okay, guys, finally. Surely.
Because, again, even theoretically, I know there's no point even kind of ideating on it, but the idea of having someone like Comeback in a predominantly quite neon-friendly meta potentially could have been a really lovely prospect. Seeing him kind of hit his stride is what it is, isn't the case anymore. But obviously we don't know the internals. That's always the factor. And when all we hear is we're playing our own game, it's pretty tough. And yeah, you're right, Benji. Actually, Woot bailed them out a fair amount here. Does incredibly well to once again deny Miniboot anything on this. Pop of the art that we noted getting gathered last round, and identifying 2 more players. Woot's down on 27. He's still up for the fight.
Ton of U2 invested here. Some of it catching, but Liquid unable to punish. Really pin anyone down on the side of Heretics. Woot going to get healed up now by Riens. So still alive and kicking. Whereas Purpo now licking his wounds down at 23 HP. So Liquid are going to cut sound and look to contact back into A main. Still 3 players committed towards the A site for Heretics.
Yeah, right read, right place. I guess they don't have to rotate any other bodies, right? They're still good for this. Stacked up, Purpo!
Still gets one.
Yeah, he still gets one, and look at Benji's HP down on 45 as well, so a little bit of chip on the way down, so it's not out of the woods just yet, but that's a lovely bit of util work there. Camo could do nothing about it.
He looked good for the spray as well.
I thought he was pretty close, but by now the numbers looking really solid. Nats with a lockdown, Wayne 1 away. Woot's confidence looking pretty solid here as well, willing to challenge on that lower HP. He's happy to be a bit unorthodox here, but with 13 seconds, it's kind of done.
Maybe a chance to catch a kill here, but doubt it's going to amount to much on the side of Liquid. Still contact out, and Woot and Benji will clean things up. We'll find number 3 for Heretics. This is a round that's what you want to see from Woot, right? In terms of questions about the roster and the roles and some of these compositions. Just asserting dominance here as Liquid look to carve their way into the A site. This is Woot initially to bail out. Benji's caught in the C's once more.
Nice! Let's go! Let's go!
Needed that after the timeout too, right? Kind of to start themselves back up here, but still a lot on the shoulders of Woot's impact. Again, that space he took over towards A main was paramount to the outcome. Big fight for it as well. A lot of util invested just to kind of clear it, make sure they have some springboard to work from. But where is he this round? Over towards Art here.
My ult is ready.
Leaving Benji more
Plenty
in control.
of ults.
Yeah, you're right, actually. That's a lot to bank on. Kind of tilting that towards the Art side. I think that might have potentially caught on Riens and actually going to spot out Woot. So Miniboot's going to take away the kind of big man from the moment, but still, Plant's going to be in. Divides in play.
Spike planted.
So they should at least have time on their side now.
Lockdown here in the post plant as well for Nats, just in case it's needed. Big investment already on the side of Liquid. Going to need to convert this, and yeah, the lockdown will be thrown in the mix.
Oh, look at Camo though. That's a little scary. There's a bit of a predictive spam towards it, but he's got just everything he'd dream of. Spots out one, clears towards pit. He can call out there towards site here. Nats just holds down Mouse 1. I mean, that's a little bit beyond the pale, but you're right. Caught by it, unawares. Not much more to do but die.
Yeah, Nats just slowing them down. Enough for the lockdown to completely finish here and clean up the round for Liquid. And Miniboot even getting the spot on the second player here knows that they can then progress towards site. Camo with a great reposition to get further forwards.
Nice. What are you guys doing?
A little caught off guard in terms of the timing there for Heretics.
Oh, they're going back to that A main kind of push up here. This worked really well before. Miniboot got punished on it as well.
No C's investment here. Should be fairly telling for Heretics. Obviously,
Just a judge.
I expect him to tuck and not really make too much noise. Camo have to deal with the trip here. I need to deny that info on the back of the wall.
It's a bit scary though, because you're so blind towards long, right? You can't really play out from this. They're just kind of working in the dark. I guess helping or banking on those Seekers to maybe give them a little bit of info, but the majority already dealt with down middle. They already knew there was a player.
Doesn't paint a real picture, yeah.
No, they know very little. That's going to help out matters. Prying out Wayne from that position does kind of give him at least a numbers advantage. Can leave Camo here. Rotation's in. Time is everything. Caught. Do they cancel this rotation? Probably not now. A little bit hopeful that no one else was going to be there.
Now they're almost reading into the fact that this might be a fake. Sent a couple of bodies back to investigate the A site, but now Nats trying to find some space through middle. Reveal sent out here by Purpo. C's will actually catch here.
30 seconds left.
No confirmation on the back of that. Still, Woot looking this way, so they're going to have a numbers advantage towards B.
Yeah, Purpo's done really well. Keeping this many bodies here. You've got to just look towards kind of Boo and how much he can get, but I think he's just going to keep CT for now.
The light shields here.
Yeah,
Nats can really punish, and Purpo's going to get behind this. He's going to hear these steps.
I guess Benji's the foil to this, but Benji's been heard. Okay, now he needs to get back there quick, because they might speed up the pace, just getting contact on that, but Nat's already got the cross. Gonna spot out one, but that could be good info as well. Gonna need to set up Mini Boo here. Great damage on Rien's. Unconfirmed, I'm pretty sure, but Mini Boo should check on this. He has to. Brilliant shot towards Rien's. Gets himself out of danger, leaving Boo, sadly, a little behind the curve here. Gonna be played with, toyed with. And the end, an outcome is predictable at that point. Team Liquid very well navigated through that round. Good mid-rounding.
Little concerning to see them kind of second-guess themselves initially, but Purpo able to plant the seed of doubt in the minds of Heretics and get Boo stuck up into heaven.
Damage on that cross
as well.
Whoa.
I mean, the catch on the first is great, but like you said, further damage into the smoke there makes it all the more easier for Mini Boo there to close things out.
Oh, God, and the money.
Yeah, it's difficult now the next couple of rounds. I mean, if you look at the ult situation for Heretics on top of the finances, going to be in a sticky situation here for rounds 11 and 12.
Patience. Maybe expecting a bit of aggression, just not quite as far as they're willing to go yet. You can already see what they've got set here, a little like trap play. Flash ready to go. There and then long being shouldered by Benji, but I don't think they fancy it. The alarm bot's already down just in case they do go walkabouts, but clearing that space through middle.
Bring them down.
Prowler not going to catch, but again, Boo only with the classic, so really hard for him to find larger impact. Going to shoulder it, get the info, smoke. Going down a touch too late, it looks like, pretty much. They're already past this at this point. Deep Prowler, going to identify that he's not sticking around here. They've herded them away from middle, so as long as they don't leave it too late, Liquid are doing nicely here.
Another side. Koshmar is still holding down this choke point. Does have the trip, but it's about to be removed now. He's going to be put on red alert alongside Boo. Only a Bucky to make work in this situation. Can he get stunned up here? Can he still connect it? No, has to TP away.
And now, again, these flashes are so nicely done. This is really good layering, even in a round like this against a lighter purchase. You need to be very heads up, which is good to see. I think we did take a little bit of damage on this one, but by now there's already those 4 players behind that can very much soak the rest of the hit. Lovely, unexpected off angle there, and Camo doing well on 2. It's Rien's to try and get something back for Heretics, but look at them, they're down so low. And again, that 1-2 front line between Camo and Purpo is near on impossible to handle.
Purpo delivering once more here, 13 and 4, top of the board for Liquid. Another beautiful take. Watch this. Effectively rides on Koshmaras, finding something with the Bucky here.
Welcome to EMEA, Liquid.
Jeez. But yeah, great catch from Mini Boo, the awareness to put the stun into the smoke and just force the TP out, leave Boo effectively. I mean, pants down in the middle of the site, to be honest with you.
To be done. And going back again to this aggression on A main, this time with a little bit more invested behind it. Koshmaras could be pushed up towards B long. He's been checked on here. Have to get himself out of there. Shows the operator is in play.
We'll see now. Has to. He's forced to retreat here. Camo gonna clear a ton of space here with his ultimate. Can he isolate Boo on backside? I was gonna say if Koshmaris isn't holding that cross.
But look at the space that Miniboo's gathered here. He's stuck around, right? He kind of played towards A main a little bit later, kept that space, gonna have heard the rotations through.
And there's a ping here as well. The Miniboo here, whoa, definitely going to be confirmed.
Yeah, I think he heard the dog potentially at that point clearing through art maybe, or at least the steps going through that way. And now you can see all that information free-flowing. Woot's in a little bit of danger to say the least. Camo.
Okay.
Tries to create something here, but Miniboo's still working. Oh, he could be on for an absolute screamer of a round. Lovely. And a miss from Koshmaris, and that's opened up both avenues now. This is tricky. Woot's down so low, it's hard to find impact. Miniboo's deep behind the wire, keeping command of 2. This is brilliant from him. Left alone to just kind of work in his own way towards that A site, and he's delivered here. Didn't be found in the end, but it is going to give them that 3v2. He's given them the site, basically.
Done more than enough in this situation. Nats will get the plant. Still looking as if they want to pressure this post plant here. They go charging through, but 16 HP for Woot.
Don't placed.
Can they find this first kill comfortably?
One enemy
No.
No, yeah, it was comfort that was needed. It had to be clean and easy. And Woot, sadly, if he had more HP, you'd kind of put a little bit more stock to it, but down on 16, nothing more to be done.
Yeah, and as I said, the buy in a really weird spot a round or two ago that means Heretics now are going to come into this last round. I mean, look at what's left in the bank. They do have maybe Woot's ult on top, but it's only Benji to have his available, and the buy is going to be in disarray. Miniboo does so well in this situation. No catch from Nats here as well. As they identify that Koshmaris is still looking to anchor towards his side. Again, Liquid placing so many markers across the map that they have so many plan C, plan D in some of these situations where, and again, it's an instant decision to be made on the back of that. Sometimes it looks a little concerning when they're kind of, oh, do we go B, do we go A, we're in mid now. Do we go R, do we go Link? And much to their credit, actually making really solid calls.
Yeah, the mid-rounding feels quite nice here, actually. Yeah, variety to it.
It's a very active default, right? In essence, it's...
I think they've got such a good read on this. Now, I wonder if this goes well for them, though, because, again, in traditional round form, Woot's been very good at this. Oh, that flash is really nice, but he's still going to get one. Drops Miniboo down, so at least going to go down swinging, but they've started to really put together what Heretics were trying to do on this push-up on A. Have to respect this ult. How long do they stay here? You got to get out of there. And there we go. So site going to be given over. Woo trying to put a couple of shots in, but Liquid have it.
Comfortable plant here. Benji will invest.
Spike planted.
He finds anything on the back of this to clear the space back in.
That's good though, Benji. Can't do more than that. Can't string this together. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Wayne called on in a 1v3, but I think this time around Heretics have got themselves a little bit of wiggle room. No block on that. So it has to go back. Wayne! Okay. Time now to Factor! And he's been given a 1v1. Oh my god, he has to check on the defuse. Oh, Boo! Just playing with his nerves there in the end. Does have time, but that got very, very close.
We close out here, find number 4 for Heretics. Again, not necessarily comfortable, but certainly a saving grace to convert this final round.
You're spot on. I think saving grace is the main phrase here. Getting up to 4 gives them a little bit of breathing room, because that one felt incredibly difficult.
One enemy remaining. Ready.
Just a sign check here today.
Yeah, some good ones.
Yeah, what's your favourite?
The mini boot one, actually.
Oh, I really thought you hadn't read any, and I was hoping you'd have to lie.
No,
I was really hoping you'd be like,
the
first
writing
one.
was only criticism, small writing. I can't read that from here.
Yeah.
I'm too old.
Yeah. Let's get some.
Actually, it's
bold
more
going.
criticism of the cameraman. There you go. The
Wow,
sign's great. The sign's great.
Just flaming everyone now. All right, on the attack now for Heretics, obviously defending side for Liquid. And again, Woot's been a name to look at here. He's been doing very well. Now maybe a little bit freer on the attack, but let's see how they approach this very direct work through mid.
Already, you can see Mini Boot posted up towards Pillar here. Nat's gonna catch. Flash will force him back here, but Mini Boot unnoted as of yet. And there's nothing to offset this here. He could get a couple, but it's only the one.
They know about Nats, but they don't seem to know where.
Boo's got to be careful now.
I'm a little bit scared about this.
Maybe he's going to get inside the smoke.
Oh, he's done well here, hasn't he? Again, this is where that gets found. What a shot! Okay, nice towards Woot there. And again, keeping numbers on their side, slowly chipping away at the Heretics boys. Koshmaras and Benji have a tough time. Yeah, you're going to see Koshmaras the last one alive here. Noted in position, 40 seconds, and just going to be overwhelmed.
Yeah, just continues to go forwards. Liquid will find number 9, and again, last week I believe it was an 8-4 defensive half for Heretics versus Na'Vi. I might be mistaken on that, but we are now going to be playing from behind. The pistol will rub salt in the wound. Unfortunately here for Heretics, able to, get to site really comfortably, but Nat's just creating a little bit of a stall.
Where are they?
Allows the second layer to come through from heaven. No investment here on the side of Heretics. And again, Liquid equipped for close quarters, to say the least. Other than Purpo.
Yeah, Purpo's your range.
Purpo's the range.
That's what you've got.
I imagine they're looking to probably flood here if Heretics decide to continue towards the A site.
Waiting on the go up. Feels pretty tough site to go towards. Gonna burn the util.
Catch them.
But it's all this side of the map here. So Heretics do get some of sight. Not that much, it's a trap, man, and it was well laid as well. Koshmaras and Woot.
I have the spike.
It's not a comfy one, but they can maybe get a plant. That's something to look towards. Woot there tries to get a bit of info, but Prowler goes down and Camo's had enough. Round done, double digits made. Team Liquid making it look simple.
Certainly off to a fantastic start here in the second half. Camo already past halfway to the ultimate as well. Great little crunch here as soon as Heretics, they walk into the blender effectively. I said there's no way Liquid are going to sit back with this sort of purchase, how things to develop into a retake scenario. And he will be fairly frugal in terms of the purchase. Only Purpo to upgrade to bring a ghost into the previous, so
why not?
You have a rifle in hand here.
He's the only range they have. You got to give him something.
Continuing that trend.
Yeah. Just going to shoulder this. It's pretty direct.
Nearly catches on the cross.
Yeah. I get a little nervous when I see that. I'm just waiting for a headshot to come flying out somewhere, but no. Maintaining the ability to stay unscathed, but what's the plan here? What are we working towards?
Reposition here for Heretics to clear through art. The body block here, so Rian's going to be limited in terms of full range, but clears out the crucial areas close by.
Backfilled it pretty quick as well, though. Like, not as close towards box in
It should be, look at, there's another trap plate. They're ready to flash off this alarm bot.
See if they commit. There's the flash, there's the swing. It's Benji.
Beautiful.
Yeah, gonna get Nats, and Woot goes in alone, though. I'm a bit... Woot's been solid. I think you kind of let him have a go. Did they identify Purpo as well with that Vandal? I'd imagine they did in this. They should be heard.
Yeah, Mini Boo, though, he has to get here fairly quickly if he wants to make use of this judge. Maybe Wayne can lay down some cover here, cut some sight lines, allow Mini Boo to shine.
3 here. Still not out of the woods for Heretics. They are going up against it. Good clear on Wayne, looking a little desperate to try and catch a bit of timing. Camo, though, maybe the unexpected factor, and right in between the smokes now. Camo, can he catch a bit of timing? 13 seconds. Purpo's bailed him out on Benji, 10 now. It's getting dangerous. There he is, slips out of the smokes, doing brilliant damage. Minibu buying time. Purpo in unison. It's down to Koshmaris, and there's no time left. Team Liquid, it's a dream come true and a nightmare for Heretics.
Up to 11 in the blink of an eye. Bonus conversion for Liquid. We'll have Camo's ultimate available here as well. And whether or not we even see some of these other ultimates develop, there's even enough rounds. What is that?
10 seconds left.
What a catch from Purpo. Again, just enough stall created. Camo's able to slip in and out these smokes for so long. Again, Heretics, rightfully so, cautious about the plant, cautious of another trap set up elsewhere. Liquid able to punish at the right time, and at that point the clock decides it.
Okay, Woot's got him off the starting blocks. That's,
wow.
But at the cost
10
of,
HP, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of a heal up. But again, still going to be left wanting for more. And I don't think that... Okay, no, Koshmaris did find Wayne. I was a bit worried about that corner not being cleared by the dog, but all good. This is great stuff.
Don't scale to sight, though. You're going to rely on Boo finding some space elsewhere. Relying solely on the fact that Liquid would have rotated for this, and they absolutely have. All three players on this side of the map, but Camo has an extra body to invest in a retake, essentially here with the ultimate.
Yeah, you can see how unaware Liquid were of how, that progress towards site. There were so many smokes up, so much vision block. The Prowler going down just to clear out back B, but by now we can see where they're heading. Heretics, a big opportunity, but Camo's going to find Koshmaris, and that was at the cost of 0 HP. So that's I don't want to say a freebie, but that's as good as you're going to get it. Now, do you go back into this, or do you just call
I think
it?
they're so conscious of a lurk now that they're going to try and hold on to what they've got. I mean, Nats and Wayne, obviously, the ones to struggle in terms of the economy here. Only 400 and 700 credits coming out of this purchase. Again, Nats 2 away from the lockdown, talking about whether or not we would see some of these ultimates, but now maybe a little more likely with Heretics potentially finding a buy behind this.
Yeah, extend and play here. I thought it was kind of done, right? Put a fork in it sort of situation, but a couple of nice shots here and there. Good rotation. Love to see it. Let's see if Liquid can keep all 3 rifles, or if Heretics can maybe take one away. Camo continuing to punish. I think that'll be where it's left, yeah. So the rifles do remain with Liquid, 3 of them still in hand. We do question mark what the buys could be around it with Wayne and Nats, obviously, as you highlighted. But beyond that, at least an extension of opportunity for Heretics now.
I'm out of here.
Again, just looking at numbers, they did, that have actually spread the funds. Obviously, Camo can invest the ultimate here, so the light shield not necessarily a concern.
Let's go.
But they do get rifles across the board. Seekers available. Koshmaris also.
You want to play? Let's
play. That popped at the start of the round here. So maybe we're going to try and let him work a little bit towards B. It's like another trap set up here. The back of Camo's molly. Prowler will not catch, so no confirmation just yet.
I think that, I don't know if that was quite heard from Purpo, but they're still looking to catch someone. Heretics not really given any play here, though.
Going to try and fake towards A here. On the back of Wooten, yeah, very, very risky game to be playing, because Koshmaris hasn't made progress, hasn't necessarily confirmed anybody, but he will be caught.
Oh dear.
Way
now,
ahead of the curve.
Yeah, that's a real question mark. Do they continue? Do they try and pull this off? As Woot's going to take so much damage for this. And Camo's curiosity is going to be invested off the back of the ult to clear sight, to make sure no one's behind this, and they've left one man behind. It's going to be Miniboo on the other side of the map. They've seen nothing over towards main, and I think the penny has dropped. You've got to look towards Woot as well, trying to catch the rotations and get that call going through, but Miniboo left with it all to do. He's going to hear the rotation coming in through connector. Has to give away the game. Swing and a miss. Boo gets his revenge eventually for that knife by keeping opportunity in this round. The molly misses. Now Boo cautiously can try and step back to join Benji on backside.
Yeah, Benji has to hold down the fort here. Looking at Yuto on the side of Liquid. Not much, but a few things to invest still. Most notably Camo. And a man advantage here.
See how he uses that util to maybe create some safety or swing some favor on their side. They've got to start moving if you're Liquid. Time to go. Benji, good for one. Lovely. Takes away Purpo. Boo in unison. Rien swings from long. 2v2. Swing from Benji! And that's beautiful. That's vintage Benji right there. The clutch captain himself at one point. Gonna keep Heretics in with a chance.
It's unfortunate for Liquid in this situation. Man advantage. Looks as if it's going to be comfortable, but
Got your trail.
fortunately, here it's a great catch from Boo to get off the spike. And find that response onto Mini Boo. So it will be a Liquid timeout here to follow as Heretics find number 6. 2 in succession now. Liquid want to pump the brakes a little bit.
Yeah, and I think it's the right call. Again, just kind of slowing down the roll. They need to start maybe kind of getting an idea of what Heretics are up to, and the man you want to keep staying active is Purpo.
Absolutely. I mean, even here, not that impressive in terms of numbers, but his impact in Santiago, undeniable in some of the rounds. And I think probably a pivotal part of this Liquid roster now with where they've kind of found a new direction. And he continues to impress me.
Yeah, he's
not to say the bar was exceptionally low, but it was certainly lower than where we're seeing in tracking, that's for sure.
Yeah, it was like we saw potential on occasions, right? There was those glimmers of like, oh, this guy could be really, really nice. He could do some great things. But I think we're seeing it more consistently. That's the thing that I'm quite impressed by is one, we saw it at a big event, Santiago, obviously, where Liquid didn't have the easiest time either.
No, exactly.
And
That's what I'm saying.
Out.
Like, again, an asterisk next to some of these numbers, but some huge rounds over in Chile. So for me, certainly one to watch this year for Liquid, and not necessarily the headliner, right? That's why, for me, it's important to kind of give him his flowers.
Ahead of that, though. Oh, dear.
Big exchange.
Yeah, so much invested, but you'd argue the Liquid come out kind of on top, at least controlling the space here.
Get themselves inserted in the space. Now able to create a bit of a death funnel over towards A main.
Yeah, you've got to look over towards where Heretics might then adjust.
Well, they're back over towards mid now, so.
Oh, are they going back over towards A, though?
Scout destroyed.
Dog to clear through. Spam will catch a little bit onto Camo. Unconfirmed as of yet.
No, but you are already seeing Miniboo kind of backing away here, so Camo might be just...
Oh! Cosmetic.
All right, man. What is that? Purple? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And now you got Miniboo. This is where I'm getting a bit nervous, right? Is that like slow death?
I'm even more nervous at the fact that they're not following through on this.
Rain's getting a bit closer. And
30 seconds left.
And you heard it there. Clock starting to...
Oh, Christ. That's unconfirmed. 2 flashes still with Rien, so that's going to go close. Miniboo should be able to turn it. Gosh, Morass needs to clear.
They need to get out of the smoke.
They got to go. 15 seconds. There's the swing. Boom. Oh my God, nice try so far. He is putting down everything. That one. Not going to go nice. Purpo on the fadeaway.
Didn't waste it this time. Huge round from Purpo. We were just talking about it. His impact is undeniable for Team Liquid. This is just beautiful from Camo to remove the head early on here.
Oh man, he's a treat to watch right now.
Player standing. Spike down.
And Boo put in a shift on that, trying to make it possible. But, yeah, Purpo and Camo just lighting it up, 20 kills each, but that impact from Purpo there, masterful. Miniboo on the operator, going to take down Kosh Morass, show him how it's done a little.
Purpo in that same spot now, different weapon in his hands. Benji will invest. We get a good catch here. Purpo completely caught off guard here by Woot. Near sight will be his demise. Part will come through here, and Heretics looking to posture forwards a little bit. Maybe thinking they got a bit of space ahead of this retake, getting started.
I don't think they've got anything though, apart from Miniboo breaking maybe
You are divided.
the crosshair placement. Okay. Okay, Wood, yeah. What is that? I need that in slow-mo, please, just to understand it. But Wayne left, and I think this is a formality at this point. Heretics putting in as much work as they could to try and make that feasible. We're already maybe trying to gap close to try and take away this operator. And there's a flash.
Yeah.
And everyone knows on the
full 360 flash, by the way. It was, I saw on the mini-map, going backwards and back through the divide. That's what I want to see on slow-mo.
Don't worry.
Oh.
You'll think it's
Boo got him. Boo got him.
Well, sharpshooter these last 2 rounds, finding a couple of headshots.
Here we go, let's see what replays we're treated to. That's one. The aim. Yeah, man.
Yeah, the Kiebi, yes.
Look at this. I ain't having it.
People ain't ready.
Oh, it's just at the last second as well, yeah.
That was really close. Okay, Heretics, 7 to 12. They're making something out of it, but how long can they go for? This round looking very, very feasible. I don't really know what Miniboo's planning now, because that was his ult.
Yeah, gets the information out. The more concerning, I didn't see Koshmaras even say anything there on the player cam. Again, Miniboo didn't progress further forwards, but I think it's enough to cause a freeze here for Heretics. Again, Wayne and Purpo really the danger men on the side of Liquid in terms of the buy here. Yeah, Heretics so hesitant. Now Miniboo just on a classic. His brother on the other side of this. We'll get confirmed.
It's been quiet at B for a minute now.
Well, issue being, yeah, Boo has to completely back away from this because he doesn't want to give away the rifle.
30 seconds left.
Interesting. Heretics a fair amount considering the actual buy is...
Swoon's so close with that.
Oh,
Miniboo down
man.
to 31 HP.
It's getting a bit messy though, and they're trying to get some space on it. It's not going to work out. We're going to just easily deny. That's a mess though. Koshmaras going to get caught and punished by Nats, and now things get a little bit topsy-turvy. Gets a bit weird. Heretics back to the wall, come out swinging. They look better. Yeah, against light investment. Nats in a 1v3. This would need to be an ace. Gonna know there's probably 2 towards Art, but again, time, considering the util. Very unlikely for Nats to get much of a reaction here, sadly.
Maybe the ends, yeah.
He's working him down.
Huh?
Gunner today.
Huh?
So yeah, that's gonna be kind of all she wrote. Okay, it's a slow path back for Heretics, but they're up to 8. Can't even cut the replays anymore.
Yeah,
it's right down to the end.
4 rounds still to find here, Liquid. We'll be back on a purchase here. Miniboo operator in hand. We have Camo, Nats, and Wayne ultimates to invest here. An opportunity to maybe fix some of the issues they've had. I mean, we saw the Toasty earlier in terms of the retake success here on Pearl. This is certainly the sort of setup you want to see to pull off a successful one. If Miniboo can find anything early on here. It's posted on a deep angle. He actually caught him there, yeah?
He tagged
him down to 49.
That's a what? And then Miniboo dies elsewhere. Where's this going on? I mean, it was Boo to catch him, yeah, over towards A main, but I guess there's a fine balance here with Miniboo. He's got to get it right here. As now numbers once again favorable towards Heretics. Yet to see a timeout for Liquid on this? I don't...
No, we've seen a Liquid timeout, yeah.
Okay. Kind of maybe expecting that to kick into effect, but not the case. Plenty of ults to be played with too.
Teleport's ready. Probably after this one, well, investment dependent. Liquid still in a good position though, between Purpo and Wayne. Purpo's going to deal with the dog.
All eyes on him. Very aware of the additional body probably around. And there we go, it's Wayne, the only one to really find form here, but 2 is all he's going to get. There's once again Nats left in a 1v3, we've been here before.
Going to give this one up. Nats probably going to use this time to have a discussion here. Although there will be a discussion to follow from the coach camp of Liquid. again, in a really solid position in terms of the setup later into this round, and Miniboo's unfortunate not to catch a kill here. Like I say, it gets a beautiful adjustment, but Boo to punish in response. Unfortunately, Heretic's able to whittle away at the rest of the defenses.
Placing sentry.
Never tried whistling?
I have actually, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I've probably got some photos I can show you.
Oh, please do.
Why did you make that noise?
I don't know. I forget we're on broadcast sometimes.
Turret destroyed.
But then what do you make? Squirrel? Something like that?
No, a little booty thing.
A booty thing?
Yeah. Rien's shut down.
Yeah.
That's, I mean, not going to have a huge impact here. Boo, as we mentioned, that's the catch we saw elsewhere. Great take at the end of things here for Heretics. As I said, a ton of threat, and even here, Wayne finding two. Unfortunate not to do further damage.
Placing alarm bot.
Just a little overwhelmed. Scrappy purchase, couple of stingers, couple of sheriffs, and that's still with that rifle from the previous. Certainly not the one you'd expect them to convert here. The other side of things, actually, Heretics in a decent position. I mean, they're not too far away from the Seekers. Benji just 1 point away. The buy hasn't necessarily stabilized yet, but with only 3 separating these teams, they've already done the hard work.
Yeah, Benji can get the ult ready here. Happy to take their time around the map, though.
He's going to try and fake on the back of this. Or they're just going to pivot into art, yeah.
Works well. Put Camo right in the crosshairs. And he only has that sheriff, so there's the flash, gonna catch. Very indicative of this position. 4 players though, that is a lot of bodies here, but again, you got to look at the firepower, the ults, or ult should I say, that could be so imperative to changing the outcome.
Water rising.
Will come through here. Miniboo looking to go forwards. He absolutely does. He's nearly got a third.
I thought it was on. I thought it was on. The flash looked solid. Wayne's being cleared though. But Purpo's still alive, and he made something of this round before, something similar to this. But the plant's already in. Nats has the rifle. They're going for this round here. Locked down to force the hand.
Do they check Purpo?
I hope they bloody do. Oh my god, this
he got
the of the century! Purpo from 0 to 0 in that one, sadly, but for Heretics, a lifeline to get up to 10.
Fumbles a target-rich environment here. Completely unchecked. Bit of a bait of attention here. Miniboo does so well. I mean, he's actually unlucky not to get this 3rd kill. Rien's finally puts a stop to the madness. I think, yeah, Liquid, this is the one you show us in slow-mo?
Yeah.
No, it's not. Rien's ducked under one of these.
Oh.
Yeah, and Purpo not happy with that one at all. Usually pretty crisp, pretty clean. And that's the round that will force the timeout here. We've been discussing it, was kind of lurking in the backgrounds, and 4 rounds in succession here for Heretics. Investment of the lockdown, sure, but still got a couple more to offset that slightly.
Yeah, gonna need to kind of come up with something, because it just feels like they've been kind of punished a great deal on this A take as well. They haven't had the bodies in the right place, maybe a little bit behind the curve. But credit, in a way, to the Heretics for remaining quite slippery to pin down with what they want to achieve and how they want to finish in these. Happy to be as versatile on those rotations as before, but this is now 4 in succession for Heretics. Finances, good spot. No ults to bank on directly yet. 1 away from Rien's, not too far from Woots, and obviously Koshmara's quite close by as well.
Curious now if Heretics continue with this sort of pace. Don't necessarily look as if they're building upon the confidence of stringing these rounds together, but very methodical in terms of approach. Few concerns in terms of the number of times they're leaving just the one outlier in towards A main on some of these A site hits, but Liquid haven't figured that out yet.
Close flash, basically for Miniboo at that point. Not going to catch, but it's a very direct approach. And the
Smells, look at his HP, he's 1 HP.
That's ridiculous. To even be alive is fortunate. A quick heal going to try and get them back up to fighting form. Oh,
Right, he's just spammed off again.
And Woot's down pretty low. There was a heal in the mix as well, but he's going forward. Still, Woot's left in a really bad spot here. I don't know if they had to do that. Decision-making questionable, but now Camo this time. He's good for it on the second go of things with that flash. 5v2, Benji and Rienz. They
can second from the other side of the divide.
The divide's there. It got messy at the end, but Team Liquid just tilting the scales over the line. It got close, but that timeout working well in the end. And if I'm not mistaken, we will have a treat coming up for you. I see Nat there, so I do believe Purpo will be joining her in a conversation.
But you guys made this so much closer than it needed to be. What happened for you essentially to let Heretics back into the game?
I mean, we had the kind of win condition with our rules. We had the plan, and just a lot of micro mistakes from us on defense. We're like a little bit overcooking sometimes. We knew where they're going, but we're still like making these micro mistakes that leading out, like we're just giving them rounds. So, and then, yeah, last round just playing second layer, playing passive, retaking together, playing together from our win condition. So that's it.
Will it be cleaner next map? Because next map is your pick. Do you feel like those mistakes might happen there?
Maybe, I don't know. Well, let's see.
It feels like the default answer right now, but Purpo, thank you for joining me. We're going to go to a break on the other side. We'll see if those mistakes linger, if they're going to be able to fix it up.
Boys, they just changed the player a day ago. They're going to just run the map. They're going to try to do some weird things. We are in control of the game, okay? They need to win this game. We just need to play our own game. We are playing good, boys, when we trust each other, and by that, our micro is good. So let's just trust, let's just play the game, and that's it. We are working just for that purpose.
Say what you will. In the EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We ain't the same. Get in your lane, stay in your lane. Wait, this ain't a game. Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change. Still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That win is degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. So step in the room like this, we breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in the tune. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Bad with a vengeance, killing the ops, I'm leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G League, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm nashed up, then TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal in room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They're killing the mood and up in the few, might land in the tomb.
Okay, so Isa, was it hard to prepare for a team that swapped out a player so recently?
I don't think so. Just come to the game, play our own game, and play our own things. And at the end of the day, there are teams that are less prepared than us, and that's the reality of it. So we just come. I don't think we need to come as a favorite. Just come as a team that's coming prepared to play our own game and adjust to the changes that they do. And that's it. Yeah.
Kind of almost focusing on themselves. It feels that was what they're trying to insinuate there for the side of Liquid, and it really showed, because whilst there were those micro mistakes or small mistakes that Purple alluded to, ultimately they showed up and they played their game plan. This map one wasn't even their pick. That was Heretic. So the fact that we're seeing individuals show up, and I'm going to say it, Purple, player of Pearl, you know, it's got the alliteration there. He did really well on Pearl.
Yeah, I think as well, it's not just the numbers that he was able to put up, but the impact that he was being able to have on this Fade, which is an agent that we don't really get to see him play on this Team Liquid very often nowadays. I think that moving over to that Sky, since the obvious Sky changes have come in, Team Liquid have decided to kind of lean into that a little bit more than the Fade, but no, I really enjoyed watching him.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good sign for him, like being able to lean on different agents, because Sky might be a little bit overplayed at certain points. Like Team Liquid are going to be leaning into it a lot, and being able to lean back towards what I think is slightly stronger on a few maps, that Fade, is a good sign for them.
You say overplayed, are you talking in general for a lot of teams, or?
For them. I think their read on Sky has been buffed, so let's play it as much as we humanly can, apart from where very small instances. Here, we wanted to point out here, like, Team Liquid very early, I think, dominated this attack side through their dominance over A main. We see them getting picks and a lot of control early on. Like, there we just saw them get rid of the chamber, and then this round again, like, getting it here. And then Thematic came through here from Heretics to battle it, and that's where we saw Woot getting really aggressive here with the Neon, doing really well. But after that, it went back to just Team Liquid continuing to dominate A main, and there didn't seem to be many answers from Heretics over this part of the map. And honestly, after the first half, I was ready to be coming out here and being a little bit mean to Heretics after, you know, I was very confused about how I should approach Heretics. Sure. In terms of their history, they're making these changes. I can't know everything that's going on, but it was looking very bleak at the start.
Oh yeah, a sour taste I feel it had in everyone's mouths. The fact that you're going to make this change, this player you've brought in hasn't had time to flourish, and now you're losing basic things essentially of A main control.
Yeah, I think that for us, like, we have been a bit lenient because we want to let them come in and see how they perform. But going forward, like, there does come a time where you have to start to be critical. I mean, Pansy said it at the very start of the cast. Like, you really do have to start looking in on why these things are happening and how that's going to impact them in the long term as well.
Yeah, we're going to hear exactly, though, from the coach. He's got a little bit extra things that he wants to say there. So let's listen in on Heretic's coaching stuff.
How difficult is it for you to integrate a new player into the team within a week? A week? Honestly, a week would have been really nice. it's more like you landed yesterday. It's not easy, but we never expected it to be easy. It's more for, you know, we wanted to get them in, use this as experience, and yeah, happy that we've seen some improvements. We lost a lot of key rounds again that could have switched the momentum of the game, but I'm happy with the mentality of them not to give up, so yeah.
That is the silver lining that they're going to have to take away from this, is that we didn't give up when they could have, almost bringing it back when they could have, almost closing it out when it felt like they shouldn't have. But there is that silver lining, Billy. And it was that map pick. That's the only side that I have on the other end, where you wonder if that's what you were prepared for in whatever time frame they had. They say not even a week, not even 24 hours. Well, that's just the position you're in.
Well, yeah, their new player was playing in Challenger Spain literally only a couple of days ago. So, like, yeah, you're juggling a bunch of things here. I think for them as well, hopefully they've taken away some learnings from the binds that they had played last week against Na'Vi.
I just want to go back for a second and be like, that's the position they put themselves in.
Yeah.
So it's like, you chose to do that. To me, that seems very strange to, you know, like...
How far gone does it have to be, Mini, that when you were back in coaching, that was even considered an option?
The player would have to be...
You can't say, don't say for broadcast.
I can't, no.
That's how bad it has to get. Okay, well, they flown him in. He's there on stage.
Like for me, for instance, it's like kickoff for them. It felt like they just threw some ideas at the wall and were really trying to figure it out, couldn't figure it out, and it felt like, okay, we got stage 1. 2 weeks in, they made a roster change. It's like, how long do they have? There's not that long. There's not that much time in Valorant, and specifically the VCT season, to get things sorted.
When do you think that decision should have been made then? On whether or not they continue with the roster?
Well, it shouldn't have happened in the first place, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I know.
They shouldn't get to that position. I mean, it's a
They took a risk. They took a risk, right? Because like we knew when Comeback was joining this team initially that you were taking a risk in being able to pick up a player that didn't speak English, right? It wasn't their native language.
Just say that out loud.
Saying that out loud sounds crazy, but obviously, you know, they've been honest about them being able to try and help Comeback fit into that. Now they've had to make that change. Do you think that that change should have been made before or right after kickoff? Do you think, or are you just like, no, they shouldn't have been in this position in the first place?
It's impossible for me to like fully speculate, right? I'm
we
just
don't
saying
know the ins
they
and
should
outs,
never
right?
be in the position to do that in the first place.
I can see Mini's brain like exploding. He's like, I just don't get how we got here.
I think the ideas at kickoff seem so like, you know, they just quickly change stuff. And it just didn't seem like they fully worked it out.
Which is why I'm really annoyed, because I really liked the composition that they came up with last week. It felt like all of the puzzle pieces were finally being put together and we were going to see the real strength of what this roster could be. But you can't just try and fix communication issues when, anyway.
And we can look at what is going to be coming forward for both of these teams right now. That we've got Liquid one up for themselves, having one Heretics map pick there when we went to Pearl. We can look towards Bind and exactly how they're going to come up with their team compositions to, for on the side of Heretics, hopefully get a win here and force out Fracture.
Yeah, Heretics looking like they're just going to be subbing in Kosh where, you know, Comeback was, which makes a lot of sense, puts the rest of the players in a comfortable position. Kosh has only played Chamber 8 times before, so he's kind of probably not expected to deliver on the same level. Liquid side, we're seeing a lot of comfort roles. You get mini boot, like everyone's on what I consider some of their best agents. You get the classic Nats Viper, mini boot Neon, Camo, Phoenix right now is popping, purple in the sky.
Yeah.
Team Liquid are in a very good position on this map, considering their comfort, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think when we look at Team Liquid's composition, it's kind of what we expect. They've clearly got an identity that they're looking to lean into with that double duelist alongside the Sky as well here. I think for Team Heretics, it's just a case of, okay, they just said they only had a couple of days to be able to slot Kosh Maras into the roster, so it's a case of, do they continue with this approach? Is this what we're going to see across majority of their maps? I don't know yet.
Why aren't we seeing Heretics run double duelist when you guys are saying, looking at Kosh, he's also someone that likes to run duelist. He also likes to play
He
Neon.
is a Neon player.
Yeah.
Like his most played agent is a Neon, yet we're seeing Woot on the Neon. And I think that something that the coaches had said themselves was they want to be able to support him on this journey, and that's something that, how long is this journey going to be?
It's a never-ending forest.
The copium is that Woot was actually pretty good on map 1.
Oh, I'm not blaming Woot at all. I'm just saying, why aren't we seeing a double duelist, right? If Liquid's running double duelist, if that's their idea of the comp for this map, why isn't Heretics doing that with a new player that can also be duelist?
because they're just keeping things from what they did before. They're keeping that comfort in the strategy that they're running and practicing before, and now having to make those last second changes.
Changes for themselves. Well, changes are going to need to happen for Heretics if they want to force out the third map. But Liquid, well, they have a chance to go 2-0 in their group if they're able to close it out on Bind.
You know what, Nat? Because Mini wasn't answering that question.
Wow.
He was evasive. He was evasive about it, and I don't know why. I'll answer it for you in the most Heretics way possible. Because they're playing their own game.
Yep.
They love their own game so much.
As fewer changes as possible, but alongside that, you could tell Neil was dying to say it. He looked at it, he was like, are we going to play our own game?
Are we gonna say it? Because I think we've got a count going. All right, we are diving into map 2. It's going to be Bind. It is Liquid's choice. Walking away, obviously, at 13-10 on map 1, which was Heretics' pick. This is where things get a little bit questionable. Again, I'm also just curious how much time they had with Koshmaras, because it sounded like not a lot.
The sounds of things since last night.
Which is crazy for him.
It is, yeah.
Like, even teams way aside, for him individually, good God, that's
Which,
a horrible
again,
welcome.
I think leads towards, in terms of probably adopting a double duelist composition here, would be even more problematic, right?
Probably. I guess you try and stick to the strength that you have right now. And, well, that strength for Liquid is Camo and Nats. So, good start, and, well, bloodmin, heck, that was a blink and you miss it. Purpo's picking up where he left off.
Just Benji left now. Finds himself in a 1v4 in the pistol. Able to potentially get ahead of this, but I think Liquid taking their sweet time. He will find himself an upgrade. Not much for Benji to do in this situation. Does have a snake bite maybe to find a kill, but I feel like this is insurmountable odds for Benji. Won't catch anybody in elbow here. Liquid fully disconnecting 2 players.
Toxins going up.
Those concerns might carry across the Bind here, at least in the opening round. Heretics look to get very proactive again, paid off in the previous, but Benji's found the first. That's all it'll be.
Yeah.
Again, saw a similar approach on Pearl in terms of the pistol. Look to take away a ton of control in terms of the map, but Liquid well equipped with this early default. Great catch from Camo here, and Nats immediately gets onto the angle. Purpo, as you said, picking up where he left off. Finding 2 beautiful kills.
That's how we do that shit. Nice
to get
shots.
Liquid on the board.
All right, round 2, classics.
No charges
Any predictions here, Michael?
What, for round 2?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we saw a round 2 flip. I mean, obviously it was Liquid, but...
Yeah. Do you wait, you think there's going to be a flip? Okay, I like that.
Always a chance.
Yeah, 4 stacked up. That dog has got a lot of info potentially, but luckily there's Nats behind it who was already turned, already ready in case they tried to maybe springboard on that right timing. Miniboo, that's not your team anymore, but you're fine. You've actually figured that out and they didn't in time. So all good, said and done. Koshmaras, I mean, he was probably on B long at the start of this round, so he's got a long way to go.
Headhunter locked and loaded here, though.
Oh, tell me more.
I will say that much.
Yeah?
8 shots.
Observers, please.
5 enemies. Already in hand for Camo on the back of that. That he would need back-to-back clean kills to even get onto the site here.
Could you imagine if he did?
Well, not this time.
Not this time, no.
I tried.
And you did, and I love what you were trying there. I
It's
love
flawless, regardless, for Team Liquid.
Leave us.
Coming to here, Miniboo able to just shine here with the judge. Always an exciting weapon to watch.
Nice. Nice dumping.
No, I didn't like that. Did not like that.
That's not cricket.
And well, I would say similar to a previous Toasty, but total opposite in terms of numbers here. 73%. Obviously, the counteract a success on Pearl. Here, Liquid. Go forwards here. Wood just completely punishes Miniboo on that overextension here.
Yeah, Woot's a little in the sauce, but he's fine! Chefing up Liquid, taking away Purpo. Wayne's gone. Looking good here. This wasn't a completely uninvested round either.
No.
There were some decent upgrades here. And that's going to probably be looking for one of those. I think he's got it in hand now. Camo's done quite nicely on the timing, but the dog's perfect pretty much. Yeah, that is
Oh yeah, Benji just catches
lovely.
the spam as well. Doesn't even swing the wall. That's now a 1v4. What can he piece together here? Finds the first for free, but Benji will follow up here.
Good stuff from young Benji. And the start felt a little bit wild.
I mean,
unfortunately,
unfortunately, Camo just gets shut down so quickly that he can't really even clear that space. Doesn't get a confirmation of what's lying in wait in the form of, well, primarily Woot. So Heretics on the board, as we said, the investment wasn't as rock solid, but Miniboo here, toying with the idea of an op, will try and get himself down B long. He's going to have company here if he can get on the angle quick enough.
See who wins. Koshmaras and Wu on War.
Lucky.
That felt very
I think that was
lucky.
just ahead of the smoke as well.
Yeah, maybe just catch him as he jumped over, but Camo's disrespect has no bounds, really. Willing to go, and Koshmaras has to back away. Boo now spotted too. Oh, he's caught. He should be dead to rights. He is. Miniboo with the punish, and the scaling's looking good. Boo with a missed shot and an open opportunity. Liquid powerhouse the site.
One enemy remaining.
That's for the catch elsewhere. Trademark fashion for him. Benji going to come back and maybe address that situation. It's Liquid just going through the motions. Camo will get an orb. That's to even take the time to go through showers here, but Benji has repositioned in here. Surely not, right?
I mean, could you imagine?
No.
I can't, but could you? Okay, that was a wild start though. You watch that back. What chance did it feel like they had on B-Long? That was so hard to handle. Koshmaras barely breathing at the start, and then this happens to his one support system. Then he's caught trying to backpedal again. It's just layer on layer.
Heads up work from Miniboo as well to get on, find a trade out of weapons and punish that TP from Koshmaras.
One enemy remaining.
Before he's able to reset fully. (3-1) the scoreline now for Liquid. Purpo will send a flash up, will catch.
Koshmaras.
Poison orb emitting.
He will be noted once more.
Come on, let's go!
All right. Oh, come
Another
on.
running back from Camo Investor already here. And this time around, it's Benji to catch, but this time able to find value off it.
Yeah.
Purpo will find the trade.
So this is, again, you look at the buy. Sadly for Heretics, it's kind of tough to make this one work. Camo, I actually quite like him utilizing the ult just to path into this, make sure that they weren't going to take too many risks getting past that, but oh yeah, that positioning, Camo, he's almost back to his ult anyway!
He is farming right now. Another in-zone flawless, and like you said, halfway back to a third ultimate. Beautiful stuff. Liquid just looks so comfortable with some of these situations and playing off
One enemy remaining.
Camo's ability to create this space.
Flawless.
I mean, again, it's an extra body to throw into the equation.
Yeah.
Be an early timeout called here from Heretics. They are just being dictated to.
Yeah, it's
unable
not
to
even
really find anywhere to dig their heels in.
It feels like Benji's the only one who's kind of being able to put up a little bit of resistance when it comes to hitting towards the A site, at least, kind of slowing them down a little bit, but that might just be the Viper more than him himself, sadly. On the other side, Koshmaras yet to really get rolling. And you've got to look at Camo, the way he's been punishing this, the way he's been scaling into it, Mike. It's been incredibly hard to handle.
Yeah, a player that continues to just heat up in certain situations. See, have a check-in here with Camo, the guy we're talking about. Some scary numbers. Again, Santiago, not necessarily a poor performance considering Liquid overall there. Certainly, I mean, probably held his own. More so than some of the other members of Liquid, for sure. Obviously, in terms of this transition, looking very comfortable on the Phoenix. And becomes the focal point in those sorts of we always talk about where we've seen, you know, certain other players fall short on the Phoenix. He is shining. And again, it's basic, right? You get the ult on as much as possible. You have an extra body to trade on, but he's actually ticking that box.
How many times do we have this conversation and then it's like, oh, okay, well, here's the, the checklist, and then it just doesn't work out. But okay, Koshmaras this time, operator locked in. Right side of the map for it too. Not going to go through. That should be. Oh.
Camo's walking up on this.
That's a problem. I'm pretty sure Dog might have even seen him maybe on that, but Benji's going to find Camo. So that's one avenue of the attack denied, and this switch up actually rewarding Heretics here.
That is caught there. Stunned out initially, but slowed down. Still 3 members to identify here. on the B site. Benji already making moves across,
no.
but Nats is ahead of this flash.
Oh, that's a mess. That's an absolute mess. 3 players there.
A very shallow pit
Where
here
do you
doesn't
think
really
that's
give
going?
them much in terms of progress towards site here, but we'll cut the sight lines.
I mean,
and keeping Heretics
yeah.
interested.
Who am I to doubt? The mastermind of Nats, I guess. Kosh Moras, this is your time to shine. You have the rest of Liquid going your way. And I think that penny's going to drop here, as does the pit, and so does Nats. So at this point, Kosh Moras just can't make it.
Oh my God.
Don't make a meal of it. Don't make a meal of it. Don't make a meal of it. You're fine. Okay. Oh my God, that did not feel comfy, but he's done the job that was necessary. Just needs to kind of play his life here. If Wayne gets him down for free, I'd be a bit more concerned, but I don't think that's going to be the case.
Yeah, knowing the operator's there, backs away as the smoke fades. It's just Purpo and Wayne left here in a 2v4.
Well, that's him isolated and gone, but the rest of the team now making it through, but Purpo unchecked upon, still doing damage. Needs some help there on that, but Benji outdoes Wayne, so can't really punish. Spotted both players. What does Purpo do now? That!
Oh my God!
God, you can feel that in your bones. Almost had it then, snapping back, but Benji lives to fight another day.
Just barely, some chip damage done. Benji down to 53, waits for Boo to offset that pressure ever so slightly. Great reposition here from Nats. See Rian's just caught totally off guard. Back of this denial from the flash.
One enemy.
Beautiful isolation actually towards backside here.
Cool.
Nice, let's go!
Cut that one at the right time.
Damn.
Yeah, damn.
I've not got the glasses on for it.
Ah,
Smoke's
still
down.
time yet. So, oh, wise, Kosh Moras 1 away. Woot's got his ready, Boo's 1 off, Benji right there, and Rian's 2 away. So actually, very close to the full hand coming in for Heretics, which could be a lovely turning point. And the judge being banked on to keep some space here.
I've got your trail. Hawk out.
Seekers to be invested.
Close
Here
by.
will identify the judge. Kosh Moras actually caught here with the near side as well.
Oh,
But Miniboo's found way. Nats has found one as well.
Yeah, Kosh Moras just looks a little bit lost then, trying to get back to maybe a more comfortable position, but kind of understandably so now, considering how much time they have. And
slip that smoke.
yeah, look who's waiting down below. Hello. Nats is waiting. Bye-bye. So heads up from Nats. Ah, it's just simple stuff. Team Liquid showing off a little here, but again, I think contextually now understanding how much time Kosh Moras has had, just kind of positionally, it's going to be hard for him to feel comfortable yet.
Yeah, like I said, caught off guard. And Liquid, in terms of early timings here, this is one thing that is different in terms of the composition. And you think about Yoru in this sort of situation, TPing away. Liquid is so eager to punish his reposition in some of these closer.
You saw my turn? Whoa, 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 whoa.
Actually, yeah, to be fair to Nats, it's a really
nice.
awkward angle to actually readjust on in terms of that dropout. Top of the ult here. Almost punished there. Will be topped off. Back to 100 HP still. Ult in hand for him. Completely abandoning the B site here.
It's pretty red though with the utility and everything they've cleared through B long. It's a misread. But it's, I guess, you're going to pull a stack where you think it might be happening, right? You're going to do your best with very, very little, so it is classics, shorty, sheriffs, bits and bobs. So, aren't going to be coming in. Sadly, Heretics, they are going to be behind the wheel. That, though, will help things. Kosh Moras might be able to carve them a path back towards site here. Camo now called to attention. Going to be spotted out by the dog. Hello, Benji. Provide time on the reload. It's a mess now. And Heretics making the most of it.
Pit to go up as well, it's going to cause further problems. Divide as well. Heretics want to get in here.
Molly went in though, I'm pretty sure, and I think that should do it. Yeah, that is going to do well, but Kosh Moras on that bodyguard roll. Going to keep their composure now. Utility sent in, but it's down to just Nats here. This would need a lot, and I don't think he can make it through. Body blocked, denied. 5 stand, and Heretics doing what feels like the impossible.
The rotation away from this site as well. Liquid had a clean plant. It's this opening here. Again, Camo caught off guard here in terms of the timing. Benji able to take that space alongside the dog.
Let's go.
Just gets caught with util in hand. Kosh Moras, a crucial kill
What a confidence round for him, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's got to get you feeling something. I think that's the first thing we've heard from him in a replay, so maybe that's enough to spark something among the Heretics side. Liquid going back to what was working. This punishment on long. It's been very hard for Heretics to hold this for any extended period.
Yeah, haven't won out in terms of that first wave of pressure. Camo, speaking of, running back popped. Try and get in here. The reposition. It's actually working to catch this. Boo won't be noted here. Nats caught sleeping.
Okay, finally, Heretics awake. I don't know what that took, but it has worked, and now Camo trying to get ahead of expectations. Wayne's going to get re-ent, but he falls. There we go. The back line of Heretics, not out of it. There is life in this team yet. It just took a while to get there.
Build upon this momentum would be fantastic. In terms of the ult cycle we discussed previously. Boo does really well to slip the net here. There's a great catch from re-ents alongside that here. To both Purpo and Miniboo.
One enemy remaining.
Just brings it within one. And the buy is still going to be there for Liquid. Real offbeat in terms of the ults, but like I said, Heretics certainly with the upper hand in that regard. Operator back in hand here for Kosh Moras.
Actually looking a bit more confident, playing a little bit closer forward.
Got something to believe in now.
Well, that makes sense, but Liquid identified there's only one player on this B site. They might have, yeah, Boo's fallen. And that should be green light to go. Purpo already ready for the TPP. Taken!
Purpo, man!
And catching two players. Kosh Moras now feels dead in the water here. Rienz does well to hold his own, but Kosh Moras being punished? What are you meant to do? Just keep filtering through, keep going through the TP. The plan was short-sighted, and Liquid fully aware.
Response found here. Will keep Heretics at least honest for the time being.
What?
Oh. That is a haircut, if ever I've seen one. Beautiful shot from Miniboo. Again, you can't really fault Boo in that situation.
No. I couldn't even see it on the replay.
We've got 4 years TV to see it.
Oh, damn. Well, this looks a bit different. Again, Kosh Moras still kind of shouldered up. He didn't get fully checked on, I think, last round, so opportunity still there for him to do something with this. Well, that's a bit of a scare, but he does take a body, so Purpo gone is a big scalp to be claiming.
Continuing to go forward as well. Like I said, that confidence really on display in a couple of these early rounds at least. On an agent that he is required to stand on his own 2 feet in lots of situations here for Heretics.
A lot of info now on it being this highly likely A hit, especially with those Seekers now going to find purchase too. Obviously, if you're Liquid, do you adjust now? Game plan's kind of been seen. Do you feel read into? But it's hard. You're down to 4 players anyway. But with Wayne's ult, option still in that post plant if they can get there. Oh, Miniboo, that position down below. This is really, really tough between Benji and Kosh Moras.
Nearly snaps on the angle. But at least here, presence shown as Liquid.
Obscuring vision.
Make their way towards B. Boo seemingly aware of the timings.
Seeing it long, that plays it with nice little synergy between the two. We're going to try and force the issue towards his B site is Camo. 25 seconds, I guess you kind of have to. He managed to slip through again. Yeah. There's so many times that he's able to find those weird little corners to play from, but this site is far from secure. Heretics have 3 players here. And they're getting no play for Liquid. Maybe would love to just keep this up. I think that would be the prime objective. A couple more seconds to try and keep that one in hand.
And looking at the rest of the buy, I mean, it's Nats to struggle the most, but one away from the pit, maybe a chance to invest a lesser weapon. Try and get that online and available for round 12 here. Last of the first half. Yeah, great synergy between Boo and over towards the B site here. Like I said, great awareness of the timings.
Let's go, boys.
For Boo.
Inside round, guys. Good job.
Heretics keeping this one in check. Just 1 round to separate. It's Purpo to bring a Guardian into this final round.
This has actually been such an impressive display as well. I'm genuinely quite impressed by this. They've been able to keep Camo somewhat away from snowballing his confidence and just continuing to punish.
He had 3 ults in 6-7 rounds to start things off, and all things considered, that early barrage, Heretics able to come out at least with some rounds to their name. Much slower approach here from Liquid, anticipating some aggression across the map. Not necessarily going to be on the cards. It's Nats to pick up the operator, so expect him to try and find some value through showers potentially.
Good timing on the dog though, not going to see much.
Toxins going up.
So they can consolidate 3 players on the A side. Going to use the ult proactively to clear. There's still 3 here, kind of by Tribox almost. Still controlling towards Showers, very deep positioning from Nats, but it's Boo to find Miniboo, that's a problem. Camo now needs to get into the action, and it's so messy, it's all over the shop. And now Wu and Rien's comfortably keeping control though, leaving Wayne and Nats a little behind the curve, and really Wayne on an island, brilliantly done to take away Benji, but
30 seconds left.
Still feels tough.
I think now, with the plant, Nats is going to be an awkward situation. Does find a trade out here for a rifle. Bait out. They still don't know about the second player of Heretics. Rien's noted previously now, but they want to pressure towards us before the pit goes down, and Rien's is doing just that.
Great timing on the drop down too, just as that spike kind of goes in, very hard to hear. Now going to note it though, but a bounding Koshmaras! What are we doing there?
Desperate to punish onto Nats. Maybe anticipating he was going to slip further forwards here. Do have a snake bite to work with. They're repositioning all the way to Showers.
Oh, this is brutal, isn't it? The pit
Actually going to split out, yeah. Snake bite, has it landed?
Yes, yeah. You kind of put your money on Nats, don't you, with those sort of things. And for Rien's, I think that penny's dropping of the predicament he's in. Hard to pry these players out of position. Nats getting back right at the right time. He can check on this. Wayne, I think, just did. And Rien's, the options become 0. A mistake at the end made something by Liquid.
He's getting, Koshmaras is so desperate to prevent Nats from slipping further forwards on this post plant.
Yeah, and just while we watch through this, if I'm not mistaken, I think Nats actually standing by, down with some delightful fans. We'll be heading over there in just a moment's time. So as soon as it's done, we'll be over there.
This is everything I wanted.
Yeah, I'm physically standing with these guys because I brought myself down into the arena where all of the fans are, and I went ahead and found myself some Heretics fans here. And a bit of a stressful series, but do you want to introduce yourself and name your favorite thing about Heretics, why you're a fan?
My name is Seth, and I'm a fan of them just because their team bond, they're just, you know what I mean? I love them. They're just, when they get together and get into this flow state, they're just so good as a team, and I know they can come back. And yes, my other favorite thing is Benji Fishy.
You gotta have 2. There's always 2 good things. What about yourself?
Hi, my name's Sky, and my favorite thing about Heretics is their ability to keep me on my toes the entire series and then still come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, considering we thought maybe they would have been tied at that half time there, if you guys could say anything to them right now to you know, bring them back up, to see them win in this map, what would you say?
Keep going. You know you can do it. You've won things before. You know what you're doing. You can do this. I believe in you always.
So you'll be the better team today, and vamos. Let's go.
Vamos, I love it. Well, there you go. Maybe that's exactly what Heretics needed to hear for themselves, but for now, we'll see just how Bind is going to play out here.
Yeah, I think I got myself confused in a way because I thought Nat and Nats, and they're both on the show today. So
Nat down on stage potentially for the second half of this
with
one.
Nats.
Yeah. I'm hoping that is what happens.
I'd be so good, wouldn't
it?
Please. However, jumping into the second half, we've got a couple more seconds until it gets underway and the second countdown in-game begins. But 5-7, a pretty respectable turnaround from Heretics. It felt they were kind of out of it for a while.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, early on here, again, we come back to that same conversation when a Phoenix is just flexing on you and able to get 3 ults in, I believe it was the opening 7 rounds.
Yeah.
3 ults, just an insane amount of value to be found. And that's even, look at him, he's 7 and 8. So he's finding progress regardless. And it's just so pivotal to Liquid's success early on. The fact that Heretics come out with that with 5 rounds is very impressive.
Yeah, it actually is, genuinely seeing some of that resilience on display. Koshmaras doing well to start getting a bit more confidence. Speed of confidence, Miniboo on the hunt. Looking to try and close down towards Koshmaras, but it's him actually finding Rien's instead. and maybe the comms just not quite there on that or quick enough. It looked like he was a little bit behind the curve, but Miniboo still hunting and sent forward. It's just Kosh Moras, and it doesn't matter. Liquid swinging a hit on that.
Miniboo really getting the better of Heretics in this round. It was just run away with this. Nats finds a crucial kill on site here and get a beautiful flash to catch Benji. Reposition is beautiful on Taboo as well. All but a formality here for Liquid to convert yet another pistol. Purple will bring a Sheriff in here. And similar to what we've seen before. And other than a slight fumble on the first. Always pretty crisp. Let's look at the pop once more.
Yep, Wayne's going to go anti, gets back in time. Couldn't quite correct, and he was really unwilling to back away from that either, so willing to stick around, which, I mean, if Camo wasn't so confident, could have been an issue. He's confident though, so he's fine. Brawls out towards long. Another layer to really punish as Heretics will try and scale up towards site. Not going to be. So, simple, clean stuff in the end. Going to lose out on 2, but that's fine. Camo, Nats, and Miniboo going to make Team Liquid push up towards 9.
Maintaining the Guardian, which is the larger of the investment. With Wayne maybe not expecting so many bodies on that angle.
One enemy remains.
Camo able to find 3 here in round 2. Crucial in terms of another early ultimate for him. Potentially on the cards following this round 3.
Careful of the
Yeah, we might even get a little check-in on comms here as well, just to kind of see how it's feeling.
I'd love to listen in for Heretics. Yeah, I'm hoping that's the case.
Might be Liquid. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see what we get. Oh, we are getting a Heretics one, and they just lost a player, so this will be fun. Let's see how this goes, and Rian's going to make up for it at the least, so we're going to dive into that in just a second's time to really kind of get to grips with what the Heretics side are going through.
I check market.
No, nothing. Just run from short, guys, faster. Don't.
Yeah, I'm full running. All good.
I'm jiggling. Nothing. I'm just walking now.
Yeah.
Guys, can you go? Okay, come.
Check this together. Wait.
1, 2.
Go, 1, 2.
I check this right.
Go 1, 2.
Nothing.
Just go hookah.
Yes, careful. Still someone who can open the TP. Okay. Like you might go full hookah, guys.
Yeah.
Okay, come. 1.
Benji, check corner.
Nice. Good job.
Wait, I flash. Wait.
Come. Let's speed up.
Yeah, go.
I'm only CT. Let's go.
Yeah, I ult CT. Can jump?
Yes, 1. Jumping.
Check if that he doesn't walk out.
I go in smoke.
Go. Wait, I've got smoke for CT, guys. Chill, I smoke CT. I smoke CT.
I'm planting. I'm gonna ult.
Okay. Smoke.
1 CT.
Hold the smoke now.
Guys, chill. I will ult.
Okay, go ult. I'm going into Leo.
Oh, you can see Benji there really kind of leading the pace on the options that were left there mid-rounding on this one, but still, this is a bonus. This is still Liquid with options. They can still make this even more costly with Purple alive and breathing. There could be problems.
Yeah, able to actually get out with the dog initially, spammed off that first corner, but no confirmation yet. But the flash is beautiful here. Benji with a great catch though. Even a kill here in this situation for Purpo would be huge.
I mean, Benji critical in comms, critical in round. Purpo, that door looking like it's going to start shutting, but Kosh Moras playing such a really risky game.
Yeah, it's trying to get onto that angle. Will be 3 to survive though for Heretics.
Did get a bit scared when I was seeing Miniboo in that corner, and they're talking through it.
And they're talking about clear right. Obviously clear the close right angle,
yeah,
and somebody
not the box.
has to double check on Benji clearing right once more, but luckily the trade is there. Beautiful from Riaz actually. Reposition off that.
One enemy remaining.
At least Heretics here prevent things from snowballing early on. Won't necessarily be suffering coming out of that either in terms of the damage done. We'll still get rifles in hand. And utility looking fairly healthy alongside that with the plant to offset slightly.
That's a good spot.
Camo just one away from an ult though. Again, my eyes go back there.
So direct though, they're just, Benji's so happy to kind of lead the way here. Boo's got to be on red alert because he's going to hear Miniboo kind of flexing out of this position as well. But they've already taken over the space, right? They've already taken some good room towards A. But they're not necessarily pushing behind that.
No, Benji will freeze here. Maybe wait for an overstep or a re-clearance here from Liquid.
Scout destroyed.
Is noted now and potentially isolated with everybody else repositioning towards showers.
And worried it's Camo here, though.
Camo's reading it really well.
Yeah, but Benji's done some serious work, but Camo is a threat. Takes away Rien's, but Boo there to keep it on track. 3v2. Purpo and Nats a little bit behind the curve because Nats was still over towards that B site. So a plant opportunity now. Second time of asking, closer towards Shower.
Which 47 HP, nearly caught with that spam. Boo did actually take a little bit of damage as well.
You're playing a mad game doing this, and it's... Oh, you are fortunate with that spray. Gonna take away Nats as Purpo now. Once again, not really with a big chance here. Wu, yes, he's low, but then the others, you've got to really back them in this.
51 HP. Tough to really commit to this after Nats falls. We'll give this one up, try and hold on to the rifle here. Not going to be really feasible to purchase alongside this. Mini Boot, the next wealthiest at 1,500 credits. And maybe even cycle a weapon into the hands of Camo. Mini Boot 2 away from the ultimate, so there's always a chance, but not going to be coming into this Leicester buy with many tools. Wayne is just a little caught off guard in terms of the timing here, but really the first domino to fall in this situation. Camo can't hold down the spray. It'll be Liquid to call a timeout ahead of this now. Let me just take stock of things. Yeah, and on the side of Heretics, still able to, I mean, I come back to the same phrases. Some of these rounds, it just feels like whittle away at Liquid.
And if that's the plan, keep doing it, I guess, if it's working at this point. They're close enough, they're not quite at the door yet.
I mean, these slower rounds are really for Koshmaras in terms of the opening game here. Certainly want to get him, if you've not had the scrim time, right, you look at it basics, it's timings, it's fundamentals, it's really get him feeling confident in terms of what the internal dynamic is, the general direction of some of these rounds. I mean,
tendencies, everything. Yeah.
Playbook-wise, like I said, he's going to be expected, I think I said this in the first half, he's going to be expected to stand on his own 2 feet in a lot of these situations, on the chamber in particular. So with a team like Liquid, where they're happy to employ a turn of pace, really, for him, it's just comfort, right? This is just reps. That's all you want. And Neil even really kind of alluded to that.
Yeah, imagine the difference of like a week's time just to get that comfort in, right?
Wish we had a week.
Yeah, we'll take that.
We'll take the overnight transition.
Yeah. Now, on the other side, obviously, for Liquid, they are still in the lead here, but with the purchase they have, you'd imagine that Heretics can make it up to 8. Then everything kind of becomes possible, right, at that point. You're starting to look at the ult, you're starting to look at everything else. But, by all means, Heretics are doing the right things here. Danger man.
Yeah,
gonna be Purpo here, really.
I was going to say, looking to maybe punish the buy here. Obviously, plenty of light shields for Koshmaras to punish. Initially looked as if Liquid were going to make moves forwards. At least create a bit of a disturbance with this early smoke, but actually reset back towards site very quickly.
That dog didn't reveal half of what's behind it, but all the util we put to this and they go swinging, but a quick evacuation down towards B long, and they dismantled the stack.
Mini Boot in position to provide some support to Nats very quickly, but Heretics don't back away from this. Purpo making moves with the rifle. That could be concerning. Now actually cancelling on that.
Right place, wrong time. Wu gonna clear him comfortably. Little stall with the molly. Has to be respected. It's just gonna buy time though. It's a little inevitable at this point. Purpo down incredibly low here.
Great
sure
stall though.
Got caught by a blind shot there, but caught nonetheless. A little bit of a switch out. Trying to pop up Wayne, who's, well, I mean, it just seems cursed.
Out.
Yeah, Purpo's in trouble as well. Oh my god, what a shot though. Still goes down swinging, but this is nice from Heretics. Considering there was a little bit of a fight towards long, they controlled that well. They hadn't made any mistakes towards that, kind of took their time and built back in together.
Methodical once more. It's just Nats left now and damage. I mean, yeah, it'd be great, but...
Last player standing.
Sorry, I didn't even catch Mini Boot still alive there on the minimap. I looked down, I thought it was just Nats.
No, still breathing.
Yeah.
Maybe you can catch a wild Benji, potentially. No, absolutely not. Benji's kind of on point today. I know it's not been like a big scoreline game from him, but you can hear the sort of impact he can have through those comms, an integral piece to the Heretics puzzle. And as we stand, that's 3 in succession for Heretics. A necessity to get this scoreline back now at 8-9.
On the brink of a big ult cycle for them as well. After the pit and the divide just one away, Woot will bring his ultimate
This
into...
little rat! This little rat! Oh, yeah.
Benji just letting him know. On the other side, Camo and Minibu both with ultimates to invest, and it's only really 1 point deciding the advantage elsewhere from Wayne and Nats in terms of the pit and the orbital strike.
Well, Minibu, it's a risky look there. Going to draw the eye of Woot, but again, 4 stack.
Heretics will freeze outside the site once more. Again, did catch the benefit of rotation timing previously. They didn't necessarily know, but...
Scout, just...
And here, presence will be noted, but... Minibu repositioning all the way to heaven with that operator. The Heretics don't feel confident about the approach this time around.
No, it looks a little less direct, doesn't it? Now taking their time, shifting back over towards A, 50 seconds now. Nats will be the one to be holding down the ship. Support, obviously, as you said, from Minibu up towards heaven, but...
He's not going to have anybody, unless anybody drifts out right side of this wall.
That dog catch, I'm not sure if it did potentially, but now down to 35. We're getting a little late in the day here. So they could take TP, but they're going to identify the operator there now at this point, but they've committed. Plant's going to come in. Late lurk from Benji, across map molly. Oh, big shot from Wayne. The second time of asking, that's an issue. Rienz is going to get absolutely toasted off this, but he has to commit. Nat's in between, I'd say rock and a hard place, but he's made it look pretty simple. Turns even the flash as Rienz going to be noted on the site here, and Nats keeps him pinned in. Beautifully handled from afar by Liquid. Wayne, I don't know how he's hit that one.
Cross-continental molly from Wayne. Just to create a little bit of pressure on this plant, and that's still, like he said, uncomfortable situation, but one that he shines in time and time again. Great catch as well on the reposition here from Wayne. Lights out stuff, and in zone flawless. For Liquid to find number 10. Timeout called here from Heretics, maybe to address. I don't want to say the hesitance, like it's, like I said, these are the rounds you want to see Heretics kind of play out in terms of allowing Koshmaras to really get a good understanding of how they call, how these rounds kind of play out and where he fits into this. So really, I mean, it would be a benefit to listen to what's being discussed and
if only, right?
If only, to see kind of what the assessment is here. So not necessarily making many mistakes early on. Like I said, in some of these, it's the slow burn that's really been the downfall of Liquid.
Yeah, it's a tough predicament, isn't it? Because you're having to like learn on the fly. And to be fair, if it was a throwaway game where there was very little stakes involved, you'd almost feel a little bit freer just to kind of like run it into the ground. But you've actually got a close game here against Liquid, a real possibility to challenge.
Yeah, and also with the series versus Na'Vi, you'd love to come into this now with a little bit of breathing room to allow a player to find their footing, but...
No rest for the wicked.
No. Double digits on the board for Liquid. Buy not really there in terms of everybody on the side of Heretics. Operator in hand once more for Koshmaras. Actually, it'll turn a pace here for Minibu to go forwards. That's the reposition. We'll eat that snake bite.
Stings a little.
Yeah, Purpo we're required to the heal here, but actually Minibu's still walking wounded.
I mean, Minibu's in real trouble here. Trying to find a corner to play from because Woot's taken the space already. If he had found him, he'd have been dead to rights. This is a real big shift of pace. We've got to look at the flank here. Minibu's found Woot, that's big. Camo getting the pressure, and then look at the back line starting to build up here. Slow and steady. You're going to have the likes of Wayne getting closer.
There's a weird pit as well, look at it. Actually overlapped slightly by Nats's.
Yeah, it's a bit odd, isn't it now?
Benji's going to give it up. It's going to drop.
Oh, but yeah, Nat's going to find Rienz, and you're right. Benji now, Koshmaras having to do some serious work here, some serious lifting, and Benji's on the case, but he didn't have any more bullets to play with. And Koshmaras, what are you meant to do? You've got to make a move. Oh, and that's a real gut-wrenching one.
Get a chance here maybe to find an open plant outside, but go for a safer plant here. A bizarre pit here. I'm not sure if maybe just a heat of the moment sort of thing, but then Nats to invest on top of it from Heaven is just very unorthodox. Clean up here from Purpo will give him the Seekers as well.
Oh, the money's starting to wane. That's
well, like I said, there was only
about.
two that were kind of, well, sorry, there was two that were struggling in that previous.
Yeah.
Now the byproduct being Kosh Moras on a judge here.
Smokes down.
On the attack.
Yeah, tough work. And Miniboo's starting to just really control those lines. Going to take away Boo quite early on. The exchange of space going to be over towards B, I guess, to that degree, at least B long that is. But at this point, Miniboo can hold a slightly deeper angle. Evasive for the flash. And willing to challenge.
Haven't swapped out this judge yet either for Boo's gun. What did Boo have? He had a rifle, right?
I think so. I think so.
Well, I mean, with Miniboo on the edge of the smoke, maybe the judge will find the entry.
Could do. Well, that might put you on a little bit more of a red alert. You can still show presence, because they have split to this kind of 2-2 approach on B, but look how close Liquid are playing on this. Still not really backing away, and Miniboo's hunting. Oh, he's finding targets. That's two now claimed. And you can see the desperation, the want to get involved, but having to play through smokes, play blind in. There's nothing more to be said about that one. It's 12 for Team Liquid. The tides have turned.
Certainly have. Well, found their comfort zone here on the defensive side of Bind. Miniboo, as you said, starting to shine in some of these situations early on in the round. Fortunately, Heretic's going to come into this even worse off in terms of the buy. The one thing being, we'll have a tour de force at their disposal. Seekers alongside that, but nothing else within touching distance.
Let's play.
An early ring of the bell over towards A, and bloody hell, we've just got
antsy to get ahead of that util.
Maybe feeling they had more of an opportunity because they heard that operation on the other side of the map, willing to try and get involved, and sadly just sent back. At least going to have the ult here for Kosh Moras to try and pluck someone away from B, but pushed up already. Not going to get much play towards site here.
I've got your trail.
Seekers invested, and will confirm a couple of bodies. Not necessarily give Heretics many opportunities to call an audible here. They're looking to stick the landing towards A. Camo will be punished, but Nats and Miniboo, they will respond.
Yeah, and as soon as Miniboo starts feeling the game, he looks so much deadlier. Still on the corner. And Nats there just to support the push and pull. The new man to fall last, but fall nevertheless. 13-8. Team Liquid solidify at the end of that, making things look all on the same page. And the Heretics, there were signs of life, but sadly, just too much to deal with.
Yeah, again, and it's weird to kind of come away with sort of an honest assessment of the situation, given the circumstances.
Yeah.
This is something that certainly they're going to be under the spotlight. Looking into Week 3's match, it's concerning, but at least here, I mean, unless Kosh Moras comes out and drops, 25-30 every round, it's just difficult to really
you
digest.
Can't get the lay of it. Yeah.
But now they have the week they want.
Well, that's exactly right. It's time to go back to the drawing board, fix what you can, put themselves back on the same page. This is building blocks for them. They knew what they were working with, right? You're not coming in unaware of that. It's now time next week for them to really put everything in the right place. You don't get many more chances beyond that. However, obviously, a moment for Team Liquid in this chance here and in this game.
I mean,
looks solid, Bind's there, they're looking good.
Miniboo sure, but again, Purpo and Camo for me again this week. It's just so exciting to see them develop into this sort of form alongside this I don't want to say an overhaul for Liquid in terms of their approach, but this new identity that they tried to establish at the start of the year that maybe missed a step or two in Santiago, but looking comfortable back here in EMEA.
Yeah, that Phoenix looking exceptionally good there. As you said, Purpo starting to really hit his stride. Miniboo starting to see that confidence hit, and I mean, the rest still doing as expected. So all said and done, a good day in the office for Team Liquid, and if I'm not mistaken, we'll be handing it down to the desk in just a moment's time once I get the green light to go over there, because I think you're sick and tired of hearing for us, so I'm not too sure I'll be joining for the post-plant, but I can't wait to find out.
It's Nat and Nats.
Oh,
it's Nat and Nats.
Nat and Nats, perfect. This is what we've dreamed of forevermore. Finally, we get the green light to go for it. So as soon as we're ready, I think that was it. Oh, they are just garnishing the desk area with various more plants. Right, we'll hand it over to them. Take it away.
Yeah, apparently we weren't good enough to look at. We also had to spice up the desk a little bit there. But yeah, I listened to my casters. I've heeded to what they've asked for. We've got Nats, we've got Mini and Camo as well here for the post plan to break it all down. Congratulations, guys, on the win. Did you feel, Camo, there was a little bit of stress in map 1 at all when it got so close to Heretics coming back?
Yeah. It was a lot of stress, actually. I felt like we are getting out of control for some rounds, but we managed to get it together and finish it out, so it was fine.
Yeah? Who was trying to calm everyone down? Was that you, Nats, or?
I don't know. I think it's better to ask him.
Who was calming you down, Camo?
I would say, I mean, it's usually him. I would say I chip in a lot as well when it comes to that, but yeah, usually it's him.
I wanted to ask one thing about Heretics. Like, how did it feel today playing against, again, them with a sub last-minute change? Did you expect, like, what were your expectations going into today?
No, it was a little bit surprising, yeah, but I want to say I was expecting them to change comps, not run the same things, because that's what usually we do, right? We do some crazy things. So I was surprised that they're trying to run the same thing, same idea with a different player. That was the surprising factor, like, from the different side, but the rest, no, everything.
So, like, when you kind of prepared for them, you could kind of tell some tendencies, you think? You had some reads?
Yeah, I mean, I would say we more was focusing on ourselves, because we knew that they're not playing the maps that they usually play, and they don't take control of the map that they usually do, so we just knew if we play our own game, we will just have the control of the map.
Do you feel as a team, like as a whole, you've been tested yet in stage 1, or do you think there's tougher opponents to come?
Well, I wouldn't say we got tested yet. I think it's most of the rounds we lose, it's on us, I would say. We do a lot of micro mistakes as a team that cost us a lot of rounds. So I think once we fix those, we will be able to close all the games out faster.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you brought that up, because there is a round that we wanted to look at. It's more from the POV of Heretics, but it's those scrappy rounds, those rounds that we end up seeing you guys losing. And so we wanted to know, like, when you see it play out like this and Heretics kind of just pushing towards you, what's the mindset? For round 8, if we can get it to our players.
Yeah, so as a round on Bind, where, like, it looked like you guys were in control of this game completely, but here we see the retake here, where they just had the chamber ult only and a few classics and managed to win. What's going through your head when you were playing this round?
I was rotating with our spot.
Like, what's my teammates doing?
Yeah, I would say it was not clean from us, even from communication. We were not sure what we exactly want to do on that post plan, and that's what happened, since we should be in control of the post plan. We just gave them so much space to work on and just do their plays. So yeah, I mean, that's the things we need to be working on to be more.
You think that is, like, primarily, like, just those little things right now? It's not big picture, it's just those fundamentals, I guess?
I would say there is a lot of things to work on, and I think we are doing a good work with that every game. But yeah, we definitely need to start securing these kind of rounds more, and don't think that these rounds will just come to our hands and we'll just secure it without any effort.
So coming off Santiago, we see both BBR mates kind of dropping in form, but you guys seem like you haven't skipped a beat at all. Despite all the changes, you've gone for, like, Phoenix as the answer to some of these Euro nerfs. How did you come to that conclusion? And was it a quick decision? Like, did you find that fast?
I wouldn't say it was quick. I think from last year we have pretty much enough experience in terms of trying something new and trying to understand the meta earlier than the other teams. We're not, like, trying to only see the game in one vision. We, with the coaching stuff, trying to discuss all of the variations possible to play the game in a proper meta, because I think now this is very important. It's like you want to play your own game and brute force your own game, but you need to respect the meta also. Yeah, and he was also very comfortable, so we just switched it.
How are you finding the Phoenix camo? Because you're looking very comfortable on him.
Yeah, I honestly think it's, at least for now, after the changes, it's much better than Yoru. Because it's much more like self-sufficient. I can make a lot of plays by myself without asking for anything. So yeah, obviously I like it a lot when I can just send it by myself.
Has that changed the way you guys have had to think about defense sides? Because obviously before, Yoru, you just had that kind of get-out, jail-free card. You could be strong on one side of the map and then instantly strong on the other side of the map. Has it made your life a little bit more difficult, maybe in some of the calls or setups?
I like it more than thinking about Yoru, not gonna lie. Yoru is too much. Everyone was just running the same macro with that Yoru TP there, TP here. I like it more now.
Okay, but that's for the attack side, right? So is it easier for attack now because you don't have to think about that?
Yeah, but for defense, I don't know. I think I don't find it pretty much difficult. I think it's okay in defense right now. Yeah, that we as all of the teams lost some ideas, but we're using different things right now.
And Camo, for you, you're saying that you liked it, Phoenix a lot because it's self-sufficient. Is there any other agent that fits that description for you that you've still been enjoying and you would want to play more of?
I mean, I don't think I can leak too much.
I'm talking about you, maybe in ranked, you know, maybe not. Let's not talk about officials. In ranked, what do you like? What else is...
His Cypher looks amazing.
Cypher?
Yeah,
I was going to say my deadlock, honestly.
Your deadlock?
Yeah.
I only saw Cypher.
Yeah,
well,
Cypher and deadlock.
Yeah, that's even better now. You got Cypher and deadlock. What is it about those two? What is it about those two agents?
I don't know. Like I sometimes just play ranked. People just insta-lock something. I just pick deadlock to have fun.
Okay.
I throw Gravnet. I pick with it. I don't care, and it's fun. So put me on deadlock one map, bro.
We're asking for the life bag.
I've never heard a duelist player asked to play deadlock before. That's kind of new. I want to ask about your
everything already.
I'm playing everything.
Flex player. Yeah. Your matchup next week, I think, is against Foot, who are looking really strong at the moment. What are your thoughts about that matchup?
I think they're, from both of these teams that we play, they're super aggressive and they're always like trying to fight. I think, I mean, let's see. I'm more focusing on us and what kind of VALORANT we're showing. We still will have preparation to them, but mostly focuses on us. So.
And then your group seems quite wide open right now with you. I think that you're probably the favorites now to win this group. Who do you think is going to be up there with you?
I kind of like how I like how Navi played. I'm still interested in how the KC and Gentlemates will show. I'm interested what the Gentlemates will show, and after the changes and KC, I still think KC should show at a good level also. And Heretics, if they will manage to come back after what all of the stuff happened.
Do you think they can?
Do they can?
Yeah. Do you think Heretics can come back?
They need to do a lot of good and smart changes for me to manage to that happen. They are already 0-2, so if they lose one game, it's very hard, right?
Yeah.
I want to ask for predictions for tomorrow because, you know, us on the desk, we're always giving out predictions. People hear from us all the time, but it's the 4 other teams that are in your group that are going to be playing tomorrow. So it's Foot up against Na'Vi. Who do you guys think will win in that one?
I think you should answer. Every time we do this in the office, I'm always wrong, so.
Let's say Foot. I want to have the game went 2-0 both of us on the first week.
You just want more stakes for week 3. That's great. And the second matchup is KC and Gentlemates.
I'm rooting for Eng. You know?
KC. Let's go, KC.
Let's go,
I'm
KC.
with him.
I like it so much. You guys have been so much fun to have to talk to as well. Of course, congratulations again. Such a pleasure there. For all of you guys watching at home, we're going to say goodbye now, not just to the players, but you guys as well. We got our last day tomorrow for week number 2 of VCT EMEA. So tune in for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. But in the meantime, you'll get to enjoy our Razor end of day highlights, and we'll see you tomorrow.
To come in, BFN Sayonara on the first fight has already lost it. Now the rest of them make the...
Nice! Как ты чё ебан, бля? Да попадите шот нахуй!
B-side will be reinforced if they wait a little bit longer. The Vitality getting ahead of it, already diving onto the side, dealing with Boaster. Alpha to be found on the back, but he lands one and a second. Holding his ground, his backup arrives. Ground, he's isolated. Now when they burst through, there's a showstopper. There's Boaster.
So close!
switched. Holy s***.
Paranoia is held into the late round again. The stuns are coming.
You might rappers, bro. Rappers in my team, bro.
At least manages to take two.
One enemy remaining.
Messiah, no, but he gets done. Trying to get past it. Vector throws it.
Keep space, stay. He's somewhat in the fight here. Purple does very well.
Nice! Let's go!
Benji, it was actually 2v1. Let me defuse.
Oh, coming through. It's been absolutely wild so far. Just down to camo though with that frenzy in a 1v2.
Bro, I wasted my ult. No. Bro.
Gonna see.
Chop that!
One more right.
Wanna try and keep space, stay. Somewhat in the fight here. Purple does very well to bail out camo. These pistols are still in play.
One down.
Gonna get punished by Nats, and now things get a little bit funny. He gets a bit weird. And knocking down.
Spike down.
Look at it go forward. He absolutely does. Did he go third?
Bingo. 2A main one.
Oh, he got back.
Yeah, Purple is trouble as well.
One enemy remaining.
This little rat! This little rat! Nice.
Keep going on, guys. Grind.
Yes, keep going, guys. Good job. Guys, they have Neo now, up money.
Guys, can we have Koshmaras?
He looks so much deadlier. Still on the corner. And that's there just to support the push and pull. The new man to fall last, but fall nevertheless. 13-8. Team Liquid solidify at the end of that, making things look all on the same page.
Now they have the week they want.
Well, that's exactly right. It's time to go back to the drawing board, fix what you can, but
This new identity that they tried to establish at the start of the year that maybe missed a step or two in Santiago, but looking comfortable back here in EMEA.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it 나의 속도가 돈이라면 Benz on me 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나는 rain on me 다가서면 bang bang 전부